Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Are you willing to make this choice? At night, on the river dam, the moonlight outside the window and the warm lights inside the house complement each other. Jiang Ning sat at the desk, holding the mouse and browsing the computer screen. Behind him, there was a soft and comfortable sofa. Zhu Yuantang was wearing pink and white bunny pajamas, with wet black hair scattered. She curled up on the sofa, her fair skin showing a faint blush, fiddling with a pile of colorful building blocks, and was carefully putting the building blocks together with her childish eyes. On weekdays, the computer was usually occupied by her, but Zhu Yuantang was particularly self-disciplined today. She claimed that looking at the screen frequently was not good for the eyes and prone to myopia, so she generously gave the screen to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning scanned the information for a while, leaned back in the chair, and calculated the layout of Huqi Mountain. Calculating the time, the first batch of spiritual rice planted seems to have reached the day of maturity. He judged so. Spiritual rice is the food of the immortal world, usually used by immortals below the giant stage. After refining, spiritual rice can help practice. Although it is not as valuable as the spiritual stone elixir, it tastes good and is an everyday meal, so its popularity in the world of immortal cultivation is not worse than the previous two. Jiang Ning plans to collect the spiritual rice and send some to his parents, who are far away in Wencheng. The spiritual rice he grows in Huqi Mountain can only be regarded as the most ordinary quality, but if it is consumed by ordinary people, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. While Jiang Ning was thinking, he held the mouse and unconsciously clicked into the game library, browsed around, and quietly exited. Zhu Yuantang huddled at the other end of the sofa and witnessed Jiang Ning's actions from beginning to end. She was puzzled. Jiang Ning, why do you only watch games and not play them? She was so curious. There were so many games in the game library. If she was not worried about myopia, she would definitely play a lot. Jiang Ning, don't ask so many questions, kid, play with your building blocks. Zhu Yuantang pouted, very unconvinced. She was holding the building blocks and suddenly had an idea. Jiang Ning, let me perform a magic trick for you. She had long coveted Jiang Ning's magic tricks and tried every way to pester Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning was always unwilling to teach. Zhu Yuantang decided to be self-reliant, and she would prove that her magic tricks were no worse than Jiang Ning's. Jiang Ning sat still, and the chair turned automatically, and he faced Zhu Yuantang. Perform. Zhu Yuantang straightened his posture and sat cross-legged on the sofa, with the pile of colorful building blocks hidden behind her. Do you believe it or not, I can guess the color of any building block I pick up. Jiang Ning, I don't believe it. Zhu Yuantang, then let's make a bet. If I win, you will accompany me to catch sheep. Jiang Ning was speechless. He was still thinking about your sheep. What if you lose? Jiang Ning asked. If I lose, I will buy you a small cake. Zhu Yuantang said generously. Jiang Ning agreed. Seeing that the contract was reached, Zhu Yuantang shouted, you're done. She had already begun to imagine the scene of eating honey-glazed lamb chops. Zhu Yuantang giggled twice and almost choked on her saliva. Jiang Ning said, there are 3 building blocks. If you can guess the colors of all of them, you win. Huh, that's easy. I'm going to start. She closed her eyes, and her little hand touched the pile of building blocks behind her. She grabbed a building block easily. She said proudly, blue. Then she opened her eyes, and the building block was indeed blue. Look, it worked. She grabbed another one, pink. Sure enough, it was pink again. Zhu Yuantang's eyes were cunning. The ignorant Jiang Ning definitely didn't know that he had already used his memory to remember the position of each building block in the building block pile. As long as she wanted, she could grab it wherever she pointed. The last one. Zhu Yuantang is about to win the bet. Tomorrow, she will lead her subordinate Jiang Ning to catch sheep together. She is in charge of command, and Jiang Ning is responsible for conquering by force. Zhu Yuantang touched a building block on the right. She remembered very clearly that the building block was white. Just when she was about to touch it, Jiang Ning moved his fingers and pulled the white building block and another purple building block in the air and changed their directions. Zhu Yuantang thought she was holding a white building block. She closed her eyes and smiled. White, white, Jiang Ning, I won. She opened her eyes excitedly and then was dumbfounded. Jiang Ning, stupid, you held purple, you lost. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth. How could it be purple? I clearly remember it was white. Jiang Ning, huh, you cheated. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly said, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, remember to buy me a cake tomorrow. He emphasized again, you watch me eat. Zhu Yuantang, suddenly life turned grey. As if in an instant, she lost all her strength and slumped lazily on the sofa. She didn't even want to play with building blocks. After Jiang Ning punished her, he turned back to his chair and continued to think about his arrangements in Huqi Mountain. Zhu Yuantang collapsed for a while and felt that she couldn't go on like this. She wanted revenge. Zhu Yuantang used a lot of strength to overcome her soft body. She stood barefoot on the sofa. She jumped to the west and jumped onto Jiang Ning's bed nimbly. After jumping, she stood on tiptoe, took off a windbreaker that Jiang Ning had hung up, and took out his scarf. Zhu Yuantang wrapped the coat around her body, but the windbreaker was bigger than her, completely covering her, making her look even smaller. Zhu Yuantang didn't care and put on the scarf again. She stood on the bed, imitating Jiang Ning's pace to walk. She coughed and then said, hello everyone, my name is Jiang Ning. Don't underestimate me, because I usually look serious. In fact, you don't know that I'm a wicked person who does all kinds of evil. Today, I used despicable means to win Zhu Yuantang's cake. I'm guilty and I repent. Jiang Ning, at 11:30 p.m., Zhu Yuantang left with satisfaction. After she left, Jiang Ning stayed in the room for a while, and when Zhu Yuantang next door fell asleep, he opened the door, released the flying boat, and flew towards Huqi Mountain. Compared to the dark Huqi Mountain under the night before, many white iron houses have been built around Huqi Mountain now. Searchlights were installed on the roofs, and beams of light illuminated the route into the mountain. With pairs of security patrols, it was undoubtedly difficult for ordinary people to enter the mountain. And this was only the first level of protection. In the forest of Huqi Mountain, there was a concealing formation set up by Jiang Ning. He took the flying boat and passed through Huqi Mountain without attracting anyone's attention. When he was about to enter the formation, Jiang Ning sent out a spiritual power, and he fell from the flying boat into the forest below. With a casual move, he put the flying boat into the storage ring. Jiang Ning stood in front of the lush spiritual field, irrigated by the gurgling spiritual spring, and wisps of mist emerged from the spiritual field. He was quite satisfied. Jiang Ning set about collecting spiritual rice. The next morning, Jiang Ning deliberately waited for Zhu Yuantang to finish breakfast before getting up slowly. During breakfast, Zhu Yuantang was angry and said that he would only cook for himself in the future. Jiang Ning slowly told her that he got a particularly delicious ingredient. Zhu Yuantang stopped making trouble immediately. She knew that anything Jiang Ning said was delicious must be very delicious. Then, Jiang Ning spent a wonderful morning. A day of classes passed without any incident. The only thing that surprised Jiang Ning was that Dun Kaikun was particularly abnormal today. He didn't talk to Bayuxia all day. It was like a different person. It was the last class of the evening self-study. Chen Siking turned around to chat. The topic of today's chat was quite special, about family. Chen Siking knew that Bayuxia's father was an associate professor and her mother was an associate chief physician, so she was also curious about the occupations of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang's parents. In fact, this topic is quite private. Many students in number 4 middle school come from rural areas, and some students' parents are simply migrant workers on construction sites. Some high school students care about their reputation and are inevitably reluctant to mention their parents, always feeling inferior. Jiang Ning said openly, I work in Wencheng, and I work at Changqing Liquid Company. As soon as he said this, Chen Siking and Bayuxia looked at him in surprise. Changqing Liquid Company has risen in Yuzhou. Recently, it has become very popular in Yuzhou. Everyone knows that a very powerful company has emerged in the local area. Not only is the company large, but the treatment is also first class. The salary and benefits are twice or even 3 times that of other companies. Bayuxia, is it the Wencheng branch of Changqing Liquid? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning said. A very good job. Bayuxia praised, and she asked again, is it the management? Yes, it is indeed the management. With the help of Jiang Ning, his parents have become the top management of the Wencheng Changqing Liquid branch. The business ability of Wencheng people is among the best in the country. There are many rich people. Changqing Liquid is very popular in Wencheng. Bayuxia heard Jiang Ning's answer, and her doubts disappeared. She had heard that Jiang Ning came from a town, but the things Jiang Ning used on a daily basis were no worse than hers. The mobile phone was worth thousands of yuan, and the headphones were also worth thousands of yuan. Even a fountain pen costs tens of thousands. Other students can't tell the difference between these things, but Bayuxia can. Her father likes stationery very much, and she has been influenced by him, and knows roughly the value of them. This kind of luxury goods can only be afforded by Qishan Heng's group in the entire number 4 middle school. Now that she heard that his parents are from Changqing Liquid Company, she no longer has doubts. Her father once said at the dinner table that Changqing Liquid has great potential for future development, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will become the most powerful company in the entire province. The treatment of employees inside is very good, and some management can get an annual salary of more than 1 million. If Jiang Ning's parents are management, it is not surprising that he can afford luxury goods. Chen Siking said, Changqing Liquid is very expensive. Bayuxia said, it is expensive. The cheapest bottle costs 3,000 yuan. Chen Siking asked again, Zhu Yuantang, what do your parents do? Zhu Yuantang was stunned after hearing this. Thoughts seemed to float back to a few years ago. At that time, Zhu Yuantang was still in the first grade of junior high school. In her junior high school, class competition was very serious. Many boys like to show off their shoes, Nike, Adidas, and often compare with each other in class, who has the best shoes, and who has face. In order to compete whose shoes are better, the boys rub the soles of their shoes on the cement floor. If someone's shoes can make a loud sound, then whose shoes are really good shoes. Not only boys compete with each other, but girls are also serious. Once, they talked about their parents' situation. There was a classmate whose parents opened a company. The parents of another girl worked in the company of this girl's parents, and they were inferior from then on. Zhu Yuantang was also asked about her family situation before. She talked about her mother's job, but was laughed at by the girls. It turned out that her mother was a cleaner. Since then, when others asked again, Zhu Yuantang never talked about her mother's job. Today, facing Chen Siking's question, Zhu Yuantang subconsciously wanted to hide it, and then she realized that there was nothing to hide. Chen Siking and Bayuxia are not the group of girls in junior high school. They will not laugh at each other because of their family background. Besides, Zhu Yuantang is different now. She is the top student in the grade and can bring honor to her mother. Most importantly, Jiang Ning is here. Zhu Yuantang thought for a while, and she said with her chest and head held high, my mother works at Changqing Liquid Company. If my mother is laid off, hundreds of people in the company will have no food to eat. Chen Siking opened her mouth. Zhu Yuantang's mother is a leader? Bayuxia said, hundreds of employees have no food to eat. She is indeed a very powerful leader. Generally, there are only these people in a small company. Chen Siking said, the company where my father works has only more than 80 people in total. They didn't expect that Zhu Yuantang's family background was so good. No wonder she could get so close to Jiang Ning. It turned out that they were from the same company. After receiving the surprised look, Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied. Pang Jiao said to Wang Yan'an, Yan'an, I decided to lose weight. She took a sip of milk tea. Wang Yan'an said, you are not fat, and aren't you taking sugar control tablets? Pang Jiao recalled the scene when she fainted in the classroom that day and several sisters carried her. She actually heard them shouting 1, 2, 3. Pang Jiao knew everything. So she decided to lose weight, at least to the extent that several sisters could lift her up. On the other side, Yang Sheng was filling out the registration items for the sports meeting, and she filled in the women's 1500 meters. Yuan, Jiang Ning, and Shen Qinj discussed the values of marriage together. Yuan expressed her opinion, if I get married in the future, I must find a handsome man. The financial conditions don't have to be too good. We can work hard together. Shen Qinj said calmly, I want both handsomeness and financial conditions. She lived in her sister's house and saw the life of her brother-in-law's family. Basically, when the holidays came, they went around the country to play. Once you experience this kind of life, it is difficult to go back. Everything Shen Qinj is learning now is the hope that she can be worthy of such a life in the future. In the future, she will be admitted to a key university, and she wants to settle in a big city. Yuan looked at Shen Qinj and didn't think Qinj's request was excessive. Shen Qinj was beautiful, had good grades, and was in the top 15 in the class. Their class 8 was an ordinary class, but it was much better than the average ordinary class. Take Dong Qingfeng, who ranked 5th, for example. His grades would be good enough to compete for the first place in most parallel classes, but in class 8, he could only rank 5th. After the two girls finished speaking, it was Jiang Ning's turn. Jiang Ning said, being handsome and having good financial conditions are secondary to me. I hope his parents are both dead, because I heard that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is difficult to get along with. Especially boys whose mothers have passed away. It really adds points to me, which is more important than being handsome and having good financial conditions. This answer was difficult for Yuan and Shen Qinj to understand for a while, as they had never imagined this aspect. Yang Sheng, who was nearby, felt it was ridiculous. She looked at Jiang Ning and suddenly asked, would you be willing to give your son extra points in the future? Chapter 277 Mysterious Memory Card. April 17th, Thursday. The day before the school anniversary is getting closer. The school's Teikai training has already taught all 12 forms. In the following days, students practiced Teikai repeatedly and continued to practice it proficiently so as to prepare for the rehearsal in front of leaders and famous alumni. Zhu Yuantang originally planned to ask Jiang Ning for Teikai and then shock others, but every time she went to Jiang Ning's room at night, she always found various excuses to shirk. For example, she had just taken a shower and had no energy, or she was tired from studying today and wanted to play games to relax. Zhu Yuantang used to worry that she could not learn Teikai. Unexpectedly, the day before yesterday, Shan Qingrang told her that she did not need to participate in the rehearsal and she would represent the first grade and give a speech on stage. Since then, Zhu Yuantang has been floating. She never went to Teikai training again, which aroused the envy of classmates in the class. After school this afternoon, other students gathered downstairs to practice Teikai, while Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang went to the carport and planned to go home for dinner. Jiang Ning gave the spiritual rice to Aunt Gu in advance, and dinner was rice. In April, the night falls very late. It was still daylight when Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang got home. Aunt Gu didn't greet them at the door. Jiang Ning scanned with his mind and found that she was cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Ning parked her mountain bike at the door so that she could ride it away during evening self-study. Mom. As soon as Zhu Yuantang entered the yard, she smelled a sweet fragrance. The unique fragrance really lifted her spirits. Zhu Yuantang took small steps to speed up and quickly entered the kitchen. Aunt Gu kept cooking. She turned around and glanced at Tang Tang and Jiang Ning, who followed her. Aunt Gu smiled gently. I put the dishes on the table. Wash your hands quickly. The dishes will be ready soon. Zhu Yuantang didn't listen. She touched the place where the fragrance came from and found that it was rice. What a fragrant rice! Zhu Yuantang exclaimed. Mom, where did you buy the rice? Aunt Gu, Jiang Ning gave it to me. Zhu Yuantang cast his eyes on Jiang Ning again, revealing a suspicious look. I planted it myself. Jiang Ning answered truthfully. He was responsible for everything from seed selection to cultivation, and then to picking. Just brag. Zhu Yuantang thought Jiang Ning was lying to her again. Jiang Ning, if you have the guts, don't eat it. Zhu Yuantang was incompetent. Today's meal was very simple. The staple food was rice, and the only dish was a plate of shredded green pepper and potatoes. I've eaten at the company. You too can have some. Aunt Gu poured 2 bowls of boiling water. Zhu Yuantang looked at the rice in the bowl. The rice grains were slightly larger than usual, and the color was white and smooth like jade, as if glowing. Just smelling it, there was a refreshing fragrance. For a while, Zhu Yuantang actually forgot to move her chopsticks. Jiang Ning saw her in a daze. "If you don't eat it, your bowl will belong to me." Zhu Yuantang came back to her senses, and she didn't refute it. She took a mouthful of rice with chopsticks. One bite, it was soft and smooth, sticky but not thick, and there was a special and unique fragrance, and the whole mouth was fragrant. It was so delicious that she almost cried. Zhu Yuantang had never eaten such delicious rice in her life. Jiang Ning looked at the expression on her little face and laughed in his heart. In fact, he had the same reaction when he first ate the spiritual rice. He never thought that simple rice could be so delicious. The so-called simplest is also the most extreme, just like Jiang Ning's path of cultivation later. Zhu Yuantang took a bite. She didn't eat greedily, but held the bowl in front of Aunt Boo. "Mom, try it quickly, it's super delicious." Evening self-study. Before class. In the back row of the classroom, 4 rows of seats, several people gathered together and looked at the 2 figures outside the corridor. "You are amazing, you are awesome, and it was you who came up with the idea," Zhang Kai said angrily. Yan Qianpeng looked unhappy. "When I helped you make money, you were more attentive than anyone else." Zhang Kai shirked the blame. "You are the one who lied to me. I don't understand why I cooperated with someone like you at that time." Yan Qianpeng said, "Haha, you lost money in the cooperation and came to me for money. Why didn't you ask the school for it?" "How could I not lose money? It's useless to say so much. I don't want more. Just give me 200 yuan. Zhang Kai has less than 20 yuan in his hand now, and every day there are students who bought with fee in the past and ask him to return the money. Yan Qianpeng looked at Ji Yuokanan and others and shouted, "Everyone, come and judge. Tell me, is it right for him to do this? I used to treat you to braised chicken. I should have fed it to the dog." When Zhang Kai mentioned this, he immediately got angry. "You treated me to braised chicken, right? We can eat one bowl, right? Who cares about your braised chicken? Find a dog to eat a bowl with you. Even dogs don't eat it." The more they talked, the angrier they got. Wang Lang watched for a while and whispered, "Brother Ma, they are biting each other." Hujun, "It feels like they are going to fight." Ji Yuokanan, "It's too ugly to fight. It will only make people laugh at our class 8. I'll go and stop them." After saying that, Ji Yuokanan stepped forward to persuade them to stop fighting. Although Ji Yuokanan was often deceived by women, he was popular with boys, was loyal, and was good at talking. He persuaded them to stop fighting. But Zhang Kai and Yan Qianpeng had such a fight, it was obvious that they had already parted ways. Hu Jun said with emotion, "I heard that partnership business cannot be done before, and today I see that it is indeed the case." Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang arrived in the classroom. Zhu Yuantang sighed. "Jiang Ning, I'm very satisfied with your rice." Jiang Ning ignored her. Zhu Yuantang ate 1.5 bowls today. If he hadn't only given Aunt Gu that amount of spiritual rice, I'm afraid she would have eaten 3 bowls. Sister Chen Saiking was puzzled. "Don't all rice taste the same? Is there a difference?" Bei Yuxia said, "Yes, the rice my family used to eat was 6 yuan per kati, which was considered relatively expensive. If you only eat rice at home, you may not feel it, but compared with restaurants outside, the difference is very large." After she said this, Chen Saiking finally understood, and she suddenly said, "It seems so. You have been to the braised chicken restaurant at the door. I think their rice is delicious." Bei Yuxia thought about it and said, "The quality of their rice is really good. I guess the quality of the rice is 3 or 4 yuan per kati. What kind of rice do you eat? Is there a brand?" Bei Yuxia asked. She planned to change the taste. "Jiang Ning, tell me." Zhu Yuantang instructed him, and the rice was obtained by Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, I don't know the specific brand." Zhu Yuantang, "Anyway, it's several sizes bigger than the rice I ate before." Shan Kaikwan on the other side of the river said, "It must be genetically modified rice." Without waiting for the others to speak, he said, "Eat less genetically modified rice. It's not good for your health." Chen Saiking was puzzled. "Why?" Shan Kaikwan, "There was an uncle in our village who went out to work. He worked in a coastal city and was one of the earliest His job was to look after greenhouses for others. He advised us not to eat genetically modified rice, saying that it would cause great harm to children. His child's DNA didn't match his, because they had been eating genetically modified food, which changed his child's genes. Shan Kaikwon was convinced. Chen Saiking also thought it made sense. Only Baiyuksha Xiaojing's face suddenly showed a bit of strangeness. She said softly, "Did his wife tell him this knowledge?" Jiang Ning looked at Baiyuksha in surprise. During the break, somehow, a piece of news came out. It is said that during the school anniversary, the flag raising ceremony will be conducted by the first year students, and the flag bearers will also be selected from the first year students. In the chaotic classroom, Shan Kaikwon didn't care about those things. He ran to the playground with Jiuo Kunan as usual. After the false confession to Baiyuksha the night before, Shan Kaikwon thought about it for a day and felt that Baiyuksha didn't dislike him. In terms of feelings, not disliking means not rejecting. Isn't the other meaning of not rejecting consent? Shan Kaikwon realized that he worked hard on running training and was bound to achieve good results in the school sports meeting. Yuan in the classroom said to Jiang Yanan, "Nanan, it's time to choose a flag bearer." The flag bearer is usually a tall and handsome boy, especially for the 60th anniversary celebration. The flag bearer must be extremely important. Jiang Yanan said, "I don't know who will be chosen as the flag bearer in the first year of high school." Yuan said firmly, "If there can only be one person in a class, our class will definitely be the class monitor. He is tall, handsome, has good grades, and is very nice to us. We will definitely choose the class monitor." Jiang Yanan said, "Are you so sure?" Yuan said, "Who else in our class is more qualified to be the flag bearer than the class monitor?" Cuiu over there was unhappy. He heard Yuan advocating other men in front of his beloved Jiang Yanan. He could not tolerate this behavior no matter what. Cuiu said, "I know who else can be the flag bearer." His voice was very loud, and Yuan and Jiang Yanan heard it all. Yuan looked at Cuiu and said in a sharp tone, "Hey, who else did you say? Could it be you? Let's not talk about anything else. I just heard that the flag bearer is at least 1.85 meters tall. Are you that tall?" Cuiu wanted to refute Yuan sternly, but he was indeed not tall enough. He was about 1.75 meters tall. In a hurry, Cuiu patted Meng Jiui next to him. "Although my height does not meet the standard, my brother Meng Jiui is tall enough." Meng Jiui was playing a game. He recently played a strategy game called Rust War. It was very exciting. Because he was too addicted to the game, he was still a little confused after being patted by Cuiu. "Meng Jiui, stand up." Cuiu shouted. "Meng Jiui, don't you see I'm playing a game?" Cuiu urged, "You hold the stage for me first, and I will play a game online with you." Hearing this, Meng Jiui immediately agreed. He had been thinking about playing games online with others for a long time. As for games, it's more exciting to play together. Meng Jiui stood up. Cuiu looked at Yuan. "What are you so proud of?" "My brother Jiui dares to say he is the first in height comparison. Who dares to say he is the second?" Meng Jiui's real height is not high. He is only 173. But he wore a pair of 4 cm shoes, and his hair was sprayed with hairspray on his head, which was 13 cm tall. When added together, he reached the realm of 190 centimeters. Yuan shouted, "Bullshit, Meng Jiui's hair is all hair." Meng Jiui was angry when he heard this. He could insult him, but he would not allow others to insult his hair. Meng Jiui straightened his waist. Meng Jiui, stand tall." "Zaya, are you practicing dancing tomorrow night?" Chen Saiking asked. Baiyuksha participated in the 4th middle school's anniversary program. In terms of dancing skills, she can be ranked among the top in the 4th middle school. The most important thing is that she is beautiful, not the beauty commented by the so-called art circle, but the beauty that truly conforms to the public. Not only she participated in the dance performance, but also the twins Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Saiking, who danced with her. Baiyuksha calculated the time and said, "Go." The last 2 classes of the evening self-study class tomorrow are self-study classes. Yes. Chen Saiking agreed. "We can practice until 10:30 p.m. She and her sister live in the school dormitory, so they don't have to worry about going home too late. After talking about dance, Chen Xiqing suddenly came close and said mysteriously, "Your birthday is coming soon." Bei Yuxia said slightly. After this birthday, she will be 16 years old. Chen Xiqing suddenly handed over a small USB flash drive. It was not a USB flash drive, but a card reader with an 8GB memory card in it. To celebrate your 16th birthday, this is a video my sister specially got. Bei Yuxia felt very strange after hearing it. She asked, "What video?" Chen Xiqing said in a very low voice, "That kind of video." Bei Yuxia's fair face turned red. She looked calm on the surface, but she was no worse than others in terms of what she should know at this age, especially in terms of the breadth of knowledge. She asked with a slightly red face, "What video is it?" Chen Xiqing smiled slyly. "It's a video about many teenagers taking turns to bully a woman." Bei Yuxia's face turned even redder, and even a little bit charming. Chen Xiqing said, "It's all in the memory card. You can insert it into your mobile phone to watch." "See, I found this with great effort. You can enjoy it tonight." "What? I don't watch this kind of thing." Bei Yuxia thought that Chen Xiqing was really something, and actually wanted to lead her astray. Due to Xiqing's enthusiasm, Bei Yuxia reluctantly accepted the memory card. She put it in her pocket, and her face returned to its former coldness, but her eyes flashed, as if she had done something wrong. At night, 11 o'clock. The lights were turned off in the girls' dormitory of number 4 middle school. In the darkness, the bed emitted a faint light, which was the fluorescent light of the mobile phone screen. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiqing squeezed into a quilt, whispering, "Sister, hasn't Zai replied to you yet?" Chen Xiqing said, "Don't worry." Downtown, amid a high-end residential area, on the 12th floor, in a spacious bedroom, the lights were off. Bei Yuxia was wearing pajamas, with her long hair tucked under the quilt. In the darkness, she plugged the earphones into her phone and pressed the power button. The screen started playing the animation of the power on, illuminating the quilt and Bei Yuxia's pretty face. When the boot was complete, she clicked on the file manager, and sure enough, a brand new memory card appeared. She took a breath and her heart beat a little faster. Good girls also have a rebellious side. Bei Yuxia looked at the neatly arranged videos. She picked up an earphone and put it in her ear. Thinking about what Chen Xiqing said, many teenagers take turns bullying a woman. Her legs in her pajamas couldn't help but clamp together. Because of the temperature of the quilt, her nose was slightly sweaty, and the screen was covered with a layer of mist and became blurred. Bei Yuxia wiped the screen, no longer hesitated, and her slender fingers quickly clicked to play the video. Then, a familiar song came out, Calabash Brothers. Calabash Brothers. Bei Yuxia opened her mouth slightly. "Ah. I won't sacrifice the seedlings, but a fatter one." The Witcher, gaining experience starting from the Knight's breathing technique. This is a popular Witcher article recently. If you are interested, you must read it. Chapter 278 Signature. Friday. During the morning break, there was a break time of nearly 30 minutes. Zhu Yuantang was lying on her stomach to rest. Last night, she stayed in Jiang Ning's room until after 12 o'clock, which was rare. If Jiang Ning hadn't told her that playing games for a long time was not good for her health, she would definitely have insisted on playing games until 2 o'clock in the morning. But even so, when she fell asleep, it was already 12:30. The morning self-study time at number 4 middle school was very early. After all, she was not Jiang Ning. Even if she didn't rest for a few days, she would not be tired. Just after class, Chen Xiaoyu pulled Bei Yuxia to have breakfast. She was a veteran player who didn't eat breakfast. Shan Kaikun looked deeply at Bei Yuxia going away. He made up his mind and went to the back row. "Brother Nan, let's go, run." Shan Kaikun has been very active in exercising recently. He even put the energy of studying cultural courses into preparing for the sports meeting. Shan Kaikun is not stupid. The results of cultural courses can be improved at any time, but there is only one sports meeting. Results are valuable, but love is more valuable. "Let's go," Jiuo Kunan responded. He also participated in the sports meeting and signed up for the men's 400 meters. Jiuo Kunan's pursuit of victory is not as extreme as Dan Kaikun's, but since he has participated, he will definitely not fool around, but run well. He is a man who has a beginning and an end, but his love often ends prematurely. Jiang Ning believes that he is not suitable for dating during the 3 years of high school, which will only affect his perfect state of mind. Jiang Ning decided to seal his heart and no longer love. As long as he doesn't love, he won't be hurt. Brother Ma, Long, let's go together? Jiang Ning shouted. Their relay race includes 2 people. Ma Shicheng said, no, I'm going to the cafeteria. I didn't eat breakfast and I'm hungry. Wang Long was playing with Ma Shicheng's mobile phone. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Ma, I just started this game. Can you buy me a steamed dumpling? The characteristics of the cafeteria of number 4 middle school are not only fried dough sticks and chicken legs, but also steamed dumplings, which are one of the characteristics. The skin is thin and the filling is tender, fresh and delicious. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. A basket of 6 steamed dumplings, selling for 5 yuan. Moreover, for high school students of this age, 1 basket is not enough to fill them up. For Wang Long, 2 baskets are enough. If he adds a bowl of egg soup, the price of breakfast will soar to 11.5 yuan. Such a price for breakfast would be a pain for ordinary high school students in a small city in 2014. So Wang Long usually only orders 1 basket to eat half full. Ma Shicheng, besides steamed dumplings, what else? Egg soup. Wang Long said, 1 cup, steamed dumplings and some chili for me. He took out 10 yuan and handed it to Ma Shicheng. They, the day students, did not apply for meal cards in the cafeteria, and usually all transactions were made in cash. Okay, wait. Ma Shicheng left. Zhang Kai got up from his seat and looked at the door of the classroom. He noticed the movements of Shan Kaikun and Jiang Ning and knew that they were going to the playground to run. Zhang Kai signed up for the sports meet, 100 meters, 800 meters, and long jump, a total of 3 events. If it were not the number 4 middle school sports meet, individuals could only sign up for 3 events at most, and Zhang Kai even planned to sign up for 7 or 8 events. The reason why he was so active was that there were prizes in the sports meet. According to gossip, the prizes were extremely generous. If Zhang Kai could win the prize, he could even pay off his debts directly, and the remaining money would be enough to buy a mobile phone. How could Zhang Kai miss such an opportunity? He couldn't wait to cherish it. With this idea in mind, Zhang Kai has been training frantically recently. He is quite talented in sports and has been planning to become a sports student after his sophomore year. Zhang Kai walked towards the door of the classroom and saw Shan Zhao. Shan Zhao was wearing a school uniform and looked like a down-to-earth child. Zhang Kai had a good impression of Shan Zhao. Let's go to the playground and practice with me. Training alone is boring. If someone is watching from the side, maybe you will be more motivated. Zhang Kai doesn't have many friends. Yan Xianpeng, who was in the honeymoon period before, stopped contacting him because his business collapsed. Did you participate in the sports meet? Shan Zhao asked. Yes, brother, let me show you what strength is. Zhang Kai was full of confidence. He exercised regularly and was the sports committee member of class 8. His physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. Shan Zhao agreed. He also planned to exercise. After all, to do his job, he needed to have fast legs and be efficient. He could also observe Zhang Kai's movements, which was a win-win situation. In the corridor, Yan Xianpeng called Shi Qianjin. Qianjin, are you going to the cafeteria? Shi Qianjin stopped and turned around unhappily. He planned to buy some food in the cafeteria. But he remembered that last time, he said he was going to the cafeteria, but Yan Xianpeng asked him to bring food. There were so many people in the cafeteria, and it was troublesome to bring food. It was okay once or twice, but he had brought enough food every day. The key point was that Yan Xianpeng was a stingy person. Shi Qianjin used to bring food to Shenzhen Li. Although he bullied Liang Sheng every day and was a little domineering, he was not stingy. Sometimes when he brought food, Shenzhen Li would often buy him an extra egg. But here with Yan Xianpeng, let alone eggs, he didn't even see a chicken feather. So Shi Qianjin thought for 2 seconds and replied, I'm not going to the cafeteria. I have something to do in the dormitory. Anyway, he would come back after eating. If he didn't say it, Yan Xianpeng would definitely not know. After hearing this, Yan Xianpeng immediately said, "What a coincidence, Qianjin, bring the power bank on my bedside, my phone is out of power." Shi Qianjin cursed in his heart, "Fuck your whole family." He gave in. But he and Yan Xianpeng were in the same class, and in the same dormitory after all. If he didn't bring food, and had a fight, it would be embarrassing for both sides. "I know." Shi Qianjin walked away without saying a word to him. Now think about it, Shenzhenli is so much better than him. Unfortunately, since that incident, Shenzhenli has become much quieter, and doesn't like to talk anymore. He often stares at the blackboard in a daze. Shi Qianjin found that Shenzhenli was very similar to Jiang Sao in the textbook, a quiet version of Jiang Sao. Zhang Kai passed by the corridor, and happened to see Yan Xianpeng. The two avoided each other, and didn't say hello. On the way to the playground with Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keiquan, they passed by a row of big trees. He looked around and said, "Keiquan, have you noticed that there are more people on the playground recently? I noticed it a long time ago. I heard that the prize money for the sports meeting has increased." Shan Keiquan used to lurk in the 4th middle school forum, the 4th middle school group, and the 4th middle school group, in order to please Bayuxia, just to get the latest news, and share it with Bayuxia. Although he does less of those things now, these channels have been retained. Jiuo Kunan suddenly realized, "I was thinking, I remember that in junior high school, no one signed up for sports, and the sports committee member begged others to sign up. In the past 2 days, Huangzhang for his place has been very popular, and the students in the class have gathered around to sign up, and they are quite active. I wonder how much prize money there will be." Jiuo Kunan said expectantly, "It must be a lot. In the past, when the school held a school anniversary, some people donated money, including well-known alumni, and some donated millions." Shan Keiquan said. He pointed to the plastic track and lawn. "I heard that the playground was built with money donated by big bosses." Jiuo Kunan exclaimed, "They are so rich. I heard that a plastic running track costs several hundred yuan per square meter." Shan Keiquan said, "Our school has a teaching building, which was also donated by alumni. For the 60th anniversary of the school, there must be many people donating, and the prize money for the sports meeting will be even higher." Shan Keiquan said. Jiuo Kunan, "I have to cheer up, and call Ma Zhen and Long Long out to run later." Shan Keiquan said, "The relay race is a bit difficult." "Hey, Ma Zhen is okay, he runs very fast, but Long Long is lagging behind. If it's Jiang Ning, I'm sure I can win a prize in the relay race." Speaking of this, Jiuo Kunan said, "By the way, do you know what event Jiang Ning has signed up for?" Jiang Ning's physical fitness is obvious to all. If he participates, he will definitely not be inferior to the sports specialty students in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school. Jiuo Kunan and his friends are usually in the back row, and don't know the situation in the front row. Fortunately, they have Keiquan. Shan Keiquan said, "Not yet, he shouldn't care about that little prize money." The last time he heard Chen Xiaoyu say that Jiang Ning won 1,000 yuan outside by smashing sand pots, Bayuxia was still there at the time, and Dan Keiquan just hated that he went home too early. A missed opportunity. Shan Keiquan looked around, and saw no one he knew. He said, "Brother Nan, when I win the prize, I will use the prize money to buy Bayuxia a gift to express my love for me. What do you think?" Jiuo Kunan knew that Keiquan's move was tantamount to a suicide attack. However, facing his good brother's question, he encouraged him, "I think it's possible. Are you sure you can win the prize? The prize money is high, and athletes will definitely participate." He explained the difficulty. Shan Keiquan was silent for a while, and did not answer. He continued to walk forward, until he reached the edge of the playground. He looked at the playground, which had many more students than before, and the sun was bright and comfortable. He put his hands in his shirt pockets and suddenly said, "Brother Nan, everything I do now, whether studying or training, is all for confession. Confession is like washing clothes in a dark room. You don't know if you have washed them clean, so you can only wash them over and over again." He said to himself, "When you confess, the lights will turn on. You will find that, as long as you wash them carefully, the clothes will be as bright as new. All I do now is to wash clothes in the dark." Jiuo Kunan listened to this with a surprised expression. He didn't expect Keikwin to be so talented, and he couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. Keikwin, I suddenly feel that you can succeed. Gyo-kun said seriously. Shan Keikwin took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the scenery of the playground. He clicked into the draft box and sent a dynamic. Then, he put away his mobile phone and smiled faintly. Let's start training. I plan to run 7 or 8 laps. Unlike the students, who were sweating on the playground, the classroom was quiet. After Baiyuksha came back from dinner, she listened to Chen Xiao and Jiang Ning chatting. She didn't interrupt, but used her mobile phone to check the status of her space. Suddenly, a post popped up. Shan Keikwin, she is a dancing elf on the stage, and I'm the hero who marches forward bravely off the stage. Picture, playground. Baiyuksha frowned slightly, and she stepped back to check Shan Keikwin's signature. This signature was updated only yesterday. Her slightly closed eyes, nostrils like the night, and elegant dancing posture attract me all the time, and yesterday was exactly the time when she told others about participating in the dance program. And the 3 messages Shan Keikwin sent the night before. Baiyuksha, there's something wrong. She clicked into her space and set it not to see Shan Keikwin's status. After doing this, Baiyuksha suddenly became curious about the signatures of her classmates. At least for her, the signature can reflect her personality to a certain extent. Baiyuksha first looked at Yang Sheng's and saw the signature, a raincoat to face the rain in my life. It fits. She looked at Jiang Ning's signature again. Haha, are you back to the body of an ant again? Baiyuksha's lips curled up, and she found Jiang Ning quite interesting, at least not as cold as usual. Then, she clicked on Zheng Lu. The flower shop is closed, but the flowers continue to bloom. What does this mean? Baiyuksha just went through it in her mind once, and then she switched to someone else. This time it was Chen Xiao's. The sun shines brightly, but not as bright as a candle that shines for only one person. Looking at this sentence, Baiyuksha clicked on Chen Xiaoqing again, and found that the 2 signatures were exactly the same. That's great, she thought. Chen Xiao and the others seemed to never be alone. Baiyuksha also wanted to have another her like this in the world. What would that her look like? Baiyuksha fantasized. She looked through the signatures of her classmates in the list one by one, and turned to Shan Xiao's. I'm actually an actor. Then she turned to Huang Zhongfei. I'm just a child. And Ma Shichen's. Since childhood, I have been alone, taking care of the stars of the past generations. After reading the signatures of the classmates one by one, Baiyuksha was more impressed by them. She suddenly sighed. I just don't know who will leave after the Division of Arts and Science in the 2nd year of high school. Ma Shichen brought steamed dumplings to Wang Langlang. Wang Langlang was already very hungry and said, thank you, brother Ma. He quickly opened a bag, opened the box, picked up the chopsticks and ate. The surface of the steamed dumplings was dipped in the fried red oil chili powder. It was so fragrant when you took a bite. Wang Langlang wolfed down the steamed dumplings. When Ma Shichen saw this, he inserted a straw for the egg soup for him. Wang Langlang quickly finished 3 steamed dumplings and then slowed down. There were only 6 dumplings to begin with, and he didn't have time to savor the taste. Yu Wen, who was sitting at the front table, said to Lu Kiki, Kiki, your hooded jacket looks great. It makes you look so thin, and the color is great too. Lu Kiki put away her clothes and said, I tried on several before I chose this one. Yu Wen, it really looks great. Lu Kiki is not bad looking, and her clothes are also good. Wang Langlang picked up a steamed dumpling dipped in red pepper, took a closer look, and found that the dumpling was pretty. Suddenly, someone behind him shouted, Brother Long. Then he slapped him on the shoulder. Wang Langlang was so scared that his arm trembled, and the chopsticks trembled, and the steamed dumpling flew out. As luck would have it, it fell into the hood of Lu Kiki's new clothes. Wang Langlang was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. She would kill herself. Lu Kiki and Yu Wen were chatting happily, and they didn't notice this scene at all. Wang Langlang was extremely panicked. He took out a piece of paper from the hole in the table and shouted to Lu Kiki to imitate. Lu Kiki turned around and saw Wang Langlang waving a tissue. Lu Kiki teased, Wang Langlang, why are you waving a white flag to me? After saying that, she turned back. So the steamed dumplings continued to stay in Lu Kiki's hat. CUIU was stunned. Brother Long, I didn't mean to take a photo of you. Wang Lang Lang's face was full of bitterness. What should he do? Chapter 279, Miraculous Rejuvenation. Wang Lang Lang's steamed dumplings flew into Lukaku's hat, causing a disaster. For a moment, he anticipated many possibilities. If Lukaku was a brother, then it would not be a problem. Just take it out directly, and the brothers would just laugh it off and not care too much. If the steamed dumplings were not dipped in chili oil, if Lukaku was not wearing new clothes, everything would be easy to handle. But unfortunately, Lukaku did not meet these conditions. Even with Wang Lang Lang's resourceful mind, he was still helpless. It's over. What should I do? Wang Lang Lang racked his brains, but couldn't think of a solution. Wang Lang Lang looked around, and his most trusted brother Ma was not there. He looked at the water dispenser in front of the classroom, and Ma Shichen was holding a cup to get water. What do you think, CUIU? Wang Lang Lang sought a solution. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Maybe CUIU has a solution. CUIU looked embarrassed. He really just took a shot and ended up causing this. He was responsible, and he couldn't get rid of it. CUIU came closer and lowered his voice. Lang Lang, if we really can't do it, let's be honest. Wang Lang 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 hurriedly stopped him. Don't do it yet. Just now Yuan was talking to Lukaku about her new clothes. If the other party knew that there were dumplings in her new clothes, Lukaku would probably go crazy on the spot. Lukaku sat at the table in front of them. In their daily communication, Wang Lang Lang knew her personality. She was the kind of girl who was quite straightforward and would take revenge when she had a grudge. She was definitely not a weak girl. Once you provoke this kind of girl, the consequences will be very serious. And Lukaku's clothes must not be cheap. She used to wear a coat that cost more than 300 yuan. Who knows how much this coat costs? If the other party gets angry and asks for compensation, they will definitely bleed a lot. CUIU said. Or, we take out the dumplings while she is not paying attention. Wang Lang Lang observed carefully. It was mid-April and the temperature was rising. It was more than 20 degrees. Lukaku's new clothes were thin coats with a small opening in the hat. If you want to take them out to steam the dumplings, it will definitely make a lot of noise, and Lukaku will definitely notice it. Wang Lang Lang shook his head and refused. This method didn't work. Ma Shichen brought back the water, but before he could take a sip, Wang Lang Lang and CUIU saw their savior and quickly explained the whole story to Ma Shichen. You guys? Ma Shichen was speechless. He stared at Lukaku's hat, thought for a while, and said, after all, you are the ones who made the mistake first. I have a way to delay it for a while, but I have to be honest. Wang Lang Lang said, I plan to delay it and take out the dumplings first. After all, Lukaku will have 2 different reactions if there are dumplings or not. Ma Shichen looked around the classroom. It should be possible to take it. Wait for someone first. Waiting for whom? Wang Lang Lang asked. You will know when he comes. Ma Shichen said. Wang Lang Lang's mood almost sank to the bottom when he saw that the wise Ma Jie couldn't solve it independently. He looked down at the steamed dumplings in the disposable paper box, and his appetite, that had been eager to move before subsided. At the back door of the classroom, Shan Zhao, wearing a school uniform, came back from training with Zhang Kai. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was stopped by Ma Shichen. Shan Zhao, help me. Ma Shichen had the honor of seeing Shan Zhao's ability before, so he took note. After Shan Zhao heard this, he walked towards the seat of the 4 company seats. He was good at observing people's expressions and noticing the worried look of Wang Lang Lang and the others. His smile immediately became honest. Ma Shichen, what's wrong? Shan Zhao replied. Wang Lang Lang knew that Shan Zhao was a good person and that he was invited by Brother Ma. He hesitated for a moment and then told him the whole story of steaming dumplings. After listening, Shan Zhao said easily, you want to take out the dumplings, right? Wang Lang Lang said worriedly, it's just an idea, it's impossible to do it in reality. Ma Shichen said, last time in class, I saw you practicing picking up coins in the air. That technique was amazing, and you picked one accurately. Why don't you try it? Shan Zhao heard this, and his eyes locked on Lukaku's hat. He smiled in his heart. There was nothing in the world that he, Shanziro, couldn't take out. Leave it to me. Shanziro agreed. Wang Lang was stunned and asked uncertainly, can you do it? Cuiu also cast a questioning look. Shanziro is generally recognized as a good person. Even Wu Zhaoqi said that he is a good person. Recently, Zhang Kai also praised him a lot, which is enough to show his character. But this matter cannot be sloppy. If it fails, Cuiu and Wang Lang will be criticized by Lukiki. Shanziro rarely showed some sharpness. Do you know what authority is? Cuiu subconsciously asked. What is authority? Shanziro, I'm the authority. He spread his hands and several people looked at him. Unlike the delicate hands of other students, Shanziro's fingers are slightly dark, with large joints and calluses, as if he often works. Watch it. Shanziro shook his right hand. After saying that, he leaned over slightly. Then, his hand moved. How fast was his hand? Cuiu swore that he only had time to see a shadow. The next moment, Shanziro withdrew his hand. Cuiu looked at his hand quickly and saw Shanziro holding a half-red steamed dumpling between his two fingers. Wow. Wang Lang was stunned. It was almost like this. Shanziro's hand was almost like a flash of lightning. Cuiu thought of the animal world on TV when he was a child. Shanziro's hand was like a poisonous snake attacking, and it was instantly retracted. Without long-term practice, it would be impossible to do it. Ma Shichen also admired him. Sure enough, everyone has a good side. Ma Shichen took out a tissue. Shanziro put the steamed dumpling down and took another piece of paper to wipe the red oil on his hands casually. Wang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was finally half solved. Cuiu reminded, the dumplings are taken out, but there is still chili oil on the clothes. Wang Lang was stunned. There is no way. Oil is stuck on clothes and is not easy to remove. Let's wait until the storm is over and find an opportunity to confess to her. If she really wants to pay, then we will pay. Cuiu didn't want to pay money. He didn't have much living expenses for a week. What else could he do with that money? He had to waste it. Cuiu pondered over it and suddenly had an idea. I have a way. Wang Lang asked, what is it? If he could avoid paying, he didn't want to pay. Cuiu said, the hat was stained with chili oil, but the oil can be washed off. If we wash it secretly, does it mean that we don't need to say it? Wang Lang spread his hands. How to wash it? We don't have any tools, and the clothes are still on her. Cuiu sighed. That's right. The method is genius, but it can't be realized. Ma Shichen was amazed at his wonderful ideas, and he provided information. I know who has dishwashing liquid. If you really try, you can ask him. Cuiu. Who? Huang Yasu. When Cuiu heard this name, he immediately remembered that Huang Yasu was a famous no beggar in their class. Huang Yasu seemed to have everything. I remember that once, Gao Hishui asked the students to staple the test papers, and everyone tried to borrow a stapler, but Huang Yasu took it out. Not only staplers, but also tape measures, large tapes, and pliers. Huang Yasu had everything. Cuiu quickly ran to the front row to find Huang Yasu. Soon, he came over with a bottle of detergent. Cuiu looked at Ma Shichen's water cup and said happily, it's just right. After that, he looked at Shanziro and negotiated. Brother Ziro, can you help me? Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. Whether it succeeds or not, I will treat you to a coke at noon. Shanziro agreed. He was originally warm-hearted. Okay, Brother Ziro, stretch out your hand. Cuiu took the bottle of detergent and poured some into Shanziro's hand. Cuiu said again, Brother Ma, lend me the water cup. Then, Cuiu poured some water into Shanziro's hand. Shanziro rubbed his hands, and his hands were full of white foam. This white foam is effective and can remove oil. Cuiu praised, I used to wash dishes at home, and it fell off as soon as I rubbed it. Brother Ziro, can you wash clothes? Cuiu asked the most important part of the plan. Shanziro, of course. Cuiu said earnestly, Brother Ziro, can you rub the oil off for Lukiki? Shanziro's honest face showed a cautious look. It was a challenge, to wash the oil off Lukaku's hat without her noticing. However, Shanzao was never afraid of danger. In his once great career, this was just a small ripple. Shanzao twisted the foam with his fingers and said, "It might make a lot of noise." Cuiu waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute. Long Long, Marja, we will be his cover." Then the three of them gave up their seats and Shanzao sat in Wang Long Long's seat. Cuiu bent over to help Shanzao, while Ma Shicheng and Wang Long Long stood on both sides to prevent others from peeping. Lukaku in the front row said, Wen, what do you think about me wearing this dress and performing a show?" Wen, "Sure, I wanted to perform a show, but I don't have any special skills, alas." The two chatted fascinatedly, and Shanzao, who was behind, stretched out his hand covered with white foam, followed him like a shadow, and reached into Lukaku's dress hood. He moved his hands and gently rubbed the fabric stained with chili oil. His movements were extremely gentle and careful. After rubbing for 20 to 30 seconds, Shanzao withdrew his hand. Cuiu put his head on the table and observed, "The effect is good. Let's continue." He poured some dishwashing liquid on Shanzao's hands, added water and rubbed bubbles. "Lukaku, I heard that Bayuksha signed up for the dance. Did Shenkinj sign up?" Wen shook her head. "Kinj didn't sign up. It seems that Bayuksha is the only girl in our class who has confirmed a program." Lukaku said that, although she and Shenkinj played together, Bayuksha was undoubtedly beautiful when it came to dancing. Wen said, "Not necessarily. I heard that Pang Jiao and the others signed up for a program." Lukaku was surprised and said, "What?" Cuiu, who was behind, was shocked when he heard it. Because he was too shocked, he even forgot that Shanzao was still busy and subconsciously asked, "What program?" After the words came out, he secretly thought that it was not good. Shanzao was still washing Lukaku's hat. The moment Lukaku turned around, Shanzao quickly withdrew his hands with a lightning speed. Lukaku hadn't noticed that Wen said, "I heard that Pang Jiao and the others signed up for dance." When Cuiu heard about dance and thought about the beautiful figures of Pang Jiao and the others, all kinds of images came to his mind. He resisted the urge to inquire and pretended to be uninterested and said, "I know." Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Lukaku looked at Wang Long and Ma Shicheng strangely, only to see that they were standing at the edge of the table, standing straight. She asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Long, breathing fresh air. Lukaku thought that the two of them had a problem with their brains, so she didn't investigate further and turned back to chatting with Wen. "Keep going." Cuiu urged. Class was about to start. Shanzao was very dedicated. He knew that time was tight, and he didn't blame Cuiu for the thrilling situation just now. He put the overall situation first. Shanzao used foam to scrub the hat and finally rubbed the red oil off. Cuiu thoughtfully poured water into Shanzao's palm and said, "Rinse her again." To prevent any residue, Shanzao worked hard and finally solved the problem as expected. Cuiu and Wang Long both breathed a sigh of relief. He held the bottle of detergent and said, "Shanzao, I will definitely reward you." Wang Long was even more open-minded. "Shanzao, I will treat you to the crumb cake at noon and give you the whole high-end version." When Cuiu saw him express his attitude, he followed and said, "I will treat you to fruit tea, a cup of fruit tea, and a cup of double skim milk." Shanzao was satisfied. It was worth his hard work. Wasn't lunch solved? Not to mention, it felt good to earn money with his skills in an open and above board manner. However, Shanzao still said honestly, "It's just a piece of cake, don't bother." Wang Long, "I must treat you, otherwise I will feel bad." Cuiu, "Follow me and brother Long after school." After school at noon, the students packed up and went out to eat. Everyone was happy and relaxed. There were only 2 classes in the afternoon and weekends off. Next week, the school will be preparing for the 60th anniversary celebration. If you think about it, you will know that next week will definitely be a good week. The school celebration and sports meeting will be held the week after next, followed by the 3-day holiday of May Day. The students can have fun for half a month. Lukaku did not move. She changed into new clothes and planned to go to S restaurant for lunch with her seniors in the second year of high school. Recently, the restaurant has launched original chicken steak, various desserts, and delicious freshly squeezed juice. Restaurant is very expensive, 500 yuan per time, but Lukiki does not feel bad, because she is not the one who pays. Lukiki adjusted her hairstyle. She has not washed her hair for 3 days. Girls have long hair, so washing hair is troublesome and time consuming. She usually washes it every 3 days. She should have washed it today, but she got up late in the morning and did not have time to wash her hair. She touched her hair and felt that it was oily, but she was not sure. Generally speaking, even if a girl's hair is oily, boys may not be able to notice it. Just in case, Lukiki turned her head to look at Ma Shichen behind her. To be exact, it was Ma Shichen who had already walked to the classroom door. She shouted, "Ma Shichen, my hair isn't oily, is it?" Ma Shichen glanced back and replied, "It's a little reflective, I can't see clearly." Lukiki. After that, Ma Shichen left the classroom. Lukiki was suspicious. "My hair isn't really oily, is it? Should I go back to the rental house and wash my hair first?" Lukiki fiddled with her hair a few more times, then touched her hat. She touched it several times in a row. Her mouth opened, her eyes widened. "Why is my hat half wet?" Jiang Ning was walking in front, pushing the mountain bike, and Zhu Yuantang was following behind with small steps. Occasionally, when they were far apart, she would jog a few steps to catch up with him. The sun was shining brightly, shining on people. Even though they deliberately came out a few minutes later, the school gate was still blocked by snack stalls and students. When they got here, Zhu Yuantang held the mountain bike tightly to prevent herself from getting separated from Jiang Ning. Walking in the noisy crowd, the aroma of various snacks made Zhu Yuantang salivate. They kept going forward, passing through this congested road, approaching the intersection, and the snack stalls gradually became fewer. Zhu Yuantang forgot to let go of her little hand holding the mountain bike, and she looked at the shops on both sides. "Jiang Ning, do you remember the night we played guessing blocks?" "I remember, you lost." "Yeah, I still owe you a small cake. I'll buy it for you." Zhu Yuantang patted her chest, indicating that she was a person who kept her promises. Jiang Ning guessed her little thoughts. It was obviously Zhu Yuantang who wanted to eat it. "Owe it first, and buy it later," Jiang Ning said. "No, who do you think I am, Zhu Yuantang? I said I would buy it for you, and I will buy it for you," Zhu Yuantang said. "Well, okay." Jiang Ning took her into a dessert shop on the street. The dessert shop was decorated in a fresh style, as if it had just opened not long ago. The female clerk greeted her with a smile. She was very young and very beautiful. "Hello, we have coconut milk jelly, egg tarts, toast, and various fruit cakes. Take a look." Jiang Ning stood in front of the glass cabinet with cakes. The female clerk introduced, "These are freshly made cakes, made with animal cream, taste great, and are made and sold on the spot." Zhu Yuantang said, "Strawberries are delicious." Jiang Ning said, "Strawberry bento box cake." "Okay." The female clerk packed it up. Zhu Yuantang said again, "Do you know that coconut milk jelly should be eaten with cake?" Jiang Ning ignored her and waited for the female clerk to pack it up. Zhu Yuantang ran over to look at the coconut milk jelly and then came over to Jiang Ning and said, "The best is mango coconut milk jelly." Jiang Ning said to the clerk, "Give me a portion of mango coconut milk jelly." After finishing, Jiang Ning paid the money, 15 yuan for the cake and 10 yuan for the coconut milk jelly. After leaving the cake shop, Zhu Yuantang carried the bag and asked knowingly, "Jiang Ning, how did you know that I like to eat this?" Chapter 280 Homecoming. Jiang Ning ignored Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang didn't care. "Do you like the same thing as I like?" Jiang Ning said, "I'm too lazy to choose." While talking, Zhu Yuantang moved to the back seat. She moved gently, afraid of bumping the cake and coconut milk jelly. "Let's go back to the palace." Zhu Yuantang patted the seat. Jiang Ning didn't move. "What are you standing there for? Let's go," she said impudently. "I'm going home to cook." Jiang Ning started the mountain bike. It was lunchtime, and Aunt Gu was still working in the company. It was a busy time. After Jiang Ning got home, he found a bench and sat in the kitchen, watching Zhu Yuantang wash vegetables and cook. Maybe because of the cake, Zhu Yuantang cooked very quickly today. There were 2 dishes in total, fried squid with garlic moss and home-cooked stir-fried meat. The staple food was the steamed bun steamed by Zhu Yuantang. Although Jiang Ning still had spiritual rice in his hand, he didn't take it out. He was worried that Zhu Yuantang would eat too much and would not be used to eating the usual rice. It would be fine to eat it once in a while. This time, we are just trying to grow spiritual rice, and the quantity is not large. When the next batch matures, spiritual rice will be used as a daily staple food. Pumpkin rice soup, small cakes and coconut milk jelly make a rich lunch. Even though the rice was ready, Jiang Ning still didn't move. He waited for Zhu Yuantang to serve the rice, and then put the chopsticks to his mouth. Jiang Ning's behavior would be condemned anywhere. In his previous life, Jiang Ning lived with his uncle. His parents gave his uncle 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Jiang Ning helped cook, wash pots and dishes, and mop the floor. Otherwise he would easily be frowned upon by his aunt. Maybe it's natural to live in someone else's house, but Shenkinj, who also lived there, didn't have to do anything. He had just come out of the countryside, a teenager of 15 or 16, and his mind was not mature. In that environment, he had never considered living outside, and could only obey his duty. It's time to eat, Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang called. Jiang Ning just came back to his senses. He smiled and stopped thinking about the past. Well, I got it. Zhu Yuantang took 2 bites of garlic sprouts. Her lively eyes occasionally glanced at the cake and coconut milk jelly on the corner of the table. She swallowed a mouthful of pumpkin soup, which was slightly sweet. Jiang Ning, don't you want to eat cake? Jiang Ning glanced at her. Do you want to eat? After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang reacted violently like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I don't want to eat. I'm just asking. What a good question. Jiang Ning said slowly. Help me get a spoon. Zhu Yuantang, the cake comes with a spoon and a fork. Jiang Ning said in an unquestionable tone. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhu Yuantang was furious. Do you think you can be so arrogant, just by relying on an insignificant cake? Who gave you the confidence to provoke her? Doesn't she have any face? Go and get it quickly, don't dawdle. Jiang Ning said. Face cannot be eaten, but bread can be eaten. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Zhu Yuantang honestly brought a spoon for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning untied the bag and took out the paper box containing the cake. He moved his fingers and the spoon spun in a fancy way, which surprised Zhu Yuantang. So amazing, she can spin the spoon so handsomely. If she could spin like this, she would definitely shock her mother and Zhu Chuchu. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantang was too disdainful to learn such a simple skill. Jiang Ning moved his fingers and the spoon fell down, like a sharp knife, falling towards the cake, and gently cut the cake into 2 halves. He scooped a piece and put it in his mouth to taste. Zhu Yuantang was anxious. Jiang Ning clearly cut half, but he didn't give her any. Zhu Yuantang seemed unruly on the surface, but she was very principled. Her mother's education, since childhood, made her know her limits. If Jiang Ning didn't decide to give it to her, she rarely took action. Jiang Ning slowly appreciated Zhu Yuantang's demeanor. Not to mention, her hesitant look was indeed pleasing to the eye. The more Jiang Ning didn't give it to her, the more Zhu Yuantang wanted it. After a while, her resentful look seemed to be melted by Jiang Ning. At this time, Jiang Ning pointed at half of the strawberry cake. Look at me, this half is yours. Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed and wanted to pounce on the cake to eat it, but on the surface she was still reserved. TSK, I told you, you definitely can't finish it. There's really no way. I reluctantly share some of it for you. She maintained her superficial demeanor, pretending to be normal, and took the cake. In addition to the cake, there was also coconut milk jelly, and Jiang Ning didn't tease her again. Tease once a day, no more, no less. After Zhu Yuantang fulfilled her little wish, she began to talk to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, are you going out to work tomorrow? No. The last time I went on a long trip, I found part of the materials for the flying sword. The rest of the materials can be notified by Xiao Shuangshan. Zhu Yuantang sighed and said, I'm going out tomorrow. Jiang Ning knew it in advance with his spiritual sense, but he still listened to her. A neighbor in the village is sick and has just been discharged from the hospital. She used to be very kind to our family and helped a lot. My mother plans to go home to see her. My mother told me before that she would work overtime on the weekend. It happened that the company was very busy these 2 days. She didn't plan to work overtime and wanted to go home to visit the neighbors. Zhu Yuantong. I thought about it and told my mother that she would continue to work and I would go back to her hometown to visit the neighbors on her behalf. Jiang Ning, am I awesome? She was already able to be the master of the house. She could do this kind of outing and appearance for her. Awesome. Of course, I used to go home by myself when I missed my grandparents. Zhu Yuantang was proud. At that time, she was still a junior high school student. Her mother didn't have holidays on Saturdays and Sundays, so she took the bus back to the village by herself and was not afraid at all. Well, then you go home, Jiang Ning said. Oh. Zhu Yuantang responded sullenly and continued to eat. After a while, she asked, what are you going to eat at noon when I go home? Jiang Ning said, just make something. Zhu Yuantang was conflicted. Jiang Ning's 3 meals a day were all taken care of by her. What if she left home and Jiang Ning had nothing to eat? She thought she had the responsibility. When they were almost done eating, Zhu Yuantang asked tentatively, will you go back to the village with me tomorrow? Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. Okay. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Agreed. Jiang Ning, what else? It was the last class on Friday afternoon. Gao Hishui not only didn't stay late, but disappeared 5 minutes early. As soon as the bell rang, Shan Kaikun stood up and shouted to the back row, Kanan, let's go to the playground together. He didn't lower his voice. Even though the class was just over and the class was in chaos, many classmates around him could still hear it. Shan Kaikun's eyes inadvertently swept over Bayuxia, and sure enough Bayuxia looked over. Jiuo Kanan responded, I'm coming. Shan Kaikun shouted, I'm not going home today. Go to the playground and run 100 meters. You help me keep the time. Recently, Shan Kaikun has used 120% of his strength to prepare for the sports meeting. He followed the online tutorial and standardized his running movements. He went to exercise whenever he had time. Not only running, but also squats and push-ups. In addition, he drinks 2 boxes of pure milk and 3 eggs every day and eats at the restaurant at the school gate. Everything is for the medal of the sports meeting. Jiuo Kanan said, okay. Shan Kaikun, practice him. After listening to this, Dong Qingfeng felt that Shan Kaikun was too pretentious. He was similar to those students who liked to pretend to study. They pretended to work hard every day, punched into study, came earlier than chickens, and left later than dogs. As a result, they showed their true colors when they took the exam. Dong Qingfeng praised, you are so hardworking. You will definitely win a prize, right? This trick is called flattery. Dong Qingfeng learned it from Chen Qian. Unfortunately, Chen Qian has been reading and studying every day recently, and he doesn't chat with him and Wang Yang much. Shan Kaikun didn't hear the hidden meaning of Dong Qingfeng's words and just thought that Dong Qingfeng was really praising him. At this time, Bayuxia hadn't left yet, and many classmates were watching around. How many young people didn't get cocky? Shan Kaikun boasted, my goal is simple, get the top 3. Seeing that he took the bait, Dong Qingfeng praised him in front of the whole class. You can do it, you must win a prize, and then show me the medal. After saying this, Dong Qingfeng was satisfied. The classmates heard it, and when Shan Kaikun didn't win the prize, he would bring up these words again. Let Shan Kaikun always go against him. This time he was humiliating himself. With this in mind, Dong Qingfeng left happily. Shan Kaikun was also happy. He pretended to be happy in front of the whole class. Saturday, Zhu Yuantang got up early, which was rare. She rubbed her eyes and ran to the next door to knock on the door before washing. Jiang Ning, get up quickly or you will miss the bus. It was only 5:30 and the sky was just getting bright. Jiang Ning didn't want to get up, but Zhu Yuantang kept urging her. After breakfast, it was 6:30. Zhu Yuantang carried a small school bag, carefully checked the power switch at home, and locked the door. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang to the bus station by bike. Zhu Yuantang's hometown is located in Xinhan County, 50 kilometers away from Yuzhou City. People who usually travel there and back usually choose to take intercity buses with a fare of 10 yuan. If you are willing to spend money, you can take a taxi. The price of carpooling is about 20 to 40 yuan. If you charter a car, it will be expensive, costing 80 yuan. Although it is only 6:30, there are many people in Hebei, most of whom are elderly people running and exercising. Under Zhu Yuantang's command, Jiang Ning rode his bike, overtaking one runner after another. There was a child who was exercising with his father, who seemed to be unconvinced, and ran against Jiang Ning's mountain bike. Jiang Ning deliberately maintained a just right speed, hanging on the child. Zhu Yuantang changed his face and mocked him from behind, making the child run half to death. Jiang Ning slightly stepped on the pedals and completely opened up the distance. The bus station is 5 kilometers away from the river dam. In the morning, there are few people and few cars in the city. It took Jiang Ning just over 10 minutes to ride to the destination. He found a parking place, locked the mountain bike, and put a spiritual mark on it. After Jiang Ning bought the ticket, he and Zhu Yuantang entered the waiting hall. They walked all the way to the window with Xinhan County written on it. Zhu Yuantang found 2 empty chairs, wiped them clean with a tissue, and sat down with Jiang Ning. The waiting hall was very spacious, and the large floor tiles reflected stains. Zhu Yuantang was a little reserved, with his legs together, looking around. She suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, are you cold?" "No. Oh, I'm not cold either." Zhu Yuantang was dressed simply today, wearing an avocado-colored sweatshirt, slightly loose jeans, and white sneakers. While waiting for the departure time, more and more passengers lined up at the Xinhan County window, forming a long queue. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning came early and lined up in the front. Until the window barrier opened, people filed in and boarded the intercity bus. Zhu Yuantang chose the second to last row. She sat by the window, and Jiang Ning sat next to her to protect her. Zhu Yuantang's mouth curved. In the past, when she took the bus alone, she was most worried about the stranger sitting next to her. Sometimes when she met some particularly big aunts and uncles, Zhu Yuantang would silently shrink towards the window, fearing that she would be touched or touch others. Now it's much better. With Jiang Ning by her side, she doesn't have to be so cautious. It's great. Zhu Yuantang sighed in her heart. It's so safe. The experience of taking the bus is completely different from before. She looked out the window. In the parking lot next door was a bus bound for Guiyang County. She remembered that Jiang Ning's hometown was in Guiyang County. There were more and more passengers in the bus, including many middle school students of similar age, some of whom were carrying suitcases. In the end, the bus was full. Some passengers stood holding the handrails, and the environment in the bus became noisy. Several middle-aged men and women in the back row seemed to be together, chatting and laughing with their mouths open. Before the bus started, Zhu Yuantang took out his headphones and gave half to Jiang Ning. Yes. Jiang Ning snapped his fingers lightly, and the surrounding noise gradually decreased, which did not attract Zhu Yuantang's attention. The intercity bus started and slowly drove out of the bus station. Zhu Yuantang straightened up and looked around excitedly. She didn't even know what she was wondering. She noticed that across the street, a young couple was very close to each other, like them, each wearing headphones. Zhu Yuantang unconsciously moved closer to Jiang Ning and stuck to him with his body. The intercity bus took a full hour and 20 minutes to reach the Xinhan County bus station for the 50-kilometer journey. Zhu Yuantang's hometown is in Humiao Town, which is under the jurisdiction of Xinhan County. After getting off the intercity bus, he needs to transfer to another bus. This section of the road is a full 30 kilometers. Jiang Ning looked at the sun to check the current time. Although they got up very early, it was already 8:30. Zhu Yuantang pulled him. "Come with me, I know where to wait for the bus." She took Jiang Ning to a platform in the county town. In the past 2 years, Xinhan County has vigorously demolished and renovated. The platform was just built not long ago and is brand new and wide. An old man carrying a snackerskin bag, a woman carrying a red plastic bag, a middle-aged man smoking, and a student with a school bag on his back stood waiting for the bus. From time to time, a black car drove over, shouting to solicit passengers. Jiang Ning also met a driver who asked questions, and Zhu Yuantang rejected them all. Zhu Yuantang is young and has little experience, but she knows how to avoid danger. When traveling alone, she only takes the bus. Aunt Gu told her that there are all kinds of drivers of illegal taxis in towns and villages. Some people bought a second-hand car and started to pick up private passengers directly. When you go out, you must be on guard against others. Even though Jiang Ning is by her side now, Zhu Yuantang is unwilling to take risks. Zhu Yuantang held Jiang Ning's wrist with her small hand and stood quietly. She looked across the platform, where there was a red advertising wall, and inside was a construction site. In the sky, a huge tower crane started. Zhu Yuantang knew that another building was being built. Every time she went back to her hometown, she could always feel huge changes. She realized that the times were moving forward. Zhu Yuantang was inexplicably confused about this change. Sometimes, she would think about the distant future. What should her future be like? Grow up with Jiang Ning? Since when did she start thinking about the future and bring Jiang Ning with her? Zhu Yuantang recalled fragments of past scenes. Unknowingly, the bus from Xinhan County to Humio Town arrived. The ticket seller grabbed the door and yelled, "Humio, Humio." Zhu Yuantang's thoughts returned. People around picked up their luggage and moved towards the door. She took Jiang Ning's wrist, looked at the people in front of her rushing to get on the bus, and smiled. "The bus is here, let's go." Chapter 281 Heavenly Road. Compared with intercity buses, the buses from Xinhan County to Humio Town are particularly dilapidated. The car is filled with a kind of dull smell that is unique to cars, which makes people twist their noses. The space inside the car is narrow, the leather seats are worn out, and the windows often make a broken bang groaning sound while driving, as if they are ready to disintegrate at any time. There are not many passengers. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning are sitting in the second to last row. The front seat is a little collapsed and leans back a lot, but Zhu Yuantang is petite and is not affected. The bus ticket is 6 yuan for a 30-kilometer journey. Zhu Yuantang whispered, "The bus is contracted by a boss. There are many buses, which are specially responsible for traveling between the county and the town. On the first day of the new year, I went home, and the bus only charged 5 yuan. Later, the price increased to 7 yuan, but many people in the town resisted, so the boss reduced it to 6 yuan. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. They also had this kind of bus in Guiyang County, which was also very old, and the color and model of the vehicle seemed to be the same model. He remembered that in 2019, private buses to various towns in Yuzhou City were banned, and later they were unified to use public buses. The bus drove out of the county town, and every time it passed a bus stop on the way, the conductor stood at the door and shouted. However, even when it was about to leave the county town, the bus was still not full of passengers, so a strange operation came. Before leaving the county town, the bus turned into the county again and circled along the road just now. Thanks to the hard work of the conductor, all the seats were filled with passengers. Not only that, there were still many people standing in the car. The bus finally went to Humio Town. Just after leaving the county town, the conductor shouted, "All standing passengers, squat down, squat down. There are cameras checking in front. Hurry up and squat down, squat down." She spoke in a hurried tone, as if commanding people to fight. In the chaos, although the passengers complained, they also knew the seriousness of the matter and squatted down in cooperation. They didn't stand up again until they passed the surveillance area. 40 minutes later, the bus arrived at the north station of Humio Town. The conductor stood on the bus and shouted, "We have arrived at the north station. Everyone get off." At this time, there were only 7 or 8 passengers on the bus. The others got off at the village along the way. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning were the last 2 people to get off. The station in Humio Town is an open station. That is, there is no station. After getting off the bus, the 2 stood on the roadside. Zhu Yuantang looked at the familiar environment, and the spirit in his eyes returned immediately. There are no high-rise buildings in Humio Town. The tallest building is only 3 stories high within 100 meters. There are mostly bicycles and motorcycles on the road. There are several electric tricycles carrying passengers parked on the roadside. The aunt stood by the car and shouted, "Where are you going? Do you want to take a tricycle?" Zhu Yuantang waved her hand to refuse. She pulled Jiang Ning forward. A few dozen meters away, a straight river stood horizontally, and the river was 15 or 16 meters wide. Zhu Yuantang climbed onto the arch bridge, held the stone railing, and breathed in fresh air. There were a few fishermen on the east bank of the river, and to the east was a large area of lush green farmland. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the river and said nostalgically, "When I was a child, there were many people swimming in this river. At that time, my mother and I stood on the bridge and watched. They dived into the water and didn't come out for half a minute." Jiang Ning looked at the grey river and asked, "What about now?" Zhu Yuantang sighed. "The river water is dirty now, and I have never seen anyone swimming in it." Jiang Ning deeply agreed. The countryside is not as beautiful as many people imagine, especially in the central towns. The garbage management is not in place, and the cultural level is generally not high, so the phenomenon of garbage dumping everywhere is quite serious. It will not be improved until a few years later when large green trash cans on the roadside become popular. "Is your neighbor's house far away?" Jiang Ning asked. "Not far. It only takes more than 10 minutes to walk." "That's good." Zhu Yuantang looked at the roadside tobacco and alcohol store. "I want to buy something." She came to her hometown this time to visit a patient on behalf of her mother. Her mother told her not to come empty-handed and to buy some milk and fruit gifts to make her look better. Zhu Yuantang bought a box of walnut milk, a box of pure milk, a bunch of bananas, and a bag of big apples, which cost her a total of 160 yuan. After buying the things, Zhu Yuantang looked at the pile of things on the ground and subconsciously worried about how to carry them. She was not very strong, and she was very tired after carrying a box of milk, not to mention that the village was more than 1 kilometer away from the town. She looked at the passenger tricycles on the side of the road and planned to call one. Jiang Ning didn't let her worry about it. He bent down, picked up a box of milk in each hand, and picked up the fruit. This weight was not a big deal for Jiang Ning. "What are you doing? Lead the way." Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang. Oh. Zhu Yuantang reacted and led him forward until they crossed the road. Her mind was quite complicated. There were many things that she couldn't do, but Jiang Ning solved them easily. In her past life, she could only rely on herself and her mother. "Jiang Ning, I'll carry the fruit." She volunteered. Jiang Ning glanced at her. The fruit weighed several kilograms, and it would be difficult for her to carry it. He said, "You don't have to make things worse." Zhu Yuantang rarely talked back. After crossing the arch bridge, the east side suddenly opened up. A long asphalt road stretched out, and large fields on both sides came into view. Within 500 meters ahead, there was only a power supply station building. "That's the only power supply station in our town," Zhu Yuantang introduced. The power supply station occupies a large area, and Jiang Ning's body tempering thunder technique emitted a faint tremor. There is an empty concrete ground in front of the power supply station. The head of a tractor was parked there, making a surging and powerful roar, and a group of adults and children gathered around it. The woman picked up the bag and poured corn kernels into the opening on the tractor. Everyone stared at the machine in front of the tractor at the same time. The children who should have been chattering were abnormally quiet, and for a while there was only the roar of the machine. Soon, strips of scorched rice sticks were squeezed out of the machine, and a faint fragrance emanated. The greedy children immediately let out a cry of joy. The woman skillfully wrapped the scorched rice sticks, rolled them into bundles, and then distributed them to the children. The children held the scorched rice sticks, bit them in their mouths, and made a crackling sound, forming a beautiful market picture. Zhu Yuantang beside him muttered, "It's great." She was like this when she was a child. Zhu Yuantang did not rush over to gather around, and she and Jiang Ning walked by quietly. 100 meters ahead, Zhu Yuantang got off the asphalt road. In front of her was a dirt road leading to the south, with no end in sight. There were fields to the west, and fields to the east, and a village next to the fields to the east. After Zhu Yuantang walked for a while, she suddenly stopped, looked up, and smiled. "Jiang Ning, I'm not bragging. I have walked this road many times. Even with my eyes closed, I can get home." "Jiang Ning, is it true?" Of course it's true." Zhu Yuantang was full of confidence. "My elementary school is over there. Look for you." She turned around and pointed to a 3-story building in the distance to the north. I have walked this road for 6 years. Jiang Ning observed the terrain. To the east of the village, there was another road into the village. That road was a cement road. If you take the cement road to school, the distance is obviously closer. Why didn't you take that road before? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang continued to smile. I like quietness. Although she said that, Zhu Yuantang couldn't stop feeling melancholy in her heart. Her father died very early, and her mother never remarried and raised her up. Children from such families are easily looked at strangely in the village. Sometimes on Zhu Yuantang's way to and from school, villagers would stop her and ask her about her family. Some aunts would talk to her for a long time, saying that they were orphans and widows, and their lives were difficult. As the aunts talked, perhaps thinking of their own sufferings, or because of grief, the aunts cried by themselves. She stood by, not knowing whether to leave or not, and stood stiffly. Zhu Yuantang knew they meant well, but she didn't like it. Later, in order to avoid meeting people from the village, she always carried her school bag and went home from this remote dirt road. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang was also carrying a school bag and returning to the village along this dirt road. Just like a few years ago, Zhu Yuantang never passed her bad mood to Jiang Ning, so she didn't let Jiang Ning know. She was always a very cool little girl. In the rural fields, raised earth and graves can be seen everywhere. If you pass this dirt road late at night, the timid people will be scared. Zhu Yuantang asked Jiang Ning if he was tired every once in a while. If he was tired, she would carry the milk. But the answer she got every time was that he was not tired. On the country road, with birds singing and flowers blooming, Zhu Yuantang walked and jumped. Jiang Ning, look, this electric pole is crooked. So funny. Jiang Ning looked up and saw an electric pole standing at a 60-degree angle at the junction of the dirt road in the field. Zhu Yuantang ran to the electric pole, stretched out her shoes, gestured twice, and said arrogantly, Jiang Ning, do you believe that, if I kick it, the whole village will have no electricity today? Jiang Ning, is this how you repay your fellow villagers? Zhu Yuantang ran to the middle of the road again, continued forward, turned a corner, and walked east. In this way, Zhu Yuantang led Jiang Ning into the village. Their village is called Zhuxiang. Just hearing the name makes people think, why is it called Zhuxiang? In fact, there is another village called Zhudaxiang to the east of Zhuxiang. After entering the village and going a little further in, Jiang Ning released his spiritual sense and observed a family. He said, I'll put your things at your neighbor's door, and then I'll wait for you in town. Hearing this, Zhu Yuantang suddenly remembered that she was going back to the village to visit her neighbors, not to her own home. It didn't seem to be in line with common sense to take Jiang Ning to someone else's house. When the neighbors asked, how should she introduce Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang made a decision. You go with me. I won't stay for lunch. We'll go to town to eat. There is a spicy hot pot restaurant in front of the middle school. It's delicious. I'll treat you. Jiang Ning, are you sure you don't want to stay? Zhu Yuantang said flatly. No. Jiang Ning stopped at the door of her old home with milk and fruit. Come here. Zhu Yuantang struggled to move the gifts. Before entering the neighbor's house, she repeatedly reminded Jiang Ning, don't run away. You must wait for me to come back. Jiang Ning said, yes, go quickly. Zhu Yuantang looked back every 3 steps and reluctantly entered the neighbor's house. Jiang Ning opened his mind and lingered around Zhu Yuantang. He did not wait there, but went to the village. Sometimes when the villagers saw him as a stranger, they would often look at him twice, but did not come up to talk. Jiang Ning went to the ditch. The ditch was oval, about 20 meters long and wide, and the water in the ditch was almost dry. 2 children were fishing barefoot at the bottom of the ditch, a little boy and a little girl. He watched with relish. The little girl touched for a while, and touched an ugly toad. She was so scared that she let go of her hands and threw it out immediately. There was not much water in the ditch, and the little girl always touched nothing when she tried to fish. She said angrily, let's get the water out. I don't believe we can't catch anything. After that, the 2 children held the basin and started to splash water. At first, the 2 were very careful in splashing water, fearing that the water would get on their clothes. Jiang Ning was not satisfied with watching this, so he shouted, hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? The two children immediately became excited when they heard this. Although they were children, once they started splashing water seriously, the momentum was quite amazing. The sky was full of mud and water, just like the water splashing festival. The children seemed to have endless energy. Later, they even competed with each other to see who could splash farther. Especially the little girl, who splashed water very hard. She splashed half a basin of mud and water, first looked at the little boy competitively, and then cast a proud look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked at this scene, raised his hands, and slowly applauded them. Seeing that someone was supporting them, the two children splashed water more vigorously, as if they had received a reward. In the end, the two children were covered in mud and water, and became mud monkeys. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with the appreciation. At this time, a woman came quickly from a distance. She stood by the ditch, looking at the two mud monkeys, and was so angry that she screamed, "Xiao, what are you doing?" The little boy was fine, and did not react much, but the little girl was so scared, that she trembled all over, as if she had encountered a great terror. "Xiao, come up." The woman glared and shouted. The girl named Xiao turned around, looked directly at her mother, and said confidently, "You recognize the wrong person. I'm not your Xiao." The woman picked up a branch and chased after her, and Xiao ran away and fled madly. Jiang Ning saw this scene and turned away silently. After a while, Su Yuantang came back. She had nothing in her hands, and all the gifts she brought were given away. "Jiang Ning, I'm hungry." It was now 11 o'clock in the morning. They had been running around since 6 in the morning, changing cars all the way, and it was normal to be hungry. "Let's go to the town first." When the two left the village, they happened to run into the woman holding the little girl back. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. "Antua, is she Xiao?" Antua was so angry that she didn't even notice Jiang Ning. "This girl is so mad at me. Look, I won't cure her when I get home." After saying a few words, Antua said again, "Why are you leaving? Why don't you stay for dinner?" Zhu Yuantang said, "We'll go back to the city later." The two chatted for a few words, during which Xiao, with muddy face, stared at Jiang Ning with resentment. If it weren't for this big brother, she would still be splashing water happily. After saying goodbye to Antua, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning went to the gate of the town middle school and ate a bowl of spicy hot pot for 7 yuan. After eating, it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The boosters in Han County was scheduled to leave at 1:20, so it was still early. Zhu Yuantang suggested, "There is a peach orchard in the south of the town. Let's go see the peach blossoms." April is the season when peach blossoms are in full bloom. The two went to the peach orchard. In the gorgeous fragrance of flowers, Zhu Yuantang shuffled happily, and her pink and white skin was set against the peach blossoms. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and took a photo of her to record this moment. Zhu Yuantang exercised much more today than usual. Jiang Ning did not feed her elixir. After the excitement, she was tired and listless. Zhu Yuantang dragged her heavy steps and walked out of Taoyuan with difficulty. She looked at the North Station in the distance and thought about the long way home and sighed softly. "Jiang Ning, I'm so tired." Jiang Ning found a bench. "Stop and rest when you are tired. Don't force yourself." He and Zhu Yuantang sat on the bench. Zhu Yuantang put her head against Jiang Ning for half a minute, and then she felt sleepy. "Jiang Ning, I want to sleep," she told him. "Go to sleep." "Then do you want to sleep?" "I'm not sleepy." "Jiang Ning, tell me how nice it would be if I woke up and lay on my bed at home." Zhu Yuantang held up her chin and imagined. "No need to hurry." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Go to sleep. Maybe it will come true when you wake up." "Oh, then I'll go to sleep. Remember to call me." Zhu Yuantang hugged Jiang Ning's arm and leaned on him. He smelled Jiang Ning's fresh breath, calmed his mind, and closed his eyes. After a while, Zhu Yuantang fell asleep, and his warm breath tickled Jiang Ning's neck. Jiang Ning let her sleep for a while, then he looked at the nearby peach garden and suddenly opened his hands. A formation enveloped him silently, and his and Zhu Yuantang's figures disappeared from everyone's senses. Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and the spirit boat popped out of the storage ring, floated in the air, and then swelled up against the wind. He leaned over and picked up Zhu Yuantang, feeling her soft body. Jiang Ning's feet seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs, step by step onto the spirit boat. The light shield of the spirit boat was activated, and Jiang Ning drove the spiritual power. A green light streaked towards the sky. Chapter 282 Strike. The straight line distance from Humio town to the urban area of Yazhou is less than 70 kilometers. With the speed of the spiritual boat, it took only a few minutes for the spiritual boat to reach the sky above the river dam. Looking down at the familiar environment below, Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness covered the bungalow. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Aunt Gu was still working in the company. This provided a lot of convenience for Jiang Ning. He drove the invisible spiritual boat and landed directly in the yard. Then he picked up Zhu Yuantang, pushed open the bedroom door, and put her on the bed. In order to prevent Zhu Yuantang from waking up early and realizing that the time was wrong, Jiang Ning specially arranged a calming formation to let her sleep more soundly. Zhu Yuantang slept close to the inside of the bed, occupying a very small space. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged beside her, lit the soul-sinking incense, and practiced quietly. There was a faint smoke lingering in the room, which had the effect of nourishing the spirit, and was harmless to Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness realm has been stagnant for a long time, and so is his ki training, which is still at the 8th level of ki training. In fact, his practice speed is not slow, but because of the worldly practice, time passes very slowly. Unlike the world of immortal cultivation, where there is no time limit for cultivation, even the most common immortal cultivators in the key refining stage would spend at least 10 days, and at most several months in seclusion. Jiang Ning now spends every day seriously. He certainly cannot spend his seclusion like before, otherwise the people around him might think that he is seriously ill and send him to the hospital. The bedroom was quiet, and Zhu Yuantang fell asleep. When it was past 4 o'clock, Jiang Ning found an opportunity and went outside to unlock the door. He remembered that the mountain bike was still parked in the city, but today was Saturday and there was no evening self-study, so there was no rush to get it. Afterwards, Jiang Ning turned on the bedroom lamp and leaned back in a chair to read. Soon, there was a noise outside, and Aunt Gu came back from get off work. Aunt Gu parked the battery car and went to the next yard. When she came back just now, she saw that the next door was open. Jiang Ning, is Tang Tang in your room? Aunt Gu shouted outside. Jiang Ning, in my bed. Oh, don't let her sleep too long, or she won't be able to sleep at night. Aunt Gu warned. She didn't think much about it. Her daughter often went to Jiang Ning's room to play before, so it was normal for her to stay in his bed. She saw that, although Jiang Ning didn't talk much, he was definitely a person with his own ideas and knew the importance of things. Jiang Ning said, yeah, she's been in the car all day, I'll call her later. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuantang woke up. She opened her eyes slightly, a little dazed, looking at Jiang Ning under the lamp. She asked, Jiang Ning, is the car here? The car left. Jiang Ning said, what should we do then? We can't go home. Zhu Yuantang clutched the quilt, worried. If they couldn't go home, what would she and Jiang Ning do at night? Sleep on the street? Or sleep in the park? Jiang Ning, no, we're already home. Zhu Yuantang didn't believe it when she heard this. She rubbed her eyes and became much more awake. Then she looked around and found that the furnishings in the room were very familiar. Isn't it the room she usually stays in? Jiang Ning, I slept all the way. Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I carried you back. Zhu Yuantang, she was so sleepy that she didn't wake up all the way. Zhu Yuantang calmed down for half a minute, and her fuzzy head was completely clear. It had been a long time since she had felt so relaxed on the way home like today. Just thinking about it, you can tell how hard it is to go from the town to the city. Along the way, it was Jiang Ning who took care of her. Zhu Yuantang's forehead was numb, and her heart was warm. She said softly, Jiang Ning, are you tired? Tired? Very tired? Let me give you a massage. Jiang Ning joked, of course, it was very hard to carry you today. Zhu Yuantang was silent for a moment. Well, I will eat less in the future. She thought simply, as long as she ate less, Jiang Ning would be much more relaxed. In the evening, 7 o'clock. The sky darkened, and the large green wheat field in front of the bungalow turned into a dark green. The light in the kitchen was soft and warm. Gu was busy in the kitchen, while Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were sitting on small stools. Today was Saturday, and the group of Class 8 was unusually active. Huang Zhangfei changed the name of the group to Class 8 Big Family. Yuan, have you heard? Class 11 has signed up for a large dance program, and all the girls in their class will participate. CUIU, it's embarrassing. How did Dong Qingfeng see CUIU mocking his sister from another class? He jumped out and shouted, I'm not embarrassing. In the city center, Shen Qinsh had just finished her meal. She was watching TV on the sofa, with her sister and brother-in-law, as well as her brother-in-law's mother, who was Jiang Ning's aunt. Shen Qinsh picked up her phone, looked at the message in the group, and typed, Class 11 is very good. Don't forget that, when the school started, during the military training, Class 11 won the award. Yuan added, at that time, only Class 1, Class 3, and Class 11 won the award. CUIU fought against the crowd. What's the point of boosting the momentum of other classes? Are you from Class 8? Meng Jiui cheered for his good brother. I'm a member of Class 8 in life and the soul of Class 8 in death. Songsheng, don't die in front of me, die far away. Songsheng is very arrogant and often despises others. Many classmates don't like him. Zhang Kai sneered. Brother Sheng is worthy of having studied in the hospital. He is used to seeing life and death. You are different, big shot. Zhang Kai is now the sports committee member. Without the constraints of poverty subsidies, he is not afraid of anyone in the class and doesn't care about anyone. Zhang Kai, do you want to die? Songsheng, whether you want to die or live, it's none of your business. Zhang Kai did not give in. He dared to hit Qu Xianheng. Even Yan Xianpeng, who was over 1.9 meters tall and as big as a bear, dared to break up. The so-called threat of Songsheng was nothing in front of him. Songsheng, you are awesome. Wait. Zhang Kai, no, not as awesome as my brother Sheng. The more Songsheng listened, the angrier he became. His majesty had disappeared since he broke his leg. Even this Zhang Kai dared to jump out and mock him. The two quarreled in the group, first quarreling, then cursing. Other students did not interrupt, just watched them quarreling in the group. Dong Qingfeng and CUIU fanned the flames. After quarreling for about 10 minutes, Wang Lang finally added Huang Zhangfei slowly. As soon as Huang Zhangfei entered the group, he saw the message of 99+. His head was about to explode, and he quickly muted the two. At this time, CUIU jumped out and sent an emoji of a cat smoking. Shan Kaikun, awesome. At the beginning of the school year, Shan Kaikun had a conflict with Songsheng because of military training. Songsheng knocked over several tables and rushed over to punch him. Shan Kaikun felt Songsheng's power. He used to be afraid of Songsheng, but now it is different. Sports make people confident. Shan Kaikun likes Baiyuxia. Whenever he is troubled, he always goes to the playground to run and vent, do push-ups and pull-ups. After the habit is formed, he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't run a few laps every day. His physique is getting stronger day by day, and his muscles are trained. Recently, he has been practicing the 100-meter sprint desperately. Yesterday, he and Jiuo Kunan went to the playground for a test. The 100-meter sprint was just over 12 seconds, not much weaker than the sports students. Now Shan Kaikun thinks that, if he really fights with Songsheng, it is not certain who will suffer. Yuan continued the previous topic. The dance of Class 11 will definitely be in the limelight, because the leader of their class is Zhu Yan. When Zhu Yan's name came out, everyone couldn't help but think of a beautiful girl. She is the monitor of Class 11. She is tall, has fair skin, and speaks in a clear and fluent voice. It is said that she organized the training of her classmates during the military training at the beginning of the school year, and finally made Class 11 stand out and win the medal. Zhu Yan has good grades. Although she is not in the experimental class, she still ranks among the top 20 in the school. Zhu Yan is very famous in the first year of high school, and many boys have a crush on her. Dong Qingfeng said, Zhu Yan, then their class has secured the win. Shan Kaikun, I don't think so. So what about Zhu Yan? Don't forget Baiyuxia from our class. Do you still remember Baiyuxia's dance at the New Year's Eve party? Let me be frank. Zhu Yan is far worse than Baiyuxia. CUIU used a popular quote, I have little education, so don't lie to me. Bayuksha, who had been lurking all this time, couldn't stand it anymore. Shan Kekwen, could you please stop making enemies for me? CUIU, it doesn't matter. Pang Jiao from our class has signed up for dance. CUIU has been muted. Huang Zhangfei, change the subject. When Meng Jiui saw that CUIU was muted, he prepared to replace CUIU. He would continue the journey that CUIU had not completed. Pang Jiao dancing? That scene is too beautiful, I dare not watch. Meng Jiui has been banned. Chen Xiaoyu, let me ask, how many classes will be disbanded when the second year of high school is divided into arts and science? Deng Qingfeng is well informed. He said, over the years, there have been very few students in the arts at the 4th middle school. According to the proportion of arts and science students in the past, 3 of the 12 classes in our class will be disbanded and unified as arts classes. Chen Xiaoyu, it won't be our class. Horrified. Some classmates expressed fear. Deng Qingfeng, not really. After several comprehensive exams, the 3 classes with the lowest average scores were disbanded. Except for class 11, our class has the highest average score among ordinary classes. Huang Zhangfei, everyone must work hard in the final exams, so that class 8 will not be disbanded. The class monitor came out to speak, and a lot of classmates agreed. Regardless of gender, everyone has been together for more than a year, and few students are willing to disband the class. Once they go to another class, they will be lonely and helpless. Deng Qingfeng explained the rules. For the other 9 classes, students who choose liberal arts will all be assigned to the 3 liberal arts classes. In addition, there will be a big move in the experimental classes. Some poor students will be kicked out, and the top students in the ordinary classes will be transferred to the experimental classes. Chen Qian asked, is it voluntary to go to the experimental class? Deng Qingfeng explained, I heard from senior students that at the beginning of the second year of high school, the student lists of each class will be posted on the display board. Chen Xiaoyu, doesn't that mean that students with good grades must go into the experimental class? Chen Qian, there won't be anyone who doesn't want to go into the experimental class, right? No way. Jiuo Kanan was curious, will the top 150 students in the school go into the experimental classes? There are 3 experimental classes, with 50 students in each class. Deng Qingfeng, about the top 200 students in the grade, because some of the top 150 students chose liberal arts. Jiuo Kanan, I've learned a lesson. Hujun, I want to ask, are the teachers of the liberal arts class that kind of people? That is. Jiuo Kanan, don't embarrass yourself. The students followed the topic of class division and started chatting. Perhaps because this topic was filled with the sadness of separation, the following communication was rarely harmonious. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei was very pleased. Everyone cherish each other. Lukaki sent a photo of a brand new laptop. Yuan, is it yours? Lukaki said, my uncle brought it to me from Hangzhou. Jiang Ning, I'm envious. My parents said that they would buy me a laptop in college. There are relatively few high school students in small cities who have laptops, and Lukaki has attracted a lot of attention. Lukaki, does anyone know computers? Can you teach them? Wang Lang was holding his mobile phone, and when he heard this, his heart moved. When eating steamed dumplings yesterday, Lukaki got a capful of chili oil all over her. Although he asked Shan Zio to wash it off, he still felt sorry for Lukaki. He thought that, if he could help Lukaki today, he would feel better. Wang Lang volunteered, I can use the computer. Wang Lang knew about ordinary computer operations. If there were any parts he didn't understand, he could ask Brother Ma for help in advance. Lukaki, thank you. Wang Lang greeted Brother Ma in advance. Ma Shichen was learning English in an internet cafe, and his friend who was surfing the internet next to him was almost dumbfounded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that someone really came to the internet cafe to study. Ma Shichen was wearing headphones, and a human voice came from the headphones. The screen was playing the English teaching video with the highest praise on the entire network. With full concentration, Ma Shichen's English level improved rapidly. The questions in the small right corner flashed. Seeing Wang Lang's message, Ma Shichen replied, it's okay, just ask me. After Wang Lang got Ma Shichen's assurance, he privately chatted with Lu Kiki. "It's okay, just ask me. Lu Kiki, do you know how to find the C drive?" Wang Lang thought she was learning something, but this is it? He couldn't laugh anymore. He didn't need Ma Jia for such basics. He could teach Lu Kiki in minutes. Wang Lang said calmly, "Open my computer and you can see the C drive." Lu Kiki's face was full of question marks. "Your computer is not with me. How can I open it?" Wang Lang thought that she probably misunderstood, and he continued to type, "Open your computer." "Lu Kiki, I opened it. My computer is on." Wang Lang was speechless for more than 10 seconds and typed, "Open my computer in your computer." "Lu Kiki, are you playing tongue twisters?" Wang Lang asked back, "What's on your computer desktop?" "Lu Kiki, a box of sliced watermelon, 2 chicken feet, and a bottle of yogurt." Then, she typed again, "Oh, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to eat first." Wang Lang was dazed holding his mobile phone. Half a minute later, Ma Shichen received a message. "Brother Ma, I suffered an unprecedented blow. Heba, kitchen. The firewood in the stove has not yet burned out, and the food on the dining table is emitting heat. You must be tired today. Eat more." Aunt Gu said. Zhu Yuantang seemed to have become a different person. He sipped the porridge in small sips and took a long time to pick up a bite of vegetables. It was all vegetables, and he didn't eat a single bite of meat. Aunt Gu thought that too much salt was added. She tasted it and found that there was not much salt. She looked at Jiang Ning, who was eating normally as usual. Strange. Aunt Gu observed for a while and found that Tang still didn't eat meat, so she picked up a piece of meat for her. Zhu Yuantang picked it back and she said solemnly, "Mom, I won't eat meat anymore." Jiang Ning said he can't hold me anymore. Aunt Gu, do you have any suggestions? You can put them here. The author will listen carefully to every one of them. Chapter 283 Contact Information. 2014. Number 4 Middle School. On the green grass under the setting sun, Shan Kaikun ran again and again, constantly challenging the 100-meter record. On the west side of the track, Jiuo Kunan sat on the edge of the podium, holding 2 cans of Red Bull in his hands, and he looked at Shan Kaikun's figure on the playground. Jiuo Kunan had 2 mobile phones in his trouser pockets, one for him and one for Shan Kaikun. Shan Kaikun said that only by removing the burden on the whole body before running can one reach the best condition. They came very early today, just after lunch, and rushed from the countryside. When they arrived at the school, it was just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But there were many students on the playground. There were also students who kept running and training like Shan Kaikun, and there were many sports students among them. The news of the rich rewards for this sports meeting spread thoroughly. It was heard that the number of students who signed up was the largest in recent years. "I think there must be many masters." Jiuo Kunan planned to sign up for the 4x100 relay, 100 meters, and 800 meters. There was still 1 day left before the registration ended, and he planned to submit it to Huang Zhangfei in the evening. Most of the talented boys in the class had signed up, such as Zhang Kai, Dong Qingfeng, Shan Zhao, and even Mao Zhe, who usually kept to himself, had signed up for high jump. Including students he knew from other classes. Yan Qianpeng signed up for shot put, and Shi Qianjin signed up for 100 meters. The only person he knew had the ability, but had not signed up was Jiang Ning. He wouldn't really despise the prize money, right? Jiuo Kunan thought. However, the sports meet is not only about prize money, but also about the honor of the class. Jiuo Kunan put the Red Bull on the podium, stretched his arms behind him, and finally put his hands on the back of his head to think about these things. Unconsciously, he thought too much. In recent days, Jiuo Kunan has been living a comfortable life. After being away from love, his living expenses are enough. When he is happy, he can even treat his brothers to a cake and get praise from his brothers. But deep in his heart, it is inevitable to feel empty. Not sad, but empty. His heart is like a puzzle, with a piece missing. Jiuo Kunan searched and searched, not knowing what he was missing. Shan Kaikun on the playground finished another lap. He came over with sweat all over his head, picked up the Red Bull, and took a big gulp. The time on the mobile phone was already past 5 o'clock. Shan Kei-kun suggested, "Brother Nan, let's stop practicing. Let's go to the playground to get clothes. I'll treat you to a bath." The dormitories in number 4 middle school are simple and have no bathrooms. To take a shower, students usually fill a thermos with hot water and go to the bathroom to rinse. If you are willing to spend 3 yuan, you can go to the large bathhouse behind the playground and take a comfortable bath. At this time, facing Shan Kei-kun's initiative to treat him, Ji-Yuo-kun agreed. "Okay, let's go together." As he said, they left the playground together. Shan Kei-kun was tired for a long time, and his body was heavy, but he was in a good mood. Exercising every day, and then making progress a little bit, this feeling is gratifying. Every time he makes progress, he always tells himself that he is one step closer to becoming Baiyuksha's boyfriend. But Shan Kei-kun didn't just care about himself. He looked at Brother Nan beside him, and always felt that Brother Nan had changed. Brother Nan has been living too comfortably recently, and Shan Kei-kun hasn't seen fun for a while. "Brother Nan, do you still remember that when school started, I said I was going to chase Baiyuksha, and you said you were going to chase Shenkinj?" Shan Kei-kun reminisced about the past. "I remember that night, you treated me to cake." Ji-Yuo-kun sighed. "Yes, it's a pity that it's all in the past. So many things have happened along the way. He has been moved by many people and has long forgotten his original intention. I can't go back." Ji-Yuo-kun is no longer the ignorant freshman he used to be. He is in the ultimate state of having a flawless heart. The road to growth is inevitably accompanied by pain. Ji-Yuo-kun has loved and suffered, so he has become what he is now. Shan Kei-kun walked on the campus, with flowers and trees blooming on the roadside. He has seen flowers bloom and flowers fall, and now, the flowers are blooming again. He once deviated from the route. He clearly set a goal, but he still provoked Gong Zuan with a butterfly tattoo, which attracted the call of her brother Deng Xiang. If Jiang Ning hadn't taken action, it would have caused greater chaos. However, in the end, Shan Kei-kun still firmly liked Baiyuksha. After half a lifetime of wandering, he returned and was still himself. Ji-Yuo-kun suddenly said, "Kei-kun, I envy you sometimes." Shan Kei-kun puzzled, "What do you envy me for?" He thought Ji-Yuo-kun envied his achievements, his persistence and perseverance. But he never expected that Ji-Yuo-kun sighed deeply and said wistfully, "I envy you for having the ability to like someone. As for me, I haven't been able to like others for a long time." His tone was indescribably lonely. Ji-Yuo-kun saw his good brother Kei-kun's infatuation with Baiyuksha, but he did not laugh at him. Instead, he envied him from the bottom of his heart. Ji-Yuo-kun used to be able to like a girl unconditionally, but now, he has lost that ability. People with a perfect state of mind cannot fall in love with another person again. Shan Kei-kun was stunned when he heard this. "Brother Nan, can you stop pretending? It's as if you have been through a lot of hardships." Ji-Yuo-kun said meaningfully, "You don't understand." Shan Kei-kun was too lazy to argue with him. He scanned the campus, ready to find a target for Brother Nan. Suddenly, he saw a graceful figure. In the open space in the distance, a tall girl, with roller skates on her feet and flowing hair, was skating towards this side. She looked so cool. "Fuck, Brother Nan, look." Shan Kei-kun shouted. After hearing this, Ji-Yuo-kun looked forward. At that stunning glance, his cold heart beat fast, like cold firewood, ignited into a flame, hot and seductive. Closer and closer. Ji-Yuo-kun saw her face clearly. She is so familiar. Shan Kei-kun was half smart. He said the girl's name, the monitor of class 11, Zuyan. Upon hearing this name, Ji-Yuo-kun was amazed. Zuyan is not only the class monitor, but also a very capable girl with strong leadership. The students in class 11 believe in her, and Zuyan often speaks on the podium. For Ji-Yuo-kun, Zuyan is very far away from him. "Brother Nan, is she acceptable?" Shan Kei-kun asked. "Of course she is." After Ji-Yuo-kun finished speaking, he shook his head and said, "I'm not worthy of her." Shan Kei-kun couldn't stand Brother Nan's cowardly look. He sneered, "What's wrong with not being worthy of her?" Ji-Yuo-kun gave an example. "You don't know. A lot of people like her. That night we had a night talk in the dormitory next door. You fell asleep, and I heard people discussing her next door. There are also many students in the second and third year of high school who like her. Her grades are in the top 20 in the grade. The gap between her and me is too big. He tried to prove Zhu Yan's excellence, and it seemed that he intended to use her excellence to prove how useless he was. This behavior was extremely weird, but it existed. Shan Kaikwun was quite stubborn, and he hated that he didn't fight for it. Why do you care whether she is excellent or not? I just want to ask, do you think she is pretty? Whether she is pretty or not, are you attracted to her? This question goes straight to the heart. Who doesn't like a beautiful 16-year-old girl who is so excellent? Jiuo Kanon held it in for a while and said, she is pretty. Do you like her? Shan Kaikwun asked. I like her. Jiuo Kanon said seriously. I like her, but she and I are far apart. Just take a look. Shan Kaikwun was happy. I'll get her contact information for you. Do you dare to add her? When his brother said this, Jiuo Kanon was not afraid. If you can ask for it, I will definitely add her. Shan Kaikwun, okay, I'll get it for you. Jiuo Kanon looked surprised. Are you really going? Can I still lie to you? Shan Kaikwun is thick-skinned. In the past, when Gong Zuan was asked for her contact information, he would just go up and ask for it. Now, facing Zhu Yan, he is still not afraid. The person he likes is Bayuxia, not Zhu Yan. Boys are afraid when facing girls they like, but they become many times braver when facing girls they don't like. Shan Kaikwun said, wait for me, I'll go now. Jiuo Kanon, forget it, it's embarrassing. He said this, but in his heart he still expected Kaikwun to help him get it. Shan Kaikwun put the Red Bull in his hand and ran forward a few steps, just blocking Zhu Yan's way. Observing Zhu Yan closely, Shan Kaikwun found that she was indeed pretty, only slightly worse than Bayuxia, and prettier than Dong Jiai from class 1. At this moment, Zhu Yan stopped her roller skates and looked at the boy in front of her with a friendly smile. Classmate, do you have anything to do for me? Shan Kaikwun said, can you add a contact number? Zhu Yan confirmed her judgment. Those who stopped her like this basically wanted to add her contact information. Zhu Yan still smiled. No, classmate, I don't plan to fall in love. In order to show his skills in front of brother Nan, Shan Kaikwun prepared a new plan in advance. He changed the subject. Classmate, do you want a gym membership? Zhu Yan stopped smiling and immediately became confused. What gym card? Hello, it's like this. I'm a promoter of an off-campus gym, and I'm doing an event right now, and I have discounts. Shan Kaikwun said calmly, with clear logic. Zhu Yan refused. I don't work out. Shan Kaikwun stared at her roller skates and thought of a solution. Our gym has roller skating, figure skating, free skating, roller dancing, extreme roller skating. Wouldn't you consider it? After saying that, Shan Kaikwun was stunned himself. He could actually think of so many words. What a genius. Zhu Yan asked again, how can there be roller skating in the gym? Shan Kaikwun quickly replied, you don't understand this. Our gym is very big, you can call us a fitness center. If you want, give me a contact number while there are still discounts. Zhu Yan really likes roller skating, otherwise she wouldn't skate on campus. With the idea of getting to know her, she gave her contact number. Shan Kaikwun, okay, I'll notify you if there's an event. After getting the contact number, Shan Kaikwun came back satisfied. Brother Nan, it's done. He shook his phone proudly. Jiuo Kanon just watched Shan Kaikwun and Zhu Yan chatting, and he stood there waiting anxiously. Jiuo Kanon was excited. Really? Really? Shan Kaikwun, once your brother Quan makes a move, how can it be fake? I'll push her to you later. Jiuo Kanon looked at Zhu Yan in the distance again, and his heart was throbbing. He thought of a beautiful thing. Sure enough, always believe that beautiful things are about to happen. But there is one more thing, I'll tell you in advance. Shan Kaikwun told Jiuo Kanon that he disguised himself as a gym promotion employee. Jiuo Kanon felt cold in his heart. Kaikwun, what do you want me to do? Shan Kaikwun was also a little embarrassed. At that time, I had no choice. If I asked for the contact information normally, she would definitely not give it to me. Oh. Jiuo Kanon's mood fluctuated greatly. There were too many loopholes, and he couldn't start at all. I'll ignore her first and ask Brother Ma in the evening. Maybe he has a way. Shan Kaikwun said. Okay, I'll try to call him out tonight. During the evening self-study, Shan Kaikwan called Jiuo Kunan and Ma Shicheng out to discuss something. Chen Xiaoyu said, Jiang Ning, the customized sports uniforms for Class 11 have been distributed. They are ancient costumes, and they look really good. At the opening ceremony of the sports meet, each class will enter the venue as a unit. The unique and neat costumes can reflect the scenery of each class. Jiang Ning's consciousness spread out, circling around the students in Class 11 several times, outlining the shape of the clothes. He said, I've seen it, it's okay, it's pretty good. Chen Xiaoyu, my sister's class also customized clothes. They are not ancient costumes, but there are Chinese style patterns on the clothes, which are super beautiful. Bei Yuxia said, I know that class 1 has simple patterns and slogans printed on them. Zhu Yuantang asked, what about our class? Chen Xiaoyu thought of something and looked unhappy. Our class can only wear class uniforms. The class uniforms are the responsibility of the class cadres. Everyone has already thought about it. It is said that the Cultural and Arts Committee member Shen Qinj went to discuss it with the Sports Committee member Zhang Kai, but was rejected by Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai said he had no money and was uncertain, and then the matter was blown. Shen Qinj and him quarreled, but Zhang Kai just had no money. Chen Xiaoyu explained the cause and effect. Bei Yuxia was speechless. After listening to it, she looked in Shen Qinj's direction and saw Shen Qinj talking to Yuan and others. After chatting for a few more words, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei came over with the form. He walked to the aisle and said with a smile, Jiang Ning, sign up for an event in the sports meet. It would be a pity if you don't sign up, and there will be prize money in the sports meet. Huang Zhangfei's attitude was very good, and he was completely negotiating, without specifying anything. Chen Xiaoyu said, yes, Jiang Ning, I think you can try. When the time comes, I will bring my sister to cheer you on, no matter what you sign up for. Bei Yuxia looked equally expectant. She really wanted to know who would win the prize, Jiang Ning or the sports specialty students in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Jiang Ning did not resist. He asked, what do you sign up for? Chen Xiaoyu quickly said, 100 meters. Bei Yuxia, 800 meters. Zhu Yuantang, high jump. Jiang Ning, I want to see you fly. Jiang Ning decided, okay, fill it out like this. After Huang Zhangfei filled it out, he said sincerely, thank you. When the sports meet is over, I will ask the class teacher to show everyone a movie. Then, he took the form to communicate with other students. Yuan on the other side saw it and touched Shen Qinj. The monitor just looked for Jiang Ning. It seems that he has signed up. Shen Qinj calmed down and said calmly, well, I know. She controlled her eyes and didn't look at Jiang Ning. Yuan said indignantly, Zhang Kai should be removed. The registration was originally his job, but now it is all done by the monitor. Fortunately, our monitor is a good person. Shen Qinj, Zhang Kai, ha. Jiang Ning was chatting when he was poked in the back. He turned around and saw Zheng Lu's smiling face with a little baby fat. Here you go. She pinched 2 lollipops and shook them. 1 strawberry flavor and 1 blueberry flavor. Jiang Ning accepted the lollipops. You signed up for the sports meeting. I just heard it. Zheng Lu said. Yes, you signed up for 3 events. Jiang Ning said. Zheng Lu came closer. Her shirt buttons on her chest were straining with difficulty. Her breathing was a little tight. I have prepared a program. I will show it to you at the sports meeting. She added in her mind. I prepared it just to show you. Jiang Ning asked, what program? Zheng Lu said mysteriously, keep it a secret. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Meal Card 3 Teaching Building. There is a small garden. Shan Kaikwan told Ma Shicheng all about how he went to ask for the contact information of Zhu Yan from class 11. Then he asked, Brother Ma, now comes the problem. In Zhu Yan's mind, I'm a salesman in the gym. How can I push Brother Nan to her? Jiuo Kunan, who was standing next to him, had an awkward expression on his face. He felt very uncomfortable that things were stuck here. If he had never gotten Zhu Yan's contact information, he probably wouldn't feel uncomfortable, but he got stuck halfway through. Ma Shichen looked up to Shan Keikwun. He didn't expect that he was brave enough to ask for Zhu Yan's contact information. Ma Shichen had heard of Zhu Yan's name. He judged from various channels that in terms of fame alone, there were few girls in the whole grade who could compare to Zhu Yan. Ma Shichen said carefully, "Brother Nan, are you interested in Zhu Yan?" Jiuo Kanan was silent for a while, looked around the gloomy little garden, and quoted an ancient Chinese, "A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman." Ma Shichen thought that with Brother Nan's personality, the possibility of success in pursuing Zhu Yan cannot be said to be very small, but it should be zero. However, everyone has their own destiny. What if a miracle happens? Since his brother wants to challenge the high difficulty, Ma Shichen expressed his support with both hands. If it were someone else, Ma Shichen might not agree so quickly, but Brother Nan, Ma Shichen is very relieved. It is difficult to say about Brother Nan's other aspects. The only outstanding point is that he has a strong ability to withstand blows, and he has the spirit of fighting again and again when it comes to love. Even if he is ridiculed in the forum, even if he is cheated of money, he can still cheer up and continue to like other girls. Unlike some fragile boys who seek death after a breakup, Brother Nan is different. To some extent, he has a strong mentality. This is a simple matter. You can say that Brother Nan is a part-time employee of the gym just like you, and then you can transfer the clients to him. Ma Shichen thought about it and said, "How about this? You say that Brother Nan is the gold medal among your part-time employees, and Zhu Yan is a high-quality client, and Brother Nan will be responsible for her one-on-one." Shan Keikwun's eyes lit up. "This is good. Did you hear that, Brother Nan? Do it this way." Jiuo Kanan's heart was moved, and he asked, "Then what if I'm exposed?" Ma Shichen said, "How will you be exposed if you talk to her in a roundabout way?" Jiuo Kanan said anxiously, "What if she asks me where the gym is?" "We don't have a gym." "Ma Shichen, I'll ask again. Are you sure you're pursuing her, not just for fun?" Jiuo Kanan saw that Ma Shichen became serious, and he followed with a serious expression, "I found that I have begun to like Zhu Yan." "Shan Keikwun, we've only met a few times, and only known each other for a few hours." Ma Shichen asked again, "What are you willing to do for Zhu Yan?" Jiuo Kanan recalled Zhu Yan's slender figure, beautiful face, and her unique voice. He couldn't control his emotions and blurted out, "I'm willing to give my heart for her." Shan Keikwun, 6. After hearing this, although Ma Shichen wanted to laugh, he still understood Brother Nan's determination. There was nothing he could do, because Jiuo Kanan was just that kind of person. He said, "It doesn't matter whether there is a gym or not." Shan Keikwun expressed doubt. "If there is no gym, they will be exposed, right?" Ma Shichen said, "Let me tell you a gym trick. Some gyms have not even started to select stores, and the bosses will hire a few students to hand out flyers to attract customers. They will then hand out a few pictures of equipment and tell people that the gym will open on such and such a date, and that they are offering discounted prices and an annual card for only 288. These tricks are used to deceive people. Even so, a lot of people still rush to pay, and in the end the bosses run away with the money. Jiuo Kanan, aren't they cheating people? Ma Shichen, yes, they are. The role you are playing now is that of a student hired by a black-hearted boss. After evening self-study, you will come with me to UK Internet Cafe. I will make you a promotional poster and find a few pictures of a gym. You will send them to Zhu Yan to gain her trust. Jiuo Kanan asked, "And then what?" "Then you take the opportunity to chat with her. I can't help you later. It depends on whether you can chat." Ma Shichen said that there are too many variables in chatting with girls, and it is difficult to control. When Jiuo Kanan heard about online chatting, he recalled the experience of the previous to online chatting. He regained his confidence and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to online chatting, there is no one I can't get." Ma Shichen thought for a while and said, "Wait until you get familiar with each other, and the time is right, then you can confess and tell her that the gym owner has run away." After listening, Shan Keikwun nodded, "I think it's okay, and just listening, I feel that there are many things to talk about." Jiuo Kanan had more ideas in his mind. He had already thought of a more detailed way Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Brother Ma, just follow this method and go to the internet cafe to make posters at night. He said, brothers, I will provide you with enough biscuits and coke tonight, and I will pay for your internet fee. Jiuo Kunan was grateful and always treated his brothers well. Shan Kaikun, okay, brother Nan, I'll wait for good news. Jiuo Kunan said with emotion, don't worry, I will prepare everything now, and I guarantee to get it. After chatting with his brothers, the panic in his heart disappeared, and he was full of confidence. That's Zuyan. If he could win her over, Jiuo Kunan couldn't even imagine how happy he would be. After the three of them finished talking and went back, Wang Lang in the classroom was puzzled. What did you three do? Jiuo Kunan looked at Shan Kaikun and Ma Shicheng, and told Wang Lang about Zuyan. Wang Lang was heartbroken. Brother Nan, you are so confused. Monday morning self-study. 4 consecutive seats. Jiuo Kunan's face was full of joy. He reported the battle situation to Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang. Last night I added Zuyan as a friend. Not only did I tell her that I was a part-time student, I also said that I was trusted by the boss. Although I'm just an employee now, I can become a partner in the future. Ma Shicheng, good guy. Jiuo Kunan said, hey, Zuyan has a very good impression of me now. In her heart, I'm a high school student who works hard to make money. Just ask if you are awesome. Jiuo Kunan was very proud. I told her that, since she is a high quality customer of the gym, I applied to the boss for a fee reduction for her. She was obviously very happy. I also introduced her to the environment of the future gym. In the future, our gym will set up an archery project. I specially searched for archery knowledge on the internet. I told her that I would be responsible for teaching her archery in the future. Ma Shicheng listened okay at first, but the more he listened, the more strange it became. He asked, Brother Nan, have you forgotten that we don't have a gym? Jiuo Kunan waved his hand. I remember. It was precisely because we didn't have one that I boasted to her. If there really was an archery gym, I wouldn't dare to brag. Brother Ma, you can rest assured that I will do the job. Ma Shicheng never expected that he would chat like this. He had thought that Jiuo Kunan would downplay the gym. As a result, he talked so much now. In the end, the bubble of the gym was burst. Zuyan must feel disappointed. At that time, the problem would be difficult. Ma Shicheng wanted to say something, but seeing his excitement, he didn't say it. Forget it, let it go. Besides, he didn't expect Jiuo Kunan to catch up with Zuyan. Jiuo Kunan talked about his ideas of picking up girls for a long time. As soon as the morning self-study class was over, he hurried to chat with Zuyan. Strangely, Zuyan didn't reply to him. Jiuo Kunan thought about it and looked at the position of the monitor in front of him. Huang Zhangfei was not there. In an instant, Jiuo Kunan seemed to be possessed by a great detective. He clearly remembered that Huang Zhangfei went to a meeting in the morning, so Zuyan, as the monitor of class 11, must have gone to the meeting. Thinking of this, he was no longer panicked. In the morning, after the first class, Chinese teacher Dai Yanquan walked out slowly. Suddenly, the loudspeaker outside sounded. The classroom slowed down and everyone listened carefully to the sound of the loudspeaker. On April 21st, 2014, our school students, Gute from class 11 of grade 1 and Luo Jun from class 11 of grade 1, used cigarettes and white paper flowers to decorate the classroom as a morning hall during morning self-study, and held a funeral in the classroom. Their behavior seriously violated the school management system and caused extremely bad influence. After research and decision, Gute and Luo Jun will be given a demerit. I hope other students will take this as a warning. The loudspeaker shouted 3 times in a row before the sound disappeared. The whole class was in an uproar. Wang Lang, oh my god, is class 11 so good at playing? He thought Zhang Kai's selling of Wi-Fi was already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that there were people who were better than Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng. Ma Shicheng was also surprised. The degree of outrage in this matter was no less than that of their class 8. Jiuo Kunan was listening to the fun at first, then he noticed class 11. Huh? Class 11? Isn't Zuyan the monitor of class 11? Jiuo Kunan quickly picked up his phone to find Zuyan. Chinese teacher Dai Yanquan stood on the podium, shaking with anger, and cursed. "It's simply an insult to society." The class was in chaos for a while, and then returned to normal. Although the matter was not small, it did not happen in front of them after all. Class 11 was upstairs, and they did not know each other. The waves of shock soon disappeared. Shan Kaiquan was exercising in the aisle. He stretched one leg forward in the air, and the other leg slowly squatted down. Finally, he squatted down completely, then slowly exerted force, and stood up on one leg. This move is called a single leg squat. Shan Zhao applauded. "Shan Kaiquan, you are awesome." Song Sheng stared for a while and said disdainfully, "What's so difficult about this?" Shan Kaiquan challenged, "Try squatting." What a joke. Song Sheng's leg was broken, and the steel plate had not been taken out, so he couldn't squat at all. Wan Yang, a classmate over there, came to the aisle, tried it, squatted down, but couldn't stand up, and had to hold onto the table to stand up. Shan Kaiquan was even happier. This thing needed a comparison to highlight his awesomeness. He looked around, and saw Dong Qingfeng. Shan Kaiquan took the initiative to say, "Can you do one?" Dong Qingfeng was invited like this, and he was young and energetic, so he definitely didn't hesitate. He walked to the aisle, first stretched his legs, moved a few times, and finally took a deep breath, squatted down quickly, and stood up suddenly by inertia, and actually did one crookedly. Several people were comparing their physical fitness here, which attracted the attention of their classmates. Cuiu, Meng Gui, Zhang Kai, and other classmates ran over to try. Only a few students could complete this action. It really made people feel the difficulty. Sister Chen Saiking watched for a while, and asked Jiang Ning curiously, "Can you do it?" Bei Yuxia said lightly, "He can lift you up to do it." Chen Saiking is not a simple child. After hearing this, she didn't know what picture she thought of, and her face turned red. "Yuxia, what are you talking about?" Chen Saiking said coquettishly. "How vulgar." Shan Kaiquan picked up all the heroes and suddenly saw that in the chaotic classroom, there was only one person who was silently doing the questions. What's wrong with Chen Kaian, this grandson, recently? Is he crazy about studying? Shan Kaiquan has been in the limelight recently. Chen Kaian is his old enemy. He used to quarrel with him in the class group. He looked at Chen Kaian and felt displeased. Shan Kaiquan deliberately said, "Chen Kaian, come and try to do one, and see how many skills you have." After hearing this, Chen Kaian looked at the crowd. When he saw Huang Yasu squatting on one leg, his expression became more and more contemptuous. "What's the use of doing that thing?" Shan Kaiquan said, "What's the use of your studying? You don't seem to have signed up for the sports meet. As far as I know, even the disabled but strong-willed Song Sheng has signed up for the sports meet. Why don't you sign up? Do you still have class 8 in your heart?" Song Sheng's mouth twitched when he heard this. This Shan Kaiquan has been very arrogant recently. He was like an ant at the beginning of the school year, and he was controlled by him. Now he dares to make fun of him. Shan Kaiquan seized the opportunity to beat the man who was down. "Chen Kaian, you don't know that you can't win the prize, so you don't dare to sign up. It's a sports meet. The most important thing is to participate," he said sarcastically. "Chen Kaian, I just want to concentrate on my studies." He didn't argue with Shan Kaiquan, but raised a question in front of the whole class. On a rainy day, the ground is full of mud and water. There are two people, one wearing rain boots and the other wearing leather shoes. Why is the person wearing rain boots covered with mud on his trouser legs when he gets home, while the person wearing leather shoes is very clean? Shan Kaiquan's mind turned quickly, and he answered immediately, because people wearing rain boots don't care about the mud and water at all. They can step on it casually, while people wearing leather shoes are very careful, and walk in places with less water, because leather shoes are not waterproof. Therefore, people wearing leather shoes are clean. Shan Kaiquan answered faster than all the students present, and everyone couldn't help but look at Shan Kaiquan with admiration. Shan Kaiquan felt good inside. But he heard Shin Kaian say, "No, you are wrong." The person wearing leather shoes drove back. He immediately said the next sentence, "And now I answer you, studying hard will allow me to drive a car in the future." During the morning break, Zheng Lu poked Jiang Ning, "Do you want to go to the cafeteria for dinner? She only drank a cup of soy milk in the morning, and is a little hungry now." Before Jiang Ning agreed, Zhu Yuantang said, "Jiang Ning, bring me a boiled egg. Let's go." Jiang Ning said, "It feels good to go to the cafeteria for a meal during the morning break." Before Zhenglu left, he touched his pocket and suddenly found that his meal card was missing. "Wait, let me find my meal card." Zhenglu bent down and groped on the desk, but couldn't find it. She squatted down again and rummaged in the hole of the desk, but still couldn't find it. Zhenglu recalled the morning and guessed, I bought food in the cafeteria this morning, and it seems that I forgot the dining table." Jiang Ning asked, "Do you have your name on your meal card?" "Yes, it is." "It's okay. I'll apply for a new one later." Zhenglu was anxious, but pretended not to care on the surface. "Anyway, it must be lost, so there is no need to worry, Jiang Ning. I just hope that the money in the card is not spent too much." Zhenglu heard that some classmates lost their meal cards, and then the money was swiped away. She still had more than 100 yuan left in her meal card. If it was swiped, the loss would be huge. She would have to draw 2 pictures to earn it. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, spreading out and sweeping towards the cafeteria. In an instant, countless messages came into his mind, quickly filtered and screened, and soon, he locked on a meal card with Zhenglu's name engraved on it. Jiang Ning said, "Let's go to the cafeteria and have a look." "Yes, I pay for meals with cash." She showed her bare wallet. "No, I have one." Jiang Ning held a meal card between her fingers. Zhenglu asked in confusion, "Did you apply for a meal card?" Jiang Ning, "No, this is teacher Jiuo's card." Chapter 285 White. As a teacher at number 4 middle school, Jiuo Ran receives a meal allowance of 500 yuan per month. However, 90% of the food in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school tastes bad, so Jiuo Ran mostly eats out of school, so that there is often surplus on his meal card. It happened that one time, Jiang Ning went to the cafeteria to eat, and she saw him, so she gave her meal card to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not refuse, because Jiuo Ran rarely used it anyway, and it would be a waste to leave it alone. He used it with a clear conscience. On weekdays, he gave Jiuo Ran some homemade throat lozenges every once in a while, so that her throat would not be uncomfortable, even when she was teaching intensively. After leaving the classroom, Jiang Ning and Zhenglu rushed to the cafeteria. There were many students who went to the cafeteria to eat during the break. For example, in their class 8, Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei and others went to the cafeteria in groups every day and never missed it. The two walked along the corridor and went downstairs from the corridor next to class 1. During this time, Jiang Ning's spiritual sense was fully deployed, locking onto Zhenglu's meal card. Class 9 next door. Shi Qianjin didn't eat in the morning. He took his meal card and was planning to have a good meal in the cafeteria. As a result, the tall and burly Yan Xianpeng ran over with a smile on his face. Qianjin, are you going to the cafeteria?" Shi Qianjin's face immediately darkened. He still remembered that the last time he said he was going to the cafeteria to eat, Yan Xianpeng asked him to bring his meal. And last time, he said he was going back to the dormitory, but Yan Xianpeng asked him to bring a power bank. Damn, this person is simply amazing. Shi Qianjin still doesn't believe it. He stopped moving and stood in the aisle. Before Yan Xianpeng asked, he took the lead. "I won't go to the cafeteria or go back to the dormitory." Shi Qianjin would rather starve and not eat than help Yan Xianpeng kill 10,000 enemies and lose 8,000 of his own. Unexpectedly, Yan Xianpeng said, "That's great, lend me your meal card." Shi Qianjin was stunned, and then he got angry. Damn, he doesn't care about his face. Do you really think that Shi Qianjin is easy to bully? Shi Qianjin said stiffly, "Okay, call me daddy, and I'll lend you my meal card if you do." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xianpeng on the other side immediately shouted, "Dad, Jiang Ning, are you happy recently?" Zhenglu suddenly asked. "Not bad." Jiang Ning had cultivated to the nascent soul realm before, and now he is recultivating, which is unusually easy, just like a high school student who runs to the first grade to challenge addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, which is naturally not difficult. He controls the power himself, which is much more reliable than the so-called power and money. In addition, He lives a comfortable life and doesn't have to go to work. He is carefree and of course very happy. What about you? Jiang Ning asked. He knew that girls of this age are prone to sentimentality. Zhenglu, me. She showed a look of confusion and expectation. We are almost in the second year of high school. There are still a few months. Jiang Ning said. I heard that after the second year of high school, there will only be one day off on weekends. Zhenglu said, and I may not be in the classroom often in the future. This is what she is most worried about. After her second year of high school, she will probably become an art exam candidate. Jiang Ning understood what she meant. In her previous life, Zhenglu had chosen the path of an art exam candidate since her second year of high school. The only difference was that Zhenglu's grades were very poor, and she was forced to take the art exam. Now, after her own tutoring, her grades have improved a lot. Even if she doesn't have to take the art exam, it won't be a problem to exceed the first T line in the future. Zhenglu sighed. In fact, she has been struggling recently whether to really choose the art exam. She raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Ning's handsome face. She said very seriously, Jiang Ning, do you want me to study art? She planned to give the right to choose in the future to Jiang Ning and let him decide her destiny. Jiang Ning did not stop, and he replied, do what you like. Canteen. Jiang Ning locked onto a table of students within his spiritual awareness. The food in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school was not delicious, but the cafeteria was quite large. The wide hall was filled with dining tables, which could accommodate hundreds of students at the same time. The dining table is a standard 8-person table. The tabletop is made of steel and is rectangular. Orange-red plastic small round stools are welded to the side of the table. Some dining tables have been in disrepair for a long time, and the small round stools are broken, and some small round stools have disappeared. There is a dining table near the west window, where 4 students are sitting. To be exact, 3 are sitting, and a boy is squatting on the small round stool to eat. Shortly after the class, students just came into the cafeteria. The 4 of them are obviously the kind who came early. The boy squatting to eat is Luo Jun from class 11 of senior 1. He looks handsome, relatively white, but his eye circles are as dark as a panda. There is a fat black guy next to him. Relatively speaking, his appearance is relatively shabby, with triangular eyes. He is Gu Tae from class 11. The 2 are the protagonists of the criticism in the school report today. If there are well-informed students here, they will definitely be able to call out the names of the 2 people, black and white evils. Class monitor, we really didn't mean it. Luo Jun smiled. The person he called the monitor was sitting opposite him. She was a girl with long hair, fair skin and good looks. She was Zhu Yan from class 11, the object of Guo Kunnen's pursuit. Zhu Yan held the spoon and drank a sip of hot and sour soup leisurely with a graceful posture. However, after she drank a sip, she almost couldn't hold it in and almost vomited it out. I don't know which chef was in charge of the canteen today, but the hot and sour soup was bitter. She frowned and took a big bite of the fried dough sticks to relieve the bitterness in her mouth. Then she raised her head and looked at Luo Jun and Gu Tae opposite. Luo Jun, what's the point of squatting? Sit down and talk, Zhu Yan said. Monitor, there's nothing we can do. The stool is broken. Luo Jun said. Gu Tae, who was diagonally opposite, said, Monitor, we were just playing around during the morning self-study. Who would have thought that Director Yan would come over? The 2 obviously cared about Zhu Yan's opinion, otherwise they would not have explained to Zhu Yan specifically after the grade report. It proved that Zhu Yan was indeed influential in class 11. Even these 2 unruly students had to give her face after they committed a crime. Zhu Yan was annoyed when she thought about the fire in the backyard when she had a meeting last year. Her class was decorated as a morning hall. The most outrageous thing was that they were still shouting in the class, such as toasting and kowtowing. As a result, they were caught on the spot by Director Yan. It's easy for you to apologize now, but the civilized red flag of our class will definitely be gone. From the beginning of the school to now, I first proposed that the civilized red flag should be hung at the door of our class forever, but it was lost once last semester. It's so hard to keep it this semester, and now it's gone again. Zhu Yan loves her class more than anyone else. When Gu Tae heard Zhu Yan's bad tone, he said, our class is already good enough. Class monitor, don't worry about it. Luo Jun said, it's just that we lost the red flag. We can get it back. Zhu Yan, but you were reported. Our class is famous in the whole school. Now we've become a joke. Luo Jun stiffened his neck. What's the point of reporting? Didn't Zhang Kai from class 8 also get reported? Isn't he more embarrassing than us? He even sells Wi-Fi. Zhu Yan, don't compare the good ones, just the bad ones. Besides, Zhang Kai was arrested for making money, but you guys are just having fun. Luo Jun felt depressed when he heard Zhu Yan's accusations. He suddenly slammed the table. Okay, isn't it just the mobile red flag? I will get you the medal back at the sports meet. Luo Jun has heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he is a bit pale, but he is quite capable. He used to be the 800-meter champion in junior high school, and he is also very good at high jump. As for Gute next to him, he was dark and strong, like a whirlwind little wild boar. He was very fierce in sprinting, and could run for more than 12 seconds. He was also very strong, and was good at throwing shot put. They were two generals of class 11. Zhu Yan had been worried about the sports meeting recently. After hearing the two people's promise, she said, okay, you can fill in all the events you are good at today. Also, go back and apologize to him. The two of them decorated the morning hall for a student from the neighboring class 10, and the student almost came to the door. Class monitor, don't worry. Luo Jun promised. After that, he took out a meal card and said generously to Zhu Yan, class monitor, what kind of food do you want to eat today? What kind of snacks do you want to eat? Just buy and order whatever you want. I will treat you. Don't be polite to me. Gute said, this is called asking for forgiveness with a thorny stick on your back. Meal cards can not only be used to buy meals, but also to spend money in the supermarket and the cafeteria. Zhu Yan is not a girl who likes to take advantage of others. She pointed to the hot and sour soup and said, you have already treated me just now. Although the meal was very unpalatable, Zhu Yan knew her classmates better. She knew that Luo Jun's family was average, and he almost never treated people to food. Now, in order to admit his mistake, the other party paid for her, which proved his sincerity. Forget it, I'll tell them not to go crazy in class in the future, Zhu Yan thought. Suddenly, she felt tired. At the beginning of the first year of high school, she took the initiative to change her mind and challenge a different life, and became the class monitor. Since then, she has been conscientious and concerned about various affairs in the class. To be honest, it's very tiring, and I want to give up. It's just that she has been walking this road for more than half a year, and the burden on her is too heavy. It's impossible to give up just like that. She wants to face high school life with high spirits, stride forward, and be a sunny girl who infects others. At this moment, Jiang Ning stepped into the cafeteria. He had already seen everything that happened in the cafeteria hall with his spiritual sense. Zhenglu entered the cafeteria and her steps couldn't help but speed up. She planned to go to the table where she had breakfast in the morning to check if her meal card was still there. Jiang Ning gently grabbed her, and Zhenglu looked puzzled. Found it, Jiang Ning said. Zhenglu, HMM. Jiang Ning stepped forward. Luo Jun swung the meal card and said, squad leader, you can eat as much as you want. I'll book the place today. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ning came behind him, patted him on the shoulder and said, okay, stop pretending, give me the card. Luo Jun was patted and looked back immediately. He didn't know Jiang Ning, but he was naturally unhappy with such a handsome guy, especially when there was a pretty girl next to him. Who are you? Luo Jun looked unhappy. Jiang Ning said, it doesn't matter who I am, the meal card in your hand belongs to my friend. As soon as he said this, Luo Jun felt guilty, and he subconsciously took the meal card back. It turned out that the real owner came to his door, which was not good. How do you prove that the meal card is yours? Luo Jun looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said calmly, on the back of the meal card, in the lower right corner, there is an artistic word Lu. After hearing this, Luo Jun smiled and said, there is no word on the card at all. It's not your card. Don't waste time here. Go where you should go and have fun. He waved his hand like a fly. The fat black man Gute drank a sip of soup. This is the first time I see you asking for a meal card like this. Zhenglu was also surprised, but she believed in Jiang Ning. Whatever he did, he must have his reasons. Jiang Ning said lightly, you can tell, if you take it out, and take a look. You can take a look just like that? Who do you think you are? Luo Jun said unhappily. He held the meal card, and planned to put it in his pocket, and then knock off the name with his fingernails. There are more than 100 yuan in this meal card. If it wasn't picked up in a hurry, and happened to meet the squad leader, he would have taken it out at the beginning. After Luo Jun finished speaking, Gu Tei on the side, stared at Jiang Ning. He was dark-skinned, had triangular eyes, and was fat. These points combined, made him look very difficult to mess with from the outside. The next moment, Jiang Ning stretched out his hand. Zhu Yan watched with his own eyes as the slender boy's hand shook slightly. Zhu Yan swore that the other party really just shook it, and there was an extra meal card in his hand. Jiang Ning took the meal card and handed it to Zhenglu beside him. Is it yours? Zhenglu was still in a daze. Hearing this, she looked at the meal card and turned it over. On the back was the word Lu written in black pen. It was written by her. She nodded vigorously. Yes, it's my card. Luo Jun realized that his hand was empty and hurriedly looked at the two people and saw that the girl was holding the meal card. Luo Jun was immediately annoyed. You are looking for death by stealing my meal card. Zhenglu said, this is my meal card. If it was any other time, it would be fine. But now that the meal card matter was exposed in front of the class monitor Zhu Yan, Luo Jun felt embarrassed and pointed at Zhenglu and cursed. Get lost, that's my meal card, give it to me. Zhenglu was not a vegetarian when someone said that. He took her card and dared to be arrogant. Zhenglu said coldly, okay, let's ask the cafeteria staff to check the records. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yan frowned and looked at Jiang Ning first. Jiang Ning usually kept a low profile in school, but his grades were second in the school. Every time the top 10 students in the grade went on stage to receive awards, Zhu Yan didn't know his name, but knew that he was in the top 10 in the grade. This kind of top student is very popular with teachers and is not easy to mess with. She asked, what happened? Zhenglu explained the reason. My meal card was lost, and they found it. Now I have it back. It's that simple. Luo Jun's tone was very aggressive just now, and now it was a small meal time, which attracted a group of students to watch the fun. He felt embarrassed, but still said stubbornly, who said that was your meal card? I said 3 times, otherwise I will fight. Luo Jun gave his good brother Gu Tei a look. Gu Tei's triangular eyes flashed with a fierce light. This kind of pretty boy, looking at it, really wants to slap him. 3. Luo Jun started the countdown. The battle was about to break out. There were more students watching the fun around, and they surrounded a group. Zhu Yan, talk it over, don't fight. Luo Jun didn't listen at all. With a gloomy face, he raised his feet and stood in the aisle between the dining tables. The aisle was spacious and could be used as a ring. Gu Tei followed him, and the two stared at Jiang Ning together. It was like a 2-on-1 situation. Luo Jun shouted, 2. The students watching became even more excited. Jiang Ning watched this scene with great interest and thought that high school students were quite interesting. Before a fight, they would report their numbers first. I'm telling you, I'm going to fight, so you should be ready. Zhenglu poked Jiang Ning with a worried look in her eyes. She wasn't worried about Jiang Ning's safety. She was worried that Jiang Ning would beat the two people on the opposite side and get into trouble. Jiang Ning said to the two of them, this morning, the whole school was informed that you two set up a morning hall in the class, and now you are fighting in the cafeteria. You are indeed you. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around them. The notice was for the whole school, and all students from the 1st to the 3rd grade of high school heard it. It turned out that the two protagonists were them. Everyone couldn't help but point fingers at Gu Tei and Luo Jun. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold him. Luo Jun and the other two were severely humiliated, and their faces became extremely ugly at the time. Especially Luo Jun. He heard the people around him laughing and disdainful, as if he had become a clown. Who is he? He is Luo Jun. Anger was boiling in his chest, like a boiler that was under too much pressure and was about to explode. He swore that he would not make this man kneel down today. His last name was not Luo. He dared to hold a funeral in the classroom, so what else could he not do? Uncontrollable anger made Luo-jun couldn't help but shout, "One!" The next moment, his fist would hit Jiang Ning's face hard. One punch to open the door, so as to avoid 100 punches. Luo-jun clenched his fist, his blood vessels burst, and his blood boiled. He stepped forward suddenly, retracted his right shoulder, and punched with power. Zhu Yan wanted to step forward to stop him, but it was too late. It's over. Zhu Yan was very clear about the strength of the black and white evil spirits in their class. Normally, other students in the class could not beat them. What's more, the boy opposite, although tall, did not look strong, and would definitely be beaten. Zhu Yan didn't dare to think about the consequences. The students around were ready to watch the fun. As for breaking up the fight, no hurry, wait and see. Luo-jun finished accumulating power. Jiang Ning's consciousness moved. He smiled, and a spiritual power popped out. Luo-jun saw that Jiang Ning was still laughing, and he was furious. He dared to laugh, and he simply didn't take him seriously. "I'll make you cry with this punch." His good brother Gute, who was beside him, was also ready to fight. Together, they planned to have a big fight. Luo-jun was about to hit him, but suddenly, his heart twitched violently, as if someone had grabbed his hand and he couldn't move anymore. He shuddered, as if he had been electrocuted, and fell straight to the ground with a click. The crowd watching jumped back in fright. His good brother Gute was so scared that he didn't care about hitting anyone, and quickly squatted down to check the situation. Zhenglu was curious, what's wrong with him? The classmates were also very curious, and countless doubts rang out at once. Is he having a heart attack? Someone shouted. I don't know. Are you going to keep fighting? If not, I'm going to eat. Is he fainted or dead? Let's find a teacher. A heavy roar came from outside the crowd. What heart attack? The roar was quite shocking. Everyone looked back and saw a burly female warrior appearing. Pang Jiao led the way, and behind her was Zhang Yifei, who was also burly and strong, and Li Shengnan, who was walking side by side with Zhang Yifei. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the three people and couldn't help but make way for them. Pang Jiao got closer and closer. She finally stopped and looked at the boy with his eyes closed on the ground. She said distressedly, "Good boy, such a white boy. I updated it earlier today. I wonder if I can ask for a monthly ticket." Chapter 286 Help. The cafeteria of number 4 middle school. Pang Jiao stood tall, looking down at Luo-jun on the ground. The students around were surprised at first, and then worried. A student suddenly fainted, which was very scary. What happened to him? Is he really in trouble? Some students who reacted quickly said, "I have the phone number of the doctor in the school clinic. I will call the doctor now." Too slow. Why don't we carry him to the clinic first? A classmate stopped him loudly. "No, don't move. It will get worse." What should we do? The doctor will not be here for a while, right? Call the adults in the cafeteria first. Someone reminded. Compared with students, adults are obviously better at handling things. The students who were watching the excitement just now were in a mess, trying to find a solution together. After all, this is a life. In the crowd, only a few students had flickering eyes. Not only did they not want the student to get better, but they hoped that something bad would happen to him. Anyway, life or death has nothing to do with them. Moreover, if the matter gets out of hand, the school may be able to have a day off. Zhenglu held Jiang Ning's arm with a worried look in her eyes. Although Jiang Ning did not touch the other party, the student named Luo-jun had just attacked Jiang Ning. It was because of the attack that he fainted. If something really happened, Jiang Ning might be implicated. Even if he could really get away with it, Luo-jun's parents would never let Jiang Ning have an easy time. Zhenglu thought of the scene of Luo-jun's parents coming to the school to make trouble, and she couldn't help but worry about Jiang Ning. She squeezed Jiang Ning's arm with more force. Jiang Ning noticed her worry and gave her a reassuring look. He didn't use a killing move, but only ejected spiritual power and gave the other party a small lesson. He would wake up in a few minutes. Just wait quietly. Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11, stood there, looking at Luo-jun helplessly. She was full of regret. Why didn't she stop Luo-jun just now? Otherwise, maybe this situation could be avoided. Now, in a hurry, she couldn't think of any way except calling the head teacher. She was often praised, but after all, she was just an ordinary high school girl. In the chaos, Pang Jiao moved, and she slowly bent down. As soon as Pang Jiao moved, the students present shifted their attention to her. Gute, who was standing aside, couldn't help but make way for her. Pang Jiao had some experience in first aid, otherwise she wouldn't have come out to save Shen Xinli from class 9. She first put her fingers on the tip of Luo Jun's nose. Pang Jiao's fingers were short and thick, with abundant hairs on them. The black and furry fingers formed a sharp contrast with Luo Jun's white skin. Luo Jun was still breathing, but his breathing was weak. Pang Jiao had more experience than the last time she saved Shen Xinli. She shouted, "You guys move aside first to let the air circulate. Yifei, you come and do chest compressions on him." After hearing this, Zhang Yifei took 2 steps forward, squatted down with her huge body, and surrounded Luo Jun with Pang Jiao. Actually, Zhang Yifei didn't know how to give first aid before. But last time, after learning that Pang Jiao gave first aid to the pretty boy Shen Xinli, she went to the school clinic and studied professional knowledge, hoping that it would be useful one day. She had already prepared herself for the 3 years of high school when she couldn't do anything. Who would have thought that the surprise would come so quickly? "You want me to do chest compressions?" Zhang Yifei's square face with sharp edges showed a bit of dissatisfaction. Pang Jiao said, "I'm more skilled in artificial respiration than you." In normal times, Zhang Yifei respected Pang Jiao, but who would want to miss this opportunity? Luo Jun on the ground was white and had a good appearance. Zhang Yifei's heart was moved, and she retorted, "For love, not necessarily. I have received professional training." Pang Jiao, "Practice is a truth. You haven't practiced it." If Zhang Yifei wasn't a good sister, Pang Jiao would have asked her to get out long ago. She actually dared to compete with her for a man. "Do you want to die?" Then, the two of them quarreled in front of everyone over who would do artificial respiration. The quarrel got louder and louder, and finally they yelled at each other. Seeing that Luo Jun from their class was still lying on the ground, Zhu Yan shouted, "Stop arguing. Saving people is the most important thing." As soon as she said this, Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei glared at her at the same time, and that glare was like the anger of a demon. How much pressure did the two of them feel? The reckless Wu Zhaoqi was once shocked by them, and the evil Cuiyu was also scared. Zhu Yan was frightened and took a step back. Pang Jiao was not confused about the situation. She was annoyed that Zhang Yifei was arguing with her. She should have not brought her to dinner earlier. Pang Jiao knew that it would be bad to delay it. If the doctor from the infirmary came, no one could do it. She took the initiative to suggest, "Yifei, you press first, and I will change you when I get better." "Okay, don't cheat." Zhang Yifei agreed. After they were assigned, Zhang Yifei sat on the ground and pressed her hands on Luo Jun's chest. At the same time, Pang Jiao pouted and took a deep breath, and her round face showed an intoxicated look. Then, she suddenly leaned down, and her bright red thick lips suddenly covered Luo Jun. Yan Xianpeng and Shen Xinli from class 9 met on the road. After the last blow, Shen Xinli was devastated and sighed every day. Every time after class, he always sat in a daze and never bullied his classmate Liang Sheng again. It was as if he had become a numb robot. Of course, Shen Xinli is a human being after all, and he still has to eat. He met Yan Xianpeng during the break, and the two had a good relationship and ate together. As soon as Shen Xinli entered the cafeteria, he saw a crowd of people gathered in front. No matter how a person feels, he always likes to watch when he sees something lively. "Xianpeng, what's going on in there?" Shen Xinli is only a little over 1.7 meters tall and can't see clearly. Yan Xianpeng is a 1.9 meter tall strongman, and he has a wide field of vision, no matter where he is. He looked inside, but because Pang Jiao and others were sitting down, Yan Xianpeng couldn't see clearly. However, Yan Xianpeng relied on his strength to push through the crowd and squeeze inside. Shen Xinli used his light to get in. As a result, he saw a scene that made Shen Xinli feel so painful. Zhang Yifei pressed Luo Jun's chest, and Pang Jiao leaned on his face to give artificial respiration. At this moment, Shen Xinli seemed to have eaten very sour candy, and his facial features were extremely distorted. The faces of the students watching around him were also extremely exciting. It was a ghost. They had never seen such an exciting thing in their lives. Some students took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record this scene. Shenzhen seemed to recall a scene on the playground that day. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. There was a dense crowd behind him. Without Yanshai and Peng to clear the way, he couldn't get out at all. Shenzhen had to watch helplessly. This scene was tantamount to punishment. He saw his past self in it. However, as time passed, the pain in his heart was relieved a little bit. He was not alone. It turned out that more than one person in the world had suffered this fate. It's my turn. It's my turn. Zhang Yifei urged. Pang Jiao spat violently, making a loud noise, and then reluctantly raised her face. The classmates only saw that the classmate lying on the ground had a face full of lipstick marks, as if he had been ruined. As soon as Pang Jiao moved her face away, Zhang Yifei quickly pressed forward. She held up the white face affectionately and looked at him as if it was a rare treasure. Zhang Yifei's square face with distinct angles came closer and closer. As Pang Jiao pressed, Zhang Yifei leaned down and pressed her face forward. Her movements were different from Pang Jiao's fierceness. Zhang Yifei was strong and fierce, but in the fierceness, there was also the tenderness of an iron girl. When she gave artificial respiration, the spitting sound she made was more gentle and melodious than Pang Jiao's. Zhu Yan was standing nearby, feeling so embarrassed that her face was slightly red. It was so embarrassing. Is this artificial respiration? Obviously, artificial respiration on TV is not like this. The classmates around covered their faces and couldn't bear it. Not only students, but also the cafeteria staff came. An old man who was cooking saw this scene. If he hadn't known that he was saving people, he couldn't help but yell. In broad daylight, under the bright sky, doing such a thing. Shenzhen was in a complicated mood at this time. He was sad and happy. He thought he was miserable enough. During this period, he was immersed in misery and couldn't get out. He didn't expect that there were people who were much more miserable than him. Pang Jiao yelled, "What are you doing? You are not saving people." She pushed Zhang Yifei away with a fierce push, and then she rushed forward to do artificial respiration. Zhang Yifei was passing carbon dioxide, and when she was excited, she was not happy about it, and went up to push Pang Jiao away again. So the two of them stopped pressing, and took turns to do artificial respiration. They almost fought in the middle. Everyone was stunned. Fortunately, Luo Jun was lucky. He woke up suddenly from the darkness and felt that he had a nightmare. In the dream, he was sleeping on the bed. The bed had only a cold bedboard. It was so cold. He fell asleep, but in the huge gap between the bedboard and the headboard, a thick python came out and swallowed him in one bite. He struggled frantically and was awakened by shock. He opened his eyes and saw a square face approaching him. Because the distance was too close, he could see the pock marks on the face clearly. Luo Jun wanted to shout and let the face stay away from him, but before he could make a sound, Zhang Yifei pressed on him. Luo Jun could no longer make a sound. He could only passively endure the pain. After more than 10 seconds, Luo Jun almost suffocated to death. At this moment, the face finally moved away. Luo Jun took a breath like a drowning man. Before he could react, another face plate came up. He shouted in fear, "Take it away." As soon as the words came out, his mouth was blocked again. Facing Pang Jiao's ravage, he couldn't make any resistance at all. When Zhu Yan saw that Luo Jun woke up, she hurriedly shouted, "Don't do it, he's awake, he's awake. If you continue like this, he will faint again." There were righteous students around to stop him. "Yes, let him go." Too cruel. Luo Jun's good brother Gute finally took action. He rushed up and tried to push Pang Jiao away. However, Zhang Yifei glared at him. Gute's face was dark. He could feel that the burly square-faced fat woman in front of him was definitely a strong opponent. Of course, if a big battle broke out, he would probably win. It is not glorious to just beat a woman. If you get hurt, that is shameful. Good brother Luo Jun has lost all face. As the black devil in the black and white devils, he is the last face. Besides, although the other party has done too much, he is Luo Jun's savior after all. Gutei's expression eased, and he advised, Luo-jun has woken up, you let him go. Yes, the teacher and the doctor will be here soon, Zhu Yan said. Hearing this, Pang Jiao finally opened her mouth. Luo-jun almost died just now. He gasped for air, breathing greedily, and was glad to survive. Gutei stepped forward and helped him up. Luo-jun's mind was confused, and his steps staggered twice. With Gutei's help, he finally stood still. He looked at the crowd blankly. His face was full of lipstick marks and purple marks from sucking. Everyone was looking at him. People's expressions were either laughing, weird, sympathetic, or shocked. Luo-jun had never seen so many strange expressions at once. He couldn't help but ask, what are you looking at? Also, my mouth hurts. As soon as he finished saying this, it was as if he had pressed a start switch. Luo-jun shuddered, and his consciousness instantly recovered. He finally remembered everything that had just happened. He slowly moved his gaze to the faces of Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei. What kind of faces were those? Luo-jun would never forget it. Yan Shai and Peng shouted, Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei from class 8 gave you artificial respiration. Artificial respiration? Exclamation mark. They gave me artificial respiration? Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei smiled charmingly, and Luo-jun's mind went blank. 2 seconds later, an extremely shrill scream rang out. Luo-jun jumped on the spot. He was indeed good at high jump, and the whole person jumped as high as if he was flying. When he landed, there was a bang. Luo-jun jumped again like a monkey, rushed towards the cafeteria door, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The students were left staring at each other. Is he okay? Some students whispered. Pang Jiao yelled, bullshit. I worked so hard to save him. How could he be okay? He's fine. Luo-jun ran away. Just as the crowd slowly dispersed, the doctor from the school clinic and several teachers hurried over. The aftermath was still reverberating. Yan Shai and Peng looked at Shen Xinli, not knowing if it was an illusion. He actually found that Shen Xinli was different from before. Shen Xinli before was like a wilted eggplant, walking listlessly, with dull eyes. However, now there is a hint of spirit in his eyes. Xinli, what's wrong with you? Yan Shai and Peng asked. Shen Xinli exhaled a breath of foul air. He walked towards the window of the cafeteria and said as he walked, I just suddenly realized that people should not always be entangled in pain. Now, I finally have the courage to overcome it. Yes, compared to the student on the ground just now, in a way, he, Shen Xinli, is lucky. After the crowd dispersed, few people paid attention to Jiang Ning, and they had forgotten him long ago. Only Zheng Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he is fine. Jiang Ning said, yeah, he is fine. Zheng Lu recalled the scene just now, and shook his head to drive it out of his mind. Jiang Ning, do you want hot and sour soup? No, give me a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. He used his spiritual sense to investigate and knew that the hot and sour soup today was not right. Yeah, then I want egg soup too. Jiang Ning showed his meal card. It's my treat. Swipe teacher Jiuo's card. Chapter 287 Rain. After finishing her meal, Jiang Ning went to the window to buy a boiled egg, which was for Zhu Yuantang. Zheng Lu swiped her card, and she glanced at the balance on her meal card, which was 134 yuan. Is it less than before? Jiang Ning asked. It's 10 yuan less, it doesn't matter, as long as the card is found. Zheng Lu said that in fact, the missing money can be checked in the consumption records, and the classmate can give her the money. But thinking about the other party's experience, even Zheng Lu, as a girl, still felt pain for him, not to mention the person involved. It was too miserable, and the other party had been punished. Zheng Lu decided that this 10 yuan would be a ticket to watch the farce with Jiang Ning. Back in the classroom, Jiang Ning had just sat down when Chen Xiaoyu turned around. She took out her mobile phone and showed it to Jiang Ning. Is this you? Jiang Ning's consciousness swept across the screen and saw a scene of him and Luo-jun and Gutei confronting each other with the words, fighting. He did not answer first, but handed the boiled egg to Zhu Yuantang who had been waiting for a long time. It was me, Jiang Ning said. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. Did they really fight? Are they seriously injured? You don't have to pay for it, right? She was bored and browsing her question space during the break. When she saw the dynamics posted by her classmates, she recognized the people in the picture at a glance. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, "There is no physical injury, but it has been a big blow to the spirit." Zhu Yuantang peeled the eggs with her small hands. "Jiang Ning, did you perform a mental attack on them?" "It's not me, it's someone else." Jiang Ning poured some hot water from her cup. Zhu Yuantang immediately looked at him angrily. "Eating eggs is very choking. You drank up all my water, aren't you hurting me?" "Jiang Ning, I only drank a little bit. Don't forget who brought the eggs." Zhu Yuantang is not an ungrateful person. After being reminded, she generously forgave Jiang Ning. Chen Xiaoyu said, "What does it mean to be mentally attacked? Put your phone away first, I'll tell you later." Jiang Ning said. Chen Xiaoyu was as obedient as her sister. When Jiang Ning said that, she quickly put away her phone and adjusted her posture. She sat more upright. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the head teacher Shan Qingrang appeared at the door of the class. Chen Xiaoyu admired Jiang Ning in her heart. It seemed that Jiang Ning could always detect the arrival of the teacher in advance. When Chen Xiaoyu was in junior high school, there was also such a classmate in her class. He kept an eye on all directions. Whenever the teacher came, he could always put away his phone at lightning speed and avoid risks. But the other party was noisy, as if the slightest movement could alarm him, and he was far less calm than Jiang Ning. Moreover, later that classmate overturned and was caught by the teacher. The phone was smashed, and the parents were invited. Bai Yuxia also heard Jiang Ning's reminder, but she was still looking at her phone. As the top 4 students in class 8, her grades were enough to have some privileges. After the classmates noticed the head teacher, those who were making small movements stopped. Those who were playing with their phones put their phones away furtively, and the chat sounds disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at him. The head teacher Shan Qingrang called out, "Jiang Ning, come out for a moment." Shan Qingrang's tone was gentle. He was always kind to Jiang Ning, a student who brought him honor. After Jiang Ning left, a discussion broke out in the classroom. "Did you hear that Jiang Ning had a fight with someone in the cafeteria?" Deng Qingfeng said. "Yuan, really?" Shen Qinj didn't say anything, but quietly stopped writing. For some reason, recently, whenever she heard Jiang Ning's name, she couldn't help but be distracted. "I have a picture as proof." Deng Qingfeng showed the circle of friends. After seeing it, Yuan said in a strange tone, "Does he like to quarrel with others so much?" In the back row of the classroom, Wang Langlang's news was obviously more timely than Deng Qingfeng's. He used his mobile phone to show Ma Shicheng, "Brother Ma, Shenzhenli is not alone anymore." In the photo, 2 familiar huge figures surrounded a boy, and one of the figures leaned down, as if kissing. "Isn't this Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei?" Ma Shicheng said. "Yes, there is more." Wang Langlang swiped his phone and a new picture appeared. This picture showed 2 boys confronting Jiang Ning. Judging from their expressions, they seemed very angry. Then, he showed several other pictures taken from different angles. Ma Shicheng restored the process of the incident. Based on those pictures, they fought with Jiang Ning. One of them was knocked unconscious, and then Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei gave him artificial respiration. No, there should not be a fight. An accident happened in the middle, because there were no photos of the fight. Logically speaking, if there was a fight, the most exciting fight must have been filmed, but now it was not. Wang Langlang said, "These 2 classmates are Luo Jun and Gu Tei from class 11. The school notified them in the morning that they were the 2 classmates who arranged the morning hall." Ma Shicheng, "It's amazing." Jiang Ning and Shan Qingrang explained a few words and then returned to the classroom. He did not fight with the other party. After the other party fainted, he was rescued immediately. Except for his unstable mental state, everything else is healthy. At this time, the usefulness of a good student was reflected. Jiang Ning was one of the top 2 students in the school, so the school naturally would not trouble him. As the matter fermented, it spread more and more widely. Unlike the last time, this time in the cafeteria, where people came and went, many people took photos. Questions space, WeChat moments, QQ groups, number 4 middle schools Tiba, especially Tiba. After speculation from all sides, Wang Langlang secretly compiled it into a live broadcast post, perfectly restoring the entire process in the cafeteria. plus a wonderful commentary, which attracted many classmates to reply, and the scene was once extremely lively. Jiang came back from exercise and heard about this incident. After learning that it originated from class 11, he immediately took the opportunity to find Zhu Yan and inquire about the situation. Class 11. The classmates' eyes were focused on the last row of the classroom. There were two boys sitting at the desk near the north wall. One was dark, he was Gute, and the other was white, he was Luo Jun. Gute had a complicated expression and sighed from time to time, as if he was sighing about life. Luo Jun, who was standing next to him, stared at the clock above the blackboard without saying a word, and his eyelids didn't seem to blink. The most amazing thing was that he would giggle every minute, as if he was hysterical. However, the eyes that everyone looked at them with were not mocking, but sympathetic. Too miserable. Some classmates sighed quietly. They learned the whole process and had the opportunity to see the faces of Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei. In the past, Luo Jun was extremely active in the class and was the kind who often took the initiative to cause trouble. The top students in the front row hated him. At this moment, the top students no longer hated him. Some said, I suddenly found him quite pitiful. If I were Luo Jun, I would go home. Hey, have you heard? Shenzhen Li from class 9, the one with good grades, was also raped by Pang Jiao. You must be exaggerating, right? How can I lie to you? Shenzhen Li asked for leave and went home for a week. Fuck, if Luo Jun was raped by two girls, wouldn't he have to go home for 2 weeks? I think this is not a simple addition, but multiplication. He has to go home to recuperate for 49 days. No, we are still counting on Luo Jun to participate in the sports meeting to bring honor to our class. People cannot empathize with each other. Luo Jun's suffering is just a joke in the eyes of other students. Only a few people, such as Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11, who are empathetic students, can understand how much pain Luo Jun is in. This scene lasted until the end of the third class. The loudspeaker in the school rang. This morning, in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school, Luo Jun, a student in class 11 of grade 1, suddenly fell ill and fainted. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei, students from class 8 of grade 1, stepped forward and used artificial respiration to wake Luo Jun in time. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei's spirit of saving people reflects their spiritual and civilized qualities. Our school calls on all students to learn from Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei and give them praise and notice. The loudspeaker broadcast 3 times in a row. The authenticity of the photos that had been circulated in number 4 middle school was completely confirmed, and everyone ran around laughing. Only the atmosphere in class 11 was exceptionally quiet, and there was a hint of weirdness in it. The originally dull Luo Jun seemed to have suffered another heavy blow. His eyes were dim, and he lost all his strength in an instant, and his body fell straight towards the desk. Bang! He fell on the table, and his body was motionless. The whole class was terrified, and Zhu Yan even ran to check on him. Was he fainted again? It's possible. Go and call the class teacher. At this time, a voice rang out in the class. No need to call the class teacher. I'll go downstairs to class 8 to call Pang Jiao. In an instant, Luo Jun, who was lying on his stomach, sat up as if he had been electrocuted. With a terrified face and trembling hands, he pointed at everyone and shouted in an extremely unstable mood. Don't shout. Don't shout. Let's see who dares to shout. Don't shout. At noon, Jiang was playing with his mobile phone in his seat. Regarding the artificial respiration incident, Jiang not only gained smiles, but also took this opportunity to get closer to Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11. Zhu Yan asked him about the situation in class 8. First Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei, and then asked about Jiang Ning. Jiang told the stories of the two. Zhu Yan thanked him, and Jiang was very satisfied. When he thought about how beautiful Zhu Yan was, she actually respected him so much, without any feeling of superiority over other girls. He thought he had a good eye. Zhu Yan was so much better than Manman in the past. Jiang seemed to have found the missing piece in his heart. If his mood was a little perfect before, it was a big perfect now. It suddenly got dark outside the classroom, and it was still noon. The sky was full of dark clouds, and a drizzle of rain fell. The students walked into the classroom complaining. The rain came suddenly, and few students brought umbrellas. This rain came at an unpleasant time, because there was only a week before the sports meeting. The number of students in the classroom increased one after another. Chen Xiao was worried. What do you think? If it rains on the day of the school anniversary, will the sports meeting be cancelled? Even Bei Yuxia, who was always calm, raised her brows with a little worry. She has been preparing for the dance recently, spending a lot of time and even bought dance clothes. If the school anniversary is disturbed, it will have a big impact on her. Shan Keikwon, who was on the other side of the river, looked unhappy. It will rain for many days in this season, right? If it really rained, the results of his hard training would no longer be shown. When can he confess his love? No, Shan Keikwon had long been tired of this kind of unrequited love. He wanted to love openly. Zhu Yuantang didn't care about those things. She silently peeled peanuts and ate them. These were the 5-spice peanuts made by her mother herself, and they tasted super good. She peeled one and ate one to prevent the bad guy Jiang Ning from stealing the fruits of her labor. Several people discussed the weather. Jiang Ning took a look at the sky outside and said, "It won't rain during the school anniversary." This judgment was not only based on his divination. It also came from his experience in the previous life. The rain lasted for 3 days, and when the school anniversary was held, the weather was very good and sunny for several consecutive days. After hearing this, Chen Xiao asked curiously, "Jiang Ning, are you so sure?" Zhu Yuantang chewed a peanut and said, "He is so accurate." After that, she picked up the umbrella hanging on the table. "Look, Jiang Ning said he would bring an umbrella today. He predicted that it would rain in advance." Chen Xiao still didn't believe it. She just thought that Jiang Ning was lucky and guessed it right. After all, Jiang Ning was not the only one who brought an umbrella in the class. Huang Yasu also brought an umbrella this afternoon. Bei Yuxia didn't take it to heart, thinking that Jiang Ning was comforting them. However, when she looked at Jiang Ning's calm appearance, her heart suddenly calmed down. Compared with him, I'm still not calm enough, Bei Yuxia thought. She said, "I hope so." The rain gradually got heavier, and the sound of raindrops was dripping. The mood of the students was also like the sound of raindrops, dripping and messy. Everyone prayed that the school anniversary and school sports meeting, such an important thing, must not be ruined because of the rain. The second class was over. Jiang Ning went to the corridor outside to watch the rain. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping in the classroom. The wind blew the raindrops into the corridor, but they could not fall on Jiang Ning. A girl appeared behind him. "Jiang Ning." Shen Qinsh called him. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ning still faced the rain. Shen Qinsh saw that he did not turn around, gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and the splashing raindrops brushed her face. "Your uncle said that you should go to his place for dinner on the weekend." Her voice trembled slightly, not because of nervousness, but because of cold. The temperature suddenly dropped in the afternoon, at least 7 or 8 degrees. She was wearing thin clothes and could not help but hug her hands. The girl's shoulders were particularly delicate. Jiang Ning said calmly, "I know, I will go there on the weekend. It has been a while since I went to my uncle's place. My uncle called him before. It is difficult for others to say about my uncle's family, but my uncle is really good to him." After Jiang Ning finished speaking, there was silence between the two. Shen Qinsh wanted to talk to him, preferably about junior high school. She hadn't had a good talk with Jiang Ning for a long time. It is more interesting to talk about the fun and funny things that happened in the past with people who have had the same experience. However, Jiang Ning did not mean to speak. Shen Qinsh was still beside him. She looked at Jiang Ning and suddenly felt that he was very tall. She still remembered that last year, when she just came to Yuzhou City from Guiyang County, Jiang Ning was only a little taller than her. Now he is much taller, and she needs to look up at Jiang Ning. Maybe because of looking up, the rain wet her hair on her forehead, making her look more fragile. Suddenly, there was a quarrel in the classroom. The voice was very familiar. Yuan was arguing with someone. "I'll go first." Shen Qinsh had to leave. Chapter 288. Please give way. 8. Yuan pointed at Huang Yasu's nose. "You're so proud of carrying an umbrella?" "A broken umbrella," Yuan shouted from the aisle. Huang Yasu looked embarrassed and speechless. He seemed not very good at dealing with people, let alone quarreling. Bayuxia looked at Chen Xiaoyu and asked her what happened. Chen Xiaoyu whispered, just now Yu went out and asked Huang Yasu to borrow an umbrella. Yuan also asked him to borrow one. Yu asked first, so Huang Yasu gave Yu the umbrella. I don't know why Yuan suddenly got angry. Bayuxia said, just for this? Chen Xiaoyu nodded. It was true. It was not a big deal, just a dispute over an umbrella, but adults could quarrel over trivial matters, let alone high school students. It rained heavily outside today. Everyone was worried about whether the school anniversary would change. It was normal for them to be depressed and explode it a little bit. Huang Yasu was scolded for a while and couldn't help but said, I'll lend it to you next time. Yuan heard it and became even more angry. Next time. Next time. Who wants your umbrella? I don't want it, even if you give it to me. Bayuxia frowned. Yuan was too much. Just because the umbrella was lent to someone else in advance, she said that. It was a bit disrespectful to others. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't listen anymore. She came over to persuade. Yuan, don't say it. This is not Huang Yasu's fault. Although high school students are immature, they can still distinguish right from wrong. Yuan retorted, if it's not his fault, how can it be my fault? Why did you lend it to Yu and not to me, just because I'm a girl? And Huang Yasu, don't play dead. I'll remember you. I have a bad temper. Don't mess with me in the future. Chen Xiaoyu was pushed back by Yuan and felt a little uncomfortable. She looked at Huang Zhang for his position, and the class monitor was not there. At this time, Shen Qinsh came from outside. Because she didn't know the reason for the conflict, she was about to pull Yuan away to stop her from quarreling. Otherwise she would inevitably make a fool of herself. Shen Qinsh was born in a rural town, but she was much more mature than Yuan and the others in dealing with people. She knew that this was not good for Yuan. At this time, Yang Sheng appeared. She was dressed in a white coat and jeans, and her short hair made her handsome face look heroic. Yang Sheng's clear and bright pupils revealed a bit of teasing. Bad temper? Do you dare to tell Huang Zhangfei that you have a bad temper? That's not called a bad temper. I think you are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. After hearing this, Yuan looked embarrassed, as if someone had revealed her true identity. What's it to you? Yang Sheng said he would not answer, and she continued, you can only bully Huang Yasu. Try to say that to Ma Shicheng. Do you dare? Bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, that's you. Although Yuan was extremely angry, she was obviously no match for Yang Sheng, because she had the wrong starting point. Shen Qinsh tried to mediate the quarrel again, and Yuan went back angrily. A few minutes later, Yu entered the classroom with an umbrella and walked leisurely towards Huang Yasu. The day was so beautiful. It was raining heavily outside, and he was walking in the rain with an umbrella. It was a happy thing. Yasu, thank you for your umbrella. It helped me a lot. Yu thanked sincerely. He decided to be nicer to Huang Yasu in the future. This kid was very sensible, much better than Mao Zhe and the others. As a result, after saying this, Yu saw that the whole class was looking at him together. Yu felt puzzled. What happened? He just went out for a walk. How did he become famous? He was not given artificial respiration by Pang Jiao. Yu couldn't help but wonder, why are you looking at me? He looked down at the trouser opening. It's not open. Evening self-study. Big break. The rain outside still didn't stop. Dan Kaikun couldn't go out for exercise, so he simply took advantage of the break to go to the back row to do single leg squats. Although he didn't know whether the sports meeting could be held as scheduled, all his efforts might be in vain. But Shan Kaikun didn't give up or get lazy. Even if he couldn't exercise on the playground, he still insisted on exercising. This became his obsession. The single leg squat movement is quite difficult, and Shan Kaikun couldn't hold on for a few. The back row was spacious. When Shan Kaikun demonstrated the movement, Jiuo Kunan and others stood aside to watch. Wang Lang kept saying, Brother Quan is awesome, and similar compliments. Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, was a preparatory sports student. When he saw Shan Kaikun performing, he immediately showed a bit of contempt on his face. Zhang Kai wandered over, stared at Shan Keiquan for a while, and then slowly said, Shan Keiquan, I heard you signed up for the 100-meter race. Shan Keiquan was trying to get up, and had no time to speak. The contempt on Zhang Kai's face became more obvious. That's it? Zhang Kai stood next to Shan Keiquan, and compared single leg squats with him. In the chaos, Wang Yang, who was in the front row of the classroom, got up from his seat and walked towards the back door of the classroom. He glanced at the back and saw their performance. Wang Yang's mouth curled up slightly. How childish. What's the point of fighting for these things? It's just stupid. Wang Yang's family is from a large compound. Although he is only at the bottom of the class, he is much more mature than his peers due to his usual contacts and his parents' teachings. At this time, watching Zhang Kai and Shan Keiquan's meaningless comparison, he just wanted to laugh, but his deep scheming made him only smile. Wang Yang had a relationship with Lin Zida from class 1 since the beginning of the first year of high school. At this time, it was Lin Zida who sent him a message. Wang Yang walked out of the classroom and saw Jiang Ning looking at the scenery in the corridor. If it were normal, he might say hello. After all, Jiang Ning is the second in the school and has a bright future. He wanted to make friends with Jiang Ning before, but he gave up after trying twice because they couldn't talk to each other at all. Now Wang Yang was invited and wanted to find Lin Zida immediately so he wouldn't waste time. On the second floor of the number 3 teaching building, class 1 occupies an entire corridor, which is a good place for viewing. Standing in the corridor, looking at the playground in the rain. Compared with the lively playground in the past, the playground now has no students and is washed by the heavy rain alone. There are several boys and girls standing in the corridor. Wang Yang Gang came over and immediately greeted Brother Lin, Sister Li, Ding Xuan and Zhuang Jian who were also there. Wang Yang smiled and looked like a good old man. Li Shi glanced at Wang Yang. She knew this person. I have booked a private room tonight to celebrate my birthday with me. Come together. Li Shi invited. She specially booked a high-end banquet for her birthday. Lin Zida, okay, come together. Xuan, you guys come too. Li Shi looked expectant. Ding Xuan didn't like this kind of scene very much, but Li Shi was one of her few friends in Yazhou, and this time Li Shi specially invited her to participate. If she went, the style of the birthday party would surely jump up a few levels. Finally, Ding Xuan nodded slightly. Let's go together. Zhuang Jian who also agreed. Finally, Li Shi invited Wang Yang, but despite this, Wang Yang readily agreed. In the past, he and Li Shi were just nodding acquaintances, but now, thanks to Lin Zida, he has finally stepped into a new circle, and his steps can't help but float. Li Shi turned around and looked at Jiang Ning, who was looking at the scenery at the end of the corridor. She didn't say anything. With the level of the birthday party she held today, I'm afraid that this so-called mysterious Jiang Ning has never been qualified to attend in his life. Evening self-study is over. I'm so hungry, Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang complained, holding his stomach. It has been raining today, so Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning didn't go home for dinner after school in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang specifically told her mother to prepare a big meal in the evening, and she wanted to eat it to make up for the regret of not having dinner. In order to prepare a midnight snack after school in the afternoon, she only asked Jiang Ning to buy a small fried bun to fill her stomach. Now the retribution has come. Zhu Yuantang is so hungry that he almost has no strength to walk. Jiang Ning held an umbrella in one hand and pushed the cart with the other, walking steadily. Aunt Gu said the meal will be ready soon. Please walk faster. Zhu Yuantang, I don't have the strength, hold on a little longer. We'll be outside the school soon. Jiang Ning, do you know what delicious food my mother made? She kept swallowing. I didn't ask for details, but it was very rich anyway. Jiang Ning said. Not only them, but in fact, many high school students who go to school on a commuter basis also go home to have a good meal after evening self-study. It is very suitable for high school students to have midnight snacks. Unlike when they grow up and enter the society to work, they still worry about getting fat when they eat some midnight snacks and barbecues at night. With the physique of high school students, there is no need to worry at all. There is only not enough food, not too much food. It is a pity that Jiang Ning rarely has such an experience. He is a day student in junior high school, his parents are not at home, and no one prepares a table of dishes for him when he comes back. On the contrary, after renting Zhu Yuantang's house, he can actually have midnight snacks frequently. Unknowingly, the mountain bike was pushed to the intersection outside the school. Zhu Yuantang said, "Give me the umbrella, I'll hold it for you." Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang's petite body. "Forget it, I'll do it." Zhu Yuantang didn't ask for anything else. She got on the back seat sullenly. She knew that it was very dangerous for Jiang Ning to ride a bicycle with one hand on the handlebars and the other holding an umbrella. If she wasn't careful, she might fall. But she had no way out now. Zhu Yuantang sat obediently in the back seat. She looked at Jiang Ning holding the umbrella and suddenly thought to herself, if she could grow taller and stronger, would she be able to shelter Jiang Ning from the wind and rain? Unfortunately, whether she could grow taller was not up to her will. She could only try to get close to Jiang Ning, so that before she fell, she could take Jiang Ning to emergency with her agility. At night, in the warm kitchen, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were eating around the table. Aunt Gu was also sitting at the table, with a bowl of soup in front of her. The dinner was particularly rich, with 2 dishes in total: stir-fried clams and stewed pork ribs with beans. The staple food is tomato and egg noodles. The noodles are hand-rolled by Aunt Gu and taste very good. While eating, Aunt Gu said, "Tong Tong, I won't be busy next month. I plan to get a driver's license." Aunt Gu always likes to discuss with her daughter when deciding household affairs. It is always more reliable for 2 people to discuss than for 1 person to decide directly. In the long run, Zhu Yuantang can also give some suggestions. Zhu Yuantang was very surprised after hearing this. She sipped a mouthful of noodles. "Mom, are we going to buy a car?" Aunt Gu smiled and said, "It's still uncertain. Mom is old. I don't know if she can pass the driver's license test. The main thing is that the driver's license test is free. This is a benefit of the company. Otherwise, Aunt Gu would definitely feel distressed if she spent thousands of dollars to get a driver's license." Zhu Yuantang expressed her strong support. "Then you go and take the test, you will definitely pass it." Aunt Gu said, "After you pass the driver's license test, in 1 or 2 years, when you have money, you can buy a car." Zhu Yuantang, "It's so inconvenient to go back to my hometown now. I have to take a long car ride every time." Her grandparents are still in the village. During the busy farming season, her mother goes home to help. She always carries a lot of things back and forth, and has to change cars. It's very troublesome, and her mother is exhausted every time. If their family has a car, when they go back to their hometown, they can just put the things in the trunk of the car and drive back to the village. They don't have to rush or change cars. Just thinking about it, Zhu Yuantang can feel beautiful. Unfortunately, these were just extravagant wishes before. At that time, Zhu Yuantang fantasized that when she grew up, she would buy a car for her mother. It will be much better to have a car in the future. Aunt Gu said that she bought the car after careful consideration, like tonight, when her daughter and Jiang Ning came back in the rain. If she had a car, she could pick up her daughter at the school gate. Zhu Yuantang envisioned a better life in the future, and there were more topics to talk about. She held the chopsticks and pointed out the world. "Mom, in addition to cars, when I make a lot of money in the future, I will buy a yacht." In the summer, white yachts can often be seen speeding across the surface of the Hushu River opposite the dam, which made Zhu Yuantang yearn for it. She used to have a bold wish, which was to drive a yacht on the river. Unfortunately, she had never even taken a sightseeing boat in the park. "Jiang Ning, can you drive a boat?" Zhu Yuantang was curious. Jiang Ning said, "A little bit." Zhu Yuantang opened her eyes wide, a little unbelieving. "Really?" She had never seen Jiang Ning take a boat. "Of course." Jiang Ning said firmly, "I don't use my hands to drive a boat." Zhu Yuantang asked, "Then what do you use? Tell me quickly." Jiang Ning, "Secret." Zhu Yuantang ate till late and couldn't sleep. After taking a shower, she secretly ran to Jiang Ning's room to play games, and played until after 11 o'clock in the evening. The rain was still falling, and the room seemed very cozy. Zhu Yuantang was tired from playing games, and planned to take a break before going back to her room to sleep. She moved from the chair to the bed. Jiang Ning was reading a book on the bed, and Zhu Yuantang stretched out her legs and stepped over Jiang Ning. She lay down near the wall. Jiang Ning read for a while, and suddenly found Zhu Yuantang's legs stretched out. The room was warm, and Zhu Yuantang's pajamas were thin, so Jiang Ning felt it very clearly. "Jiang Ning, you are blocking me," Zhu Yuantang said disdainfully. Jiang Ning didn't care about her and moved to the side. After a few seconds, her legs rubbed over again, moved to the side again. Jiang Ning moved again. Not long after, Zhu Yuantang urged him to move again. This time, more than half of the bed was occupied by her, and Jiang Ning was about to fall off the bed. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Zhu Yuantang stretched his legs, turned his head and said seriously, "Go sit on the sofa. I'm practicing the splits." Chapter 289 Helper. Wednesday. The school celebration is scheduled for next Monday, and there is not much time left. It is still rainy outside, which makes the classmates more and more worried. During the break, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei saw that everyone was worried. He thought about it and felt that as the class monitor, he should say something to reassure everyone. So, he walked up to the podium in front of the whole class. Huang Zhangfei is very popular with people, especially with women. He stood on the podium and looked at all the classmates. The classmates looked at him one after another, especially the little girls like Yuan, who almost pounced on the handsome class monitor. If Huang Zhangfei announced the news of his love now, the hearts of the girls in the class would definitely fall to the ground and break into pieces. At this time, in the back row of the classroom, Shan Kaiquan and Zhang Kai were lying on the concrete floor, competing with each other. Wang Lang cheered them up. Cuiu, Meng Gui, Ma Shicheng, Guo Kunan and others, either standing or sitting, watched their performance. Huang Zhangfei shouted, "I see everyone is worried about the school anniversary recently." As soon as this was said, there was a complaint in the class. Yuan said, "I really don't know when this annoying rain will stop." Jiang Yanan, "I hate rain the most." Chen Kan despised in his heart, "A bunch of vulgar people. Don't you know how enjoyable it is to do math problems quietly in the classroom while it's raining outside? Well, this kind of happiness, after all, only I can enjoy it." Chen Kan's eyebrows showed an intoxicated look. His happiness, no one can understand. Pang Jiao asked the question that everyone wanted to ask the most. "Class monitor, will the school anniversary be held? I have signed up for the dance and have been rehearsing for several days." Zhang Yifei shouted, "If the school anniversary is cancelled, I, Fifi, will be the first to protest." As soon as the topic of the school anniversary came out, everyone paid more attention and waited for Huang Zhangfei to give an answer. Huang Zhangfei smiled and said, "Don't worry about the school anniversary. I specifically asked my relatives, and the 60th anniversary of number 4 middle school will definitely not be cancelled. Even if it keeps raining, it will only be postponed to May. It's only a matter of time, so just wait." Huang Zhangfei's tone was firm, as if it was set in stone, giving everyone a shot in the arm. Wang Yanan still had doubts, like a repeater. "Is it really not going to be cancelled?" Yuan immediately replied on behalf of Huang Zhangfei, "It won't be cancelled. Have you forgotten what the class monitor's family does? Huang Zhangfei's family is well off. During the New Year's Eve party, he took the initiative to provide the classroom sound microphone, saving everyone the cost of renting it. It is rumored that Huang Zhangfei's family has someone in business, someone in the hospital, and a relative in the education bureau, so he has a wide network of contacts." After Huang Zhangfei's assurance, everyone finally felt relieved. Chen Xiao nudged Bei Yuxia. "Yuxia, did you hear that? Our rehearsal was not in vain." "Yeah." Bei Yuxia nodded. When she thought about the time when she would perform in front of so many classmates, famous alumni, and leaders from all sides, she was also a little fascinated. In addition to pleasing herself, isn't it for the purpose of blooming on the stage to practice dancing hard? Compared with Chen Xiao and the others, Zhu Yuantang was obviously not very concerned about the school anniversary. Shan Qingrong had previously told her that during the school anniversary, she would represent all the first-year high school students to speak on stage. Zhu Yuantang had experienced this kind of situation many times and was not afraid at all. However, it would definitely be better if she didn't have to speak on stage. But she also wanted to speak on stage and then stand on the podium and tell Jiang Ning from a distance with her eyes, "Do you think I'm great?" Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but feel so good. She could finally be on Jiang Ning once. Zhu Yuantang brought snacks today, a can of canned yellow peaches bought by her mother. She held the can and saw the tender yellow peach meat in the can through the glass, which made her greedy. As we all know, if you want to eat canned yellow peaches, you first need to open the can. But cans are strange things. Sometimes the lid opens with a random twist. And sometimes, even if you use a lot of strength, you still can't unscrew it. Zhu Yuantang held the lid, held her breath, and used all her strength, but she couldn't unscrew it. Jiang Ning glanced at her. Zhu Yuantang actually saw a trace of contempt in Jiang Ning's eyes. Damn it. Jiang Ning, who can only look up to her from below, dares to look down on her like this. He is really rebellious. Jiang Ning took the initiative to say, "Do you need my help?" Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yuantang asked him to help, but she was angered by Jiang Ning's frivolous eyes just now, and the angry villain in her heart defeated the cowardly villain, and then the two merged into one, turning into a strong villain. She, Zhu Yuantang, can stand on her own. Huh, I don't need you. After saying this, Zhu Yuantang twisted the can with all her strength. Her hands became sore from twisting it, and she always slipped out of her hands when she twisted it to the back. After Chen Xiaoyu noticed it, she said, "Zhu Yuantang, let me help you." Zhu Yuantang waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. She found a piece of cloth from the hole in the table, wrapped the lid with the cloth, and continued to twist it, but it was still useless. This can was not edible. Zhu Yuantang was furious and stared at the glass fiercely, as if she wanted to devour it. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Let me do it, I'm very strong." She showed her fair wrist, which seemed to have little strength. Zhu Yuantang thought for a moment and handed the jar to Chen Xiaoyu. Anyway, as long as she didn't let Jiang Ning twist it, she wouldn't be embarrassed. Chen Xiaoyu held the jar with one hand and the lid with the other hand. She twisted it with exaggerated strength, but the jar didn't move at all. Chen Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. She looked at the yellow peach jar and said, "It's too big. My hands are small, and I can't hold it." Seeing Chen Xiaoyu's performance, Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt balanced in her heart for some reason. Humph, it turns out that Chen Xiaoyu is the same as her. Although Chen Xiaoyu is taller than her, in terms of strength, she is at the same level as her after all. This proves that Zhu Yuantang is not weak. "Yuxia, do you want to try it?" Chen Xiaoyu decided to ask Bei Yuxia for help. Bei Yuxia didn't take the jar. She said, "I have two ways. The first is to turn the jar upside down, facing the desk, knock on the edge of the lid, and then twist it. This will be much easier." Chen Xiaoyu was ready to knock and heard Bei Yuxia say, "The second way, why don't you go directly to Jiang Ning? This kind of work involving strength is relatively much better for boys than girls. The premise is that exceptions like Pang Jiao are excluded." So, Zhu Yuantang saw that Chen Xiaoyu handed the canned yellow peaches to Jiang Ning. She did not stop it. Although she finally asked Jiang Ning for help, it was not Jiang Ning she asked for help. It was Chen Xiaoyu who found him. What does it have to do with her, Zhu Yuantang? After hearing this, Jiang Ning took the jar and twisted it casually, as if she didn't use any strength, and unscrewed the jar. Now in front of Zhu Yuantang was the tempting yellow peach meat for her to taste. She was so excited. Before enjoying the yellow peach meat, she had one more thing to do. The spoon for eating yellow peaches had not been cleaned yet. Zhu Yuantang picked up the spoon and said, "Jiang Ning, please help me watch the jar. Don't let it run away. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Zhu Yuantang jumped out of the door. She had pigtails tied today, swinging them back and forth. Jiang Ning reached out to the jar, and Chen Xiaoyu and Bei Yuxia saw it at the same time. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. "Jiang Ning, you don't want to eat Zhu Yuantang's canned food, do you?" "I plan to try it," Jiang Ning said. Chen Xiaoyu said, "You are so mean. This is a can that Zhu Yuantang opened with great difficulty." She said righteously, "When Zhu Yuantang comes back, I will tell her." Bei Yuxia said, "Not so good." Jiang Ning asked, "Do you want to eat it? The canned yellow peaches are very tempting. If they are placed in front of them, not many people can refuse to take a bite. Chen Xiaoyu said from the heart, eat it. Bai Yuxia was struggling. If she ate the canned food, what would happen to Zhu Yuantang? It was not until Jiang Ning showed her something unexpected that Bai Yuxia decided to take a bite. Jiang Ning picked up the chopsticks and fought side by side with Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu to finish the canned food. Don't tell Zhu Yuantang that I did it, Jiang Ning said. Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu naturally agreed. What's more, they were accomplices and were in the same camp as Jiang Ning. There would definitely be no traitors among them. Chen Xiaoyu even helped to cover up Jiang Ning. Now that the canned food has been eaten up, it's easy to be exposed. If the cans are placed here, Zhu Yuantang will definitely find it at a glance. What's your trick? Jiang Ning asked. Chen Xiaoyu, hide the jar and pretend it disappeared. Jiang Ning wiped the jar with her hand and it disappeared immediately. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the neatly arranged desks and said, we will each do our own things later and it will be perfect. After saying this, she and Bai Yuxia turned around and discussed a math problem. Zhu Yuantang came back with her braids up, very happy. However, when she saw the empty desk, she was immediately stunned. She immediately asked Jiang Ning, where is my canned yellow peach? Jiang Ning, what can? Zhu Yuantang was stunned and looked at Chen Xiaoyu in the front row. They were doing the questions. She touched the hole in the desk, but there was nothing. She looked around again, but there was nothing. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang seemed to be abandoned by the whole world. She blinked her eyes and couldn't believe that she had worked so hard, but in the end she had such an ending. Zhu Yuantang's sad hands trembled and the spoon almost slipped from her hands. Chen Xiaoyu and Bai Yuxia saw this scene and thought that they were too much to treat Zhu Yuantang like this. If Jiang Ning hadn't explained it in advance, Bai Yuxia would have almost taken out snacks to compensate Zhu Yuantang. They all looked at Jiang Ning. At this time, Jiang Ning turned his hand again, and a brand new can of yellow peaches appeared. Here it is. Look at you. You are so useless. Jiang Ning thought to himself. In the back row of the classroom, the push-up competition ended with Shan Keiquan's victory. Zhang Kai was like a stray dog. He would never have thought that he was strong and healthy, and he was also the sports committee member. He would be a sports student in the future, but he actually lost to Shan Keiquan, a rookie. Zhang Kai could only use the excuse that Shan Keiquan just happened to be good at push-ups to comfort himself, and Shan Keiquan was still a rookie. Zhang Kai suffered a blow, but Shan Keiquan was in high spirits. He lay on the ground, sweating profusely, and did 15 more standard push-ups, squeezing his physical strength to the limit. Shan Keiquan slowly stood up until the last push-up was completed. In order to do push-ups, Shan Keiquan took off his coat and wore only a thin short-sleeved shirt. Jiuo Kanan looked at Shan Keiquan's arm and praised, "Brother Quan, your muscles are so obvious." After seeing this, Wang Lang followed and said, "Awesome Keiquan." Shan Keiquan became more and more proud, but the praise from his brothers could not match the words of the woman in the classroom. Everything he did was just for her. Shan Keiquan held his coat in his hand, raised his chest, bulged his muscles, and walked to the front row, trying to let Bai Yuxia see his excellence. However, Bai Yuxia was doing the test paper with Chen Xiaoyu and didn't notice him at all. Shan Keiquan felt disappointed, but he never gave up. Doing push-ups just now consumed a lot of physical energy. Shan Keiquan was sweating and urgently needed to replenish water. He took a water cup and went to the front of the classroom to get purified water. Walking on the road, Shan Keiquan moved his arms from time to time, relaxing and tightening his muscles. This was a medal of his hard work. He is no longer the weakling he was when school started. Shan Keiquan went to the water dispenser and happened to meet Lu Kiki, who also came to get water. Lu Kiki's seat was in front of Ma Shicheng. Shan Keiquan went to the back row to play, and sometimes he could talk to her. They were barely acquaintances, but Shan Keiquan thought deep down that Lu Kiki was too good at dressing up. Not only did she put on makeup, but she also wore earrings. You have to know that they are just high school students. Shan Keiquan prefers Bai Yuxia's natural beauty, but everyone has their own aspirations. Shan Keiquan did not dislike Lu Kiki. On the contrary, he has been open-minded recently and took the initiative to say hello. Lukaki looked at Shan Kaikun and said, I saw you doing push-ups in the back just now. Your muscles look good and are starting to take shape. Shan Kaikun felt more comfortable after being praised by her and liked Lukaki even more. Shan Kaikun said modestly, I just practice casually. Lukaki said, you are so good, even if you practiced casually. Shan Kaikun was flattered by the compliment and talked to her for a few more words. Then Shan Kaikun showed his gentlemanly manners and pointed to the water dispenser and said, you take it first. Class 8 has 2 water dispensers, but it has rained recently, and the students on duty were lazy and did not move the water diligently, resulting in only 1 water dispenser being available now. Thank you. Then, when Lukaki was halfway through getting the water dispenser ran out of water. Lukaki looked at the purified water bucket on the ground. She was sure she couldn't move it. Shan Kaikun was not a fool. As a tough guy who had just been praised, how could he let a girl get on the purified water bucket? Would he still be a man? Of course he would not watch this happen. Shan Kaikun handed the water cup to Lukaki and said confidently, leave it to me. This kind of work should be done by men. Shan Kaikun took a deep breath. With his current physique, he can do dozens of standard push-ups in one breath and sprint 100 meters in 12 seconds, which is no worse than a gym student. A bucket of purified water is no problem at all. Shan Kaikun bent down and picked up the purified water. As soon as he picked it up, he realized that he had done too many push-ups. Now his arms have not recovered and his muscles are trembling. Shan Kaikun held his strength, challenged the limit of his muscles, and tried his best to lift the bucket of purified water up. However, he couldn't lift it up the little distance he used to. His muscles were out of control, as if his arms were not his arms. He was trying hard to lift it here, and Lukaki stood by and watched with a strange look on his face. After a stalemate for a while, Shan Kaikun saw that there was no way out. He roared in his heart, my life is in my own hands. He pushed his thigh hard and lifted the bucket of purified water up. The distance is finally enough. Unexpectedly, he used too much strength in his legs, and Shan Kaikun kicked up and knocked over the water dispenser with a loud bang. The whole class was shocked and looked forward. Shan Kaikun suffered an accident, and his hands had no strength left. The bucket of purified water fell from his arms with another bang. The bucket of purified water rolled away with a gurgling sound, and Shan Kaikun's face seemed to roll on the ground. The atmosphere was extremely quiet for a while. Lukaki, it looks good but is useless. Chapter 290 My sister invites you. The water dispenser fell over, and the purified water bucket fell, making quite a loud noise. However, in class 8, it only caused a small shock. Compared with the noise of Wu Zioka's basketball explosion last semester, this is nothing. Okay. Dong Qingfeng saw this scene and stood up immediately. He and Shan Kaikun didn't get along, so he beat the dog when it was down. Shan Kaikun, what's wrong with you? You moved a purified water bucket, and it can also knock down the machine. So arrogant. I tell you, if the water dispenser is broken, we won't use the class funds to buy it. You pay for it yourself. Dong Qingfeng stood on the moral high ground, blaming others, and feeling very happy. Shan Kaikun was speechless. Seeing this, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei left his seat and came to the water dispenser. Shan Kaikun had already lifted up the water dispenser, and the purified water bucket that fell on the ground was not broken. Huang Zhangfei was not very strong, but he was a boy of about 1.8 meters after all. He picked up the purified water bucket and put it on the water dispenser. Then he pressed the water button. The water flow was normal, and the heating lamp was also fine. Huang Zhangfei said, it's fine, nothing's wrong. Now Dong Qingfeng couldn't hold him accountable anymore, and he secretly cursed. Lukaki felt okay. She took another half cup of water and left with the cup. Only Shan Kaikun stood there, his face gone. He was a boy with a strong self-esteem. At this moment, in front of so many pairs of eyes in the class, he lost face, especially the face of strength, which was undoubtedly extremely embarrassing. Shan Kaikun didn't even take the water and left directly. He returned to his seat and felt that there seemed to be eyes watching him from behind. The joy of winning against Zhang Kai was gone. Shan Kaikun looked towards Bayuxia. Bayuxia's profile was very beautiful, and the heaviness in his heart was barely relieved a little. Shan Kaikwon secretly swore that he must regain his face, and he wanted to tell his classmates that today was just a small mistake. Shan Kaikwon is definitely not a boy who can't even lift a bucket of pure water. In order to prove himself and wash away the shame, Shan Kaikwon decided that he would take on the job of moving purified water barrels in the future. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning explained the questions to Zheng Lu. Because of the rain, Zheng Lu did not wear her usual light-colored top. Today, her coat was black, which tightly wrapped her figure that did not belong to her age. In order to listen carefully, Zheng Lu pressed her body very close to Jiang Ning, pressing on the desk, showing her figure in another way. Jiang Ning was unmoved. He raised his consciousness and finished explaining the questions as usual. Have you learned it? Yeah, I will. I will do it myself next time. Zheng Lu said obediently. Jiang Ning, summarize the right and wrong questions more. Look at this question. You have done it before, but now you are wrong again. Zheng Lu did not talk back. I know. I will write it down now. Jiang Ning was satisfied. Among the people he taught, Bai Yuxia and Yang Sheng were the smartest, and Chen Xiaoyu was at the same level as Zheng Lu. In fact, Zheng Lu should be slightly smarter than Chen Xiaoyu, because when explaining the topic, Zheng Lu often loses focus, otherwise the efficiency can be improved. Jiang Ning, my sister will treat you to dinner in the afternoon, Zheng Lu said. Jiang Ning frowned. Your sister? Back row, north. Zhang Kai held the phone, his expression changing, as if struggling. His previous smartphone was taken away, and now he has a second-hand, shabby keypad phone, which can not only make calls, but also log into the old version of questions, and browse the browser. Zhang Kai only spent a few dozen yuan to buy a mobile phone, and apply for a phone card. He looked at his phone, his face struggled for a while, and still couldn't make a decision. He recently contacted a person who was very powerful and had connections. He could introduce part-time jobs paid by the day. Recently, the person told Zhang Kai that he asked him if he would go to the crematorium to do some odd jobs and move some things casually, and he would get 500 yuan a day. Zhang Kai asked the other party what he was moving, and the other party was vague and didn't say clearly. He told him that he would know when he went there. 500 yuan. As long as he moved for 2 days, he would be rich immediately and no longer have to endure the broken mobile phone in his hand. If he moved several times a month, he could earn thousands of yuan. But Zhang Kai felt something was wrong with this job. He didn't dare to go. Zhang Kai wanted to find some other way to make money, so he ran to the back of the 4 companies. Ma Shicheng, the sports meet is now on. Hu Jun said. It won't be on. Didn't you hear what the squad leader said? Zhang Kai sneered, with a look of disdain on his face. The squad leader has some connections, but no matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than God? As I said, this rainy day will continue to rain for a long time. The sports meet was cancelled, and Zhang Kai had to give up his plan to win prizes and make money at the sports meet. His way to make money was gone. Jiuo Kanan said, I still think what the squad leader said makes sense. Zhang Kai felt that Jiuo Kanan and the others were crazy and really took whatever the squad leader said as the truth. Ma Shicheng, do you have any way now? Zhang Kai said tactfully. What way? Wang Lang asked. Zhang Kai, children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Wang Lang kept silent. Ma Shicheng did not understand what Zhang Kai meant, so he asked, tell me more about it. Zhang Kai did not cover up. Ma Shicheng, do you have any way to make money? The kind on the internet, just move your fingers to make money. As soon as these words came out, not only Zhang Kai, but also Hu Jun came over to listen. Jiuo Kanan next to him gave up chatting with Zhu Yan from class 11, and also came over. We are all high school students, eating 4 or 5 meals a day. Now that online shopping is on the rise, people have just come into contact with online shopping, and their desire to shop has increased greatly. In addition, the speed of smartphone updates is extremely fast. Who doesn't want to change to a smooth mobile phone? These days, except for a few wealthy students, no one has enough living expenses. Ma Shicheng didn't hide anything from everyone. He told everyone what he knew. You can learn to play games and play for others. As long as you have reliable customers, you can really make money. Jiuo Kanan immediately ruled it out when he heard it. He said, Brother Ma, I can't play it. The technical requirements are too high. Moreover, Jiang Ning played the Space Hunter before and was beaten by a local tycoon. He was traumatized and since then, he has played fewer games. Zankai said, I don't have a mobile phone and can't play games. Jun also said the same thing. Not everyone can play for others. Zankai said, I saw online for playing for others. The price is very low. It only pays a little money. It's boring. I want to make a fortune. Since trying to make money by brushing orders online and using Wi-Fi, Zankai looked down on the small amount of money from playing for others. Unless the playing can reach Ma Shicheng's level, but unfortunately Zankai can't. Ma Shicheng thought about it and said, I know a new way to make a lot of money. Big money? Hearing this word, Zankai became interested. How much? He asked. Ma Shicheng analyzed it and said, I don't know the details, but it shouldn't be a problem. To earn enough money to pay for college in the future. Earn enough money to pay for college? That would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Zankai was shocked. What's the way? Ma Shicheng took out his mobile phone and clicked on WeChat. He pointed to an icon and said, official account. This is a type of picture and text reading launched by WeChat, similar to news magazines. Zankai didn't quite understand how to make money. Ma Shicheng randomly selected an account, clicked on the article, swiped to read, and there was an advertisement sticker at the bottom of the article. Did you see it? If I click on the advertisement now, the blogger will get at least 50 cents. As long as you expand the size of the account, even if you only rely on the income from clicks on ads, one article may make several hundred yuan. Ma Shicheng swiped the other content of this account. Then he pointed to one of the articles and said, look at this article. It is pure advertising placement. Do you know how much the blogger earns from this advertisement? Ma Shicheng raised 3 fingers, starting from 3,000. According to my observation, bloggers post 3 or 4 of this kind of advertisements every month, with a guaranteed income of 10,000 yuan. Add up all the miscellaneous income, it's 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. Zankai and others were excited to hear this. With 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month, they simply didn't know how to spend it. Damn, they would have to eat 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 sausages at a time. After the excitement, Jun quickly calmed down. Brother Ma, how can I have so many fans like the owner of this account? Ma Shicheng said, it is difficult to accumulate fans on the public account itself. So you need to go to Baidu Notes, Baidu Tiba, or questions groups to divert users to your public account. Zankai and Jiang Ning were confused. How to divert? Wang Lang pondered for a moment and slapped his thigh. Brother Ma, I'm good at this. I'm best at diverting. It's just a gimmick. Wang Lang has been addicted to posting and provoking fights recently. What he said is very easy to arouse emotions, and each post has hundreds or thousands of replies. He used to think it was just fun, but now it seems that it can be used to make money. Wang Lang suddenly became enlightened. Ma Shicheng said, Lang is right. You need to post something that can attract people, so that others will be interested and follow your public account. Lang, you have already done it to attract people, but if you want to do a good job of public accounts, you need to unify the style and attract a fixed audience. Ma Shicheng expressed his views, which he found out from studying public accounts. Wang Lang said, I will go back and think about it. I will start when I get it done. Ma Shicheng, when the time comes, you should be more diligent. Once the public account is established, post one post every 2 or 3 days. Don't be lazy. Wang Lang waved his hand. For him, that was not a big deal. He used to write reports to the class teacher, 1 post a day, which was easy and comfortable. The idea of making money from public accounts proposed by Ma Shicheng was finally discussed by only him and Wang Lang. Others were confused. Zankai was too lazy to listen. He wanted to make money quickly, not to listen to Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang talking nonsense here. Do you have any other ways? Zankai asked. Ma Shicheng said several one after another, but Zankai didn't care about those petty profits and rejected them all. Zankai went back to think about the part-time job at the crematorium, but he couldn't make up his mind. Jiang Ning and Jun, on the other hand, took a small job of brushing orders for merchants. They placed orders on Taobao, and then the merchant sent empty packages and returned the money to them, plus an extra 10 yuan. In a few minutes, they made 10 yuan, which was like picking it up for nothing. Jiao Kanan smiled and reported the good news to Zhu Yan immediately, saying that he made 10 yuan by brushing orders. Then he said to Ma Shichen, "Brother Ma, wait for me to finish my meal in the afternoon, and I will bring you 2 big fried buns and a crispy grilled sausage." Hu Jun also expressed his goodwill. "Brother Ma, I will buy you a cup of porridge and a fried chicken fillet with hot sauce." Wang Lang said, "Wow, that's it." They made money with the help of Ma Shichen's way and gave back a little bit of what they deserved. Ma Shichen said, "If there are more brushing orders in the future, I will find you 2 to do it." He has been in Tiba for a long time and hangs out with various questions groups. This way of brushing orders is not difficult to find, but there is little demand every time. Hu Jun, that's a good relationship. Brother Ma is very loyal. Jiao Kanan praised. A few people were talking here, and then they saw Zhang Kai walking to the front row. Hu Jun sighed. Zhang Kai is too outrageous. He is so sure that the sports meeting will not be held. Does he know more than the class monitor? Jiao Kanan couldn't help but say, he has a big appetite. He doesn't care about the small money from brushing orders. He only wants to make big money. Wang Lang, just don't listen to advice. Ma Shichen looked up and said, if he listened to people's advice, he would not be Zhang Kai. Zheng Lu said, yes, my sister will treat you to a meal. King Tang, you know King Tang, the girl who was with me at the picnic at the river dam last time. She said she ate the rabbit meat you made last time, and she was sorry, so she planned to treat you to carbon pot chicken. Jiang Ning recalled the girl at the river dam last time. She was pretty, a little taller than Zheng Lu, and there was a strong lock between her eyebrows. He said, no, it's just a little rabbit meat, nothing, don't let her spend money. No, King Tang will repay a favor. She said she must invite you, otherwise she will keep pestering me. Zheng Lu said exaggeratedly. She leaned forward a little more, her face was a little chubby, her skin was white and rosy, and her eyes were like stars. Jiang Ning, please help me, otherwise she will keep pestering me, and my ears will be numb from her. Okay, great, then it's settled. Zheng Lu smiled. Jiang Ning had seen through her thoughts a long time ago. If it was just a simple thank you, why didn't she ask Zhu Yuantang? You know, the rabbit meat that day was cooked by Zhu Yuantang himself. Seeing it but not saying it, it's just a meal, it won't matter. Zhang Kai wandered over. He never looked down on people, like Jiang Ning who came from a wealthy family. He asked Zheng Lu, how do you usually make money? Zheng Lu and Zhang Kai were not familiar with each other, and she was not very interested in this person. She said casually, some people on the internet like to customize pictures. I help them draw pictures and they pay me. Zhang Kai can't draw, but he is interested in making money. How much can you make? Zheng Lu did not hide. I don't draw much, about 1 or 2,000 a month. 1 or 2,000 is a lot. Zhang Kai asked, can I draw? Zheng Lu said, if you don't have a foundation in drawing, I don't recommend you to draw. It's very difficult. And the digital tablet I use for drawing is also an expense. Zhang Kai gave up. Before he left, he heard Zheng Lu say to Jiang Ning, the location of that carbon pot chicken restaurant is very remote. Most people can't find it, but the taste is very good. Please eat it. Zhang Kai thought that he was running around to make money, and he couldn't bear to eat a braised chicken. Jiang Ning was treated to a higher-end carbon pot chicken, and he felt sour in his heart. What's the ability of eating gigolos? Please, this month's monthly ticket. And, next month's monthly pass. The school anniversary and sports meeting will be coming up soon. Thank you all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Philanthropy. After school in the afternoon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and continuous rain lines fell. It rained for 3 consecutive days. The students of Class 8 rushed to the corridor with umbrellas, and saw that the concrete ground in the campus was stirred up with circles of rippling water, like flowers blooming and disappearing. Zhu Yuantang rested her head on the textbook, her pigtails tucked beside her face, and her watery eyes blinked. Jiang Ning, do you know what I'm going to say? Jiang Ning, no, I don't know. Zhu Yuantang said, huh, remember to bring me food. I'm done. I'm going to sleep. She tucked her head into her arms and slept peacefully. It didn't matter whether Jiang Ning agreed or not. Jiang Ning would definitely agree anyway. Zhenglu came back with an umbrella from the back row. Let's go together. She and her sisters had been to the Carbon Pot Chicken restaurant, and they were already familiar with the boss, and had his phone number. The afternoon break was short, so she called the boss, and asked them to prepare the dishes in advance, so that they could eat as soon as they arrived. Just after school, students walked out of the classroom, and could hear people saying, "It's raining too hard. I don't think it's a good idea to hold an umbrella. My shoes might get wet." "Don't worry about it. Go downstairs first. Class 8 is on the second floor." The students didn't stay for long before walking east and going down the stairs next to class 1. Zhenglu and Jiang Ning didn't leave, but were waiting for someone. When only half of the students were left in the classroom, a tall girl appeared at the door. "Lulu, I'm here." King Tang was not afraid of strangers and went straight into class 8. "Let's go," Zhenglu said. In the north of the classroom, Cuiu put away his phone with an unsatisfied look. He said to Meng Gui, "Brother Gui, let's eat." Meng Gui sat quietly with his eyes closed. His hair, more than 10 centimeters long, stood tall, so hard and outstanding. "It's time to go," Meng Gui said lightly. After that, he took off his coat and stuffed it into the hole of the table, revealing the white shirt inside. "Wow, Brother Gui is handsome today," Cuiu exclaimed. White shirts have a kind of elegance and freshness, which adds points to the appearance and temperament. Although Meng Gui is usually a bit weird, he looks more handsome in a white shirt. Cuiu went to the back row to get an umbrella, and then asked, "Brother Gui, where is your umbrella?" Meng Gui didn't say anything, just stepped forward. When Wang Lang saw it, he was surprised and said, "Brother Ma, look, Meng Gui is so fashionable today." Ma Shichen glanced at him and said, "Indeed, he is more handsome than before." It was raining too hard outside, and he and Wang Lang didn't plan to go out, so they just asked Jiuo Kanan and Hu Jun to bring food. At the same time, in the front row of the classroom, Jiang Yanan said to Shen Qinj, "It's too dirty on rainy days. I really don't want to go out for dinner. It's so annoying." Yuan, me too. I want to drink milk tea and don't want to go out. Shen Qinj suddenly had an idea. If she didn't want to go out for dinner, could she ask someone to bring it to her? In the past, there was someone who brought her food, and he would only bring food to her alone. With this thought, she looked at Jiang Ning's seat, and her heart became empty there. Can lost things be taken back? Shen Qinj didn't know. She seemed to have lost that person forever. Several girls complained about the weather. Dong Qingfeng, who was nearby, slowly put on a smile after listening. It was his turn to perform. He stood up and turned around. In his opinion, all beautiful girls are delicate flowers. It was raining so heavily outside, how could Dong Qingfeng bear to let the flowers be blown by the wind and rain? He is the flower protector. Dong Qingfeng carried an inexplicable sense of mission. He picked up the small notebook, held the ballpoint pen, and asked kindly, "Yanan, what do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you." Jiang Yanan knew that Dong Qingfeng was very righteous. She said, "I want to eat fried rice with eggs and vegetables, with less spicy, okay?" Dong Qingfeng quickly wrote down in the notebook, "Of course." Jiang Yanan handed him a 5 yuan note, "Thank you." "Qinj, what about you?" Dong Qingfeng asked again. Shen Qinj came back to her senses. She knew Dong Qingfeng was a good person, so she said, "I want a bowl of shredded chicken noodles." After that, she handed over the money. "Yuan, I want a bowl of spicy hot pot and 2 cups of oatmeal milk tea." Since she made a big fool of herself after drinking pearl milk tea last time, she vowed not to drink pearl milk tea again. As long as she didn't drink pearl milk tea, she wouldn't be embarrassed again. After Dong Qingfeng finished taking notes, he took the notebook and looked for Chen Xiao and Baiyuxia. "Hello, if you want to bring food, remember me, Dong Qingfeng." Chen Xiao refused and said, "I saw you brought it to someone else just now. I won't bother you." King Feng said, I love to bring food. He narrated passionately, I don't feel bored at all. On the contrary, I enjoy it. Do you have the heart to deprive me of my fun? Chen Xiaoyu, Bayuxius wiped her phone. There is a restaurant outside recruiting taquilla workers. I will send you the boss's contact information later. First floor. The east-west corridors were crowded with students. Although everyone brought umbrellas, it was raining heavily outside and there was wind. If they went out now, they would definitely get wet. Even if the upper body was fine, the parts from the shoes to the trouser legs would definitely get wet. Wait a little longer and go when the rain is lighter. Such voices rang out in the crowd. Most of the students were waiting, but there were also brave students who walked into the heavy rain with umbrellas. At this time, on the east side of the teaching building, 2 students came down the stairs. They were Cuiyu and Meng Jiui. Cuiyu looked at the heavy rain from a distance and seemed to be able to smell the unique moisture of rainy days. Damn, it's raining hard enough. Do you want to wait a while before going out? Meng Jiui's hand moved and brushed across the hair that was more than 10 centimeters long, like a swordsman in ancient times brushing a sword, but with the gentleness of a zither girl playing the zither. He said, rain is not scary. What's scary is the human heart. Cuiyu. Brother Gui, what's wrong with you? Meng Gui raised his lips. Next, I will tell you what a true saint is. He took out a plastic bag from his trouser pocket, stuffed his phone and money into it, and tied it tightly. Then, he patted his face, and the next moment, his expression changed, becoming cold, even arrogant. He walked forward, saying as he walked, don't hold an umbrella for me later. Don't, do you hear me? Cuiyu hurriedly caught up, talking to Meng Gui. Okay, I'll listen to you today, brother Gui. Meng Gui wore a white shirt and black pants. He put one hand in his pocket, and his strong hairstyle raised his height to 190. He put one hand in his pocket and walked forward. There were many students in front of him, and Meng Gui naturally made way for him at a leisurely pace. At the same time, she was still talking to Cuiyu. Let's eat something high-end later. Cuiyu asked like a novice, what is high-end? Meng Gui, high-end is high-end. Meng Gui maintained a leisurely pace and communicated with Cuiyu, as if ignoring the students around him and the heavy rain outside. In this way, Meng Gui walked straight through the layers of people, and finally, in the surprised eyes of the students, Meng Gui in a white shirt stepped into the heavy rain calmly. Even if he was drenched by the rain, and even if he couldn't open his eyes due to the wind, Meng Gui was still talking to Cuiyu. He King Tang stood beside Zhenglu, his mouth slightly open. That classmate seems to be from your class, right? Zhenglu, yes. He King Tang, are they? There's something wrong? She pointed to her temple. Zhenglu was very calm. It's normal, don't be surprised. Qianheng, who was nearby, smiled with disdain after hearing this. At this time, in the rain, a man in a suit ran over with an umbrella. Compared with the students on campus, an adult dressed in a suit was more eye-catching. The classmates stood in the corridor and looked at him and heard the man in the suit shouting, Mr. Key, your dinner is here. As he said that, he showed a suitcase that looked very high-end. The man in the suit shouted loudly, and all the students nearby heard it and looked at him together. Qianheng came out slowly and took the suitcase normally. The man in the suit said respectfully, Mr. Key, take your time. After that, the man in the suit looked at Qianheng with a smile on his face, not caring about the eyes of the students around him. Perhaps these young students would think that his attitude was humble. After all, he was so attentive to a man who was more than 10 years younger than him. But only the man in the suit knew that in Yuzhou City, with a salary of more than 10,000 yuan, this price was insignificant. Qianheng nodded slightly, carried the suitcase, and slowly walked into the classroom under the gaze of all the classmates, leaving only a lonely and arrogant figure. King Tang retracted his gaze and asked curiously, is this a rich man? Zhenglu said, no, he is pretending. A few minutes later, the rain was much lighter, so Zhenglu and Jiang Ning set out together. Jiang Ning held up an umbrella with a wide canopy to block the rain. Jiang Ning didn't like rainy days before, because rain meant mud. He often forgot to bring an umbrella and got wet. Even with an umbrella, his shoes would get dirty easily. Now Jiang Ning likes rain very much. He only needs to use his spiritual power to block the rain. Walking in the rain like this, on the contrary, has a special artistic conception. At the intersection outside the school, Cui stared at Meng Gui, who was like a drowned chicken. At this time, Meng Gui's proud hair was drooping, his white shirt and black pants were all wet, and he was soaked and looked extremely embarrassed. Brother Gui, what are we going to eat tonight? Cui asked uncertainly. When the wind blew on the street, Meng Gui shivered with cold. What to eat? Go home and change clothes first. Cui was puzzled. Brother Gui, what are you trying to do? Meng Gui, you don't understand me. Chapter 292 You hurt me. School gate. Zhenglu led Jiang Ning into an alley. The gravel road in the alley was more difficult to walk on. After walking about 200 meters, they stopped in front of a 2-story building. Zhenglu said, Jiang Ning, this is a secret space. Come in. There was a board erected by the door of the store, with the 3 big characters carbon pot chicken and some common dishes written on it. The lights were on in the house. There was a brown counter at the door with some drinks and alcohol on the counter. A woman in her early 20s was sitting at the counter. Zhenglu greeted her, Sister Wendy. Sister Wendy smiled. It's still the same place as before. Go quickly. It's ready for you. There were 4 tables in the small living room. There were 4 slightly smaller rooms on both sides of the hall. They were private rooms. Business was average today, and there was only 1 table of guests in the hall. Zhenglu thought about it, and chose to sit in a row with Qingtang. As soon as he sat down, the boss brought up a rectangular pot, and the fragrance immediately hit his face. In the heat, he could see the bright red soup in the pot and the rich tender chicken. The boss lit the small gas stove, gave a few instructions and left. Zhenglu picked up the kettle, poured some water into the cup, shook it, and scalded chopsticks and spoons for several people. She introduced it to Jiang Ning. This charcoal pot chicken is 48 yuan per serving, and it comes with 7 scalded dishes, including vermicelli, bean curd sheets, mushrooms, and green vegetables. I think it's more worthwhile than eating braised chicken, and it tastes super good. As she said, Zhenglu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken for Jiang Ning. Try it. Jiang Ning took a bite. It was fragrant and the meat was very tender. It's delicious. Zhenglu said, I ran around nearby, and I think this one ranks among the top 3. Qingtang added for her, there is also a restaurant that makes fish meat, which is also very delicious. But compared with your rabbit, it's still a lot worse. Qingtang remembered the rabbit meat she ate in Heba, and still misses it. She has never eaten such delicious rabbit meat since she was a child. Anyone who eats it once will never forget it for the rest of his life, right? Zhenglu said frankly, rabbit meat is so delicious, so we plan to treat you more often. She is a high school student, but she can make money by taking painting orders online, so she is much richer than the average high school student. Even if she treats Jiang Ning to delicious food every day, as long as Zhenglu is willing to paint more, she can still afford it. Qingtang glanced at the sisters, secretly speechless. Although she said it was her treat today, it was actually Zhenglu who made the decision. The money for this charcoal pot chicken was also paid by Zhenglu. While eating, bursts of conversation came from the private room next door. The table where Zhenglu was sitting was just level with a private room, and there were 7 or 8 boys sitting in the room. Those boys were all strong and healthy, and because the door was open, they could hear them talking loudly. Taonan, in this 100-meter sprint, you are the strongest in our sports team. The boy in the denim jacket looked proud. He was the Taonan that the others were talking about. He said, as far as I know, there is no one in the class of senior high school who is better than me in the 100-meter sprint. There are 2 people in the senior high school sports team, but to be honest, they are not much better than me. A student said, then you are invincible, aren't you? Another said happily, what if there is someone stronger in the freshman class? It's so funny. The sports students in the freshman class haven't trained yet, so how can there be anyone stronger? There was a lot of contempt in their words. After all, these sports students have undergone rigorous training, and their physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary students. Then you should contract the award. A tall and strong boy said. He was only 1 size smaller than Yan Xianpeng from class 9. Taonan, To be honest, I don't care about the prize money. The main thing is to promise my girlfriend and give her a medal. The tall and strong boy said, the prize money is large this time. I heard that someone in the school donated a lot of money. Brother Bayo, you have the most connections. What do you think? Tao Nan asked. The tall and strong brother Bayo, you have heard of Changqing Liquid, right? It is said that the boss graduated from our school. Tao Nan was stunned when he heard it. How did you know? Changqing Liquid Company has recently become more and more well known on the internet and is known as a domestic, well-class company. The general environment is like this recently, and a large number of people like to support domestic products. If this domestic product is really excellent, then people will be proud from the bottom of their hearts. Changqing Liquid is such a product. It is not only a big seller in China, but also a big seller abroad. It is not an exaggeration to call it a miracle drug. Whenever people talk about this product, their self-confidence instantly soars. Brother Bayo, you may not believe it, this is revealed by Fatty Gayo. Gayo Hishui is very famous in number 4 middle school, and the 2nd and 3rd grade students regard him as a tiger. Last time I was eating outside, I heard Fatty Gayo and Brother Kyang talking about this. After hearing this, Tao Nan took a sip of beer. What Gayo Hishui said should be true. Other students said, the boss of Changqing Guy must have donated millions? Tao Nan sneered, that's too small, the pattern is small, millions of dollars are nothing to Changqing Guy. Brother Bayo agreed with him, a few million is really not much, as long as our school has not bullied the boss before. This time at least a few million will be donated. If there is a donation, the rewards for the sports meeting will definitely be generous. I know the principal of number 4 middle school. He is very face-saving and generous. Last year, the 1st grade recruited new students. As far as I know, it costs more than 100,000 or 200,000 to recruit a new student. Brother Bayo told his experience. The students in the private room did not cover up, and Zhenglu outside heard it clearly. He King Tang said, I saw it online. Changqing Liquid is very expensive. Although the price has been reduced, it is now ridiculously expensive, and I can't afford it. Zhenglu understood it well. 2,000 yuan a bottle. It can promote hair growth, and the effect lasts for more than 2 months. If you don't use it later, you will lose your hair. Jiang Ning, have you noticed that Changqing Liquid is so strange that people have to keep spending money to buy it? She said, their boss must be doing it on purpose. A black-hearted boss. Jiang Ning was silent for 2 seconds and said, maybe they can only achieve the current efficacy. While Jiuo Kunan was eating the cake, he witnessed with his own eyes that Ma Shiqing earned 500 yuan from playing as a substitute. He was sincerely happy for Ma Shiqing. At this time, a message popped up on questions. Jiuo Kunan was like a dog smelling a bone and hurried to check it out. The content only had 2 words, eat it. This was Zhu Yan's reply to him. Jiuo Kunan's last sentence was, it rained so hard today, luckily I brought an umbrella. I was so smart that my shoes didn't get wet at all. I also brought food for my good brother. I can't help it. I'm such a righteous person. Haha, have you eaten? He typed so many words, but Zhu Yan only replied with 2 words. Jiuo Kunan felt lost, like a dog kicked on the road. Before, when he told Zhu Yan about Huangzhang for his deeds, Zhu Yan's frequency of replying to messages was much faster than now. But when it was his turn to chat, Zhu Yan always said only a few words. He wanted Zhu Yan to be interested in him. Jiuo Kunan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Brother Ma, take a screenshot. Ma Shiqing, take a screenshot? Take a screenshot of the 500 yuan you just received. After taking the screenshot, Jiuo Kunan said, Brother Ma, will you post this picture? He meant whether to post it on question space. Ma Shiqing said, I usually don't post it, because someone might ask for money, which is troublesome. Jiuo Kunan asked again, Brother Ma, is it difficult for you to earn this 500 yuan? It's not difficult, I can earn it with hard work. Then Brother Ma, do you think I can earn it, if I try to earn it? Jiuo Kunan said. Ma Shiqing thought for a while and said, yes, but it will take a lot of effort. You should master the game mechanism from now on, play the game seriously, and study the playing method. It will probably take 2 months. 2 months is too long. Jiuo Kanan sighed. Besides, I'm not doing this for money. Ma Shicheng was surprised. What do you want to do? Jiuo Kanan looked at the chat records between him and Zhu Yan. Most of the content was his, and a few words were Zhu Yan's. His face was struggling. After a minute, Jiuo Kanan made up his mind. Brother Ma, send me the screenshot of the payment. Ma Shicheng's eyes moved slightly. He roughly understood what Jiuo Kanan was going to do. He said, Brother Nan, you have changed. Jiuo Kanan received the screenshot and immediately entered his space and posted, just playing around. I made 500 yuan. Picture, screenshot of the payment. After posting, Jiuo Kanan said, people will always change, right? I only know that I can do it, and that's enough. Ma Shicheng actually wanted to say, different. But he didn't say it. At this moment, Ma Shicheng remembered that one night last semester, Jiuo Kanan invited him to a fried restaurant and asked him about Manman. At that time, he told him to let the girl keep paying so as to increase the success rate of confession, but Brother Nan didn't listen. And now, Jiuo Kanan actually asked him for screenshots and took the initiative to deceive people. Was it impulsive? Or did he change? Ma Shicheng took out his mobile phone, liked Jiuo Kanan's post, and commented, Brother Nan is awesome. Then, he switched to Wang Langlang's account and made another comment to Jiuo Kanan. Jiuo Kanan was happy to see Brother Ma's support. The reason he posted on his space was to let Zhu Yan see his influence. He wanted Zhu Yan to know that he, Jiuo Kanan, was not inferior to Huang Zhangfei. Jiuo Kanan was not happy for 2 minutes, when suddenly, he received a message on WeChat. Jiuo Kanan, are you there? This was a message from a girl in Jiuo Kanan's junior high school class. Wow, you are popular with girls so quickly? Jiuo Kanan was unbelievable. It was so cool. Jiuo Kanan, what's wrong? I saw you posted it on your questions space. You are rich. You are a nice person. Can you lend me 200? The girl said. Jiuo Kanan was stunned. The girl went on to say, don't lend it much, just 200. Jiuo Kanan didn't want to lend it, and he made an excuse to refuse. I can't see you. It's inconvenient. Girl, it doesn't matter, just send me a red envelope on WeChat. After seeing this, Ma Shicheng asked, are you familiar with each other? Jiuo Kanan said, are we okay? We haven't been in touch for half a year. Ma Shicheng just refused directly. Jiuo Kanan hesitated. It's so embarrassing. The girl continued to send messages. We used to be good. I lent you money before, and I paid it back. Our relationship is still okay, right? These words made Jiuo Kanan even more conflicted. After seeing this, Ma Shicheng shook his head. You are too soft-hearted. He took the phone directly and typed, it has been more than half a year, and I have been living a year. I always think of you in the dead of night. In fact, there is something I have always wanted to say to you. Can you be my girlfriend? When Jiuo Kanan saw Ma Shicheng's message, he was scared to death. Brother Ma, you are hurting me. Ma Shicheng was confident. It's okay, she will definitely not agree. When the time comes, you can tell her that the relationship is not good enough, and you can't borrow money. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the girl replied, really? Really? So Jiuo Kanan, you like me? Ma Shicheng was stunned. Is this script wrong? Jiuo Kanan's face was full of pain. He pounded the table and sighed. Brother Ma, you are hurting me. She is only a little prettier than Pang Jiao. Chapter 293 Invisible Hand. Jiuo Kanan quickly took back the phone, not even bothering to look for Zhu Yan, and kept explaining to the female classmate, sorry, my cousin took my phone just now. As a result, the female classmate blamed him and said that she would post it on WeChat Moments because of his confession. Jiuo Kanan was threatened. Dong Qingfeng came in from the front door of the classroom, carrying several lunch boxes in his hands. He attracted the attention of the students around him since he entered the school gate. However, Dong Qingfeng didn't care. He held his head high and returned to the classroom. He was not only carrying food, but also a loving dinner for a group of cute girls. Dinner is here. Dong Qingfeng carefully divided the dinner for several people. Jiang Yan had egg and vegetable fried rice. Shen Qinsh had shredded chicken noodles, and Yuan wanted more spicy hot pot and 2 cups of milk tea. Of course, there was also Dan Qingfeng's own dinner. Jiang Yanan took the dinner and looked at Dan Qingfeng with a softer look. She still remembered that she made a bet with Yang Sheng last semester and was forced to go out to take out the garbage late at night. At that time, she was particularly helpless and lost. The night was so dark and she was so scared. How much she wanted someone to come out and protect her. Then, Dan Qingfeng stood up and took out the trash for her. How could such a helpful boy not be popular? Besides, Dan Qingfeng looked good, had good grades, and was good at sports. He was the type that girls liked. It's just a pity. Jiang Yanan sighed in her heart. You went took the milk tea. Dan Qingfeng, you are such a warm man. Huh. She praised me as a warm man. Dan Qingfeng was excited. He learned from the internet that junior high school girls like ruffians, while high school girls like warm men. A warm man is a mature man who is meticulous and considerate and will take care of girls. Dan Qingfeng was happy in his heart. It turned out that he was so good. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. It's okay, I just did what I should do. You went took the milk tea and put it on the desk. The reason why she bought 2 cups was that she drank 1 cup for herself and the other cup for the monitor. Where you fall, you get up from there. Although Yuan is a woman, she is not weaker than men in terms of willpower, and even stronger. Even if she is broken into pieces, she still stands up again and again. A girl who fights for love is not afraid of any difficulties and obstacles. This is her, Yuan. Shen Qinj took the shredded chicken noodles, thanked her, and prepared to eat. But when she opened the lunchbox and looked at the shredded chicken noodles inside, her expression was dazed for a moment. When she was in junior high school, there was also a noodle shop in the town. In her memory, the shredded chicken noodles in that shop were not as delicious as the shredded chicken noodles sold outside the 4th middle school now. One afternoon after school, she was very hungry and had no money. It was raining outside, so she asked Jiang Ning to buy shredded chicken noodles. Jiang Ning took the umbrella and went out without saying a word. When he came back, his body was already mostly wet, but he still smiled and handed her the meal. The difference from now is that, although she only asked for shredded chicken noodles, Jiang Ning brought her an extra cup of milk tea. He is always like this. Shen Qinj only asked him to bring food, but Jiang Ning always bought other things, such as milk tea, desserts, fried skewers, or snacks. At that time, she was happy when she came across delicious food, and she would lose her temper with Jiang Ning if she came across something she didn't like. She didn't notice it before, but now, when she saw this bowl of shredded chicken noodles, the memories of the past came flooding back. Shen Qinj looked at Jiang Ning's seat, which was still empty. After Jiang Yanan noticed Shen Qinj's action, she looked out the window and said, "Qinj, it's still raining outside." The voice brought her thoughts back. Shen Qinj rolled up her hair in front of her forehead. She had a standard melon seed face and willow-shaped eyebrows. Yes, it's still raining. After coming to the city, no one in the class knew that she and Jiang Ning had such a close relationship. Even if she was looking at Jiang Ning's seat, others would not notice it. Isn't this what she wanted? But why did she feel so uncomfortable? Her heart suddenly became heavy, making her breathless and inexplicably sad. She seemed to be unable to see the light. Shen Qinj took out her chopsticks and mixed the chicken noodles. She picked up a few and put them in her mouth. At first she chewed very quickly, but gradually she slowed down because her face was moved and her eyes became hot. Shen Qinj held back her tears and didn't let them fall. She felt bitter in her heart. This noodle is not delicious at all. The monitor Huang Zhengfei hadn't come back yet. Yuan looked around the class and stood up to the podium. She turned on the multimedia computer, and the projector hanging from the ceiling moved, projecting the picture onto the screen on one side of the blackboard. Yuan clicked on the video website and played a dance video. She returned to her seat and said to Jiang Yanan, "This is the latest MV of EXO, you should watch it." During lunch break, some students also use multimedia to play videos, so this move was not excessive. Ma Shichen looked up and saw that in front of the classroom, the screen played a few men who were in a fancy way, dancing gorgeously and enchantingly on a colorful stage. At the same time, the tuned music sounded. Ma Shichen thought about it and stopped paying attention. The matter of Jiuo Kanon just now had not been resolved. Yuen's eyes lit up. So handsome. He works so hard. She shared with Jiang Ning, I really want to go to EXO's concert. I have decided that I must go to EXO's concert once in my life. I like every member so much. Yuen said. Jiang Ning looked forward to it. I want to go to their country and want to be their cheering group. Yuen said. I joined the group and many people in the group like EXO. It's like finding a big family. There are many girls in the group who are crazy about losing weight just to see EXO. Jiang Ning. Some people became exchange students just to see them. I'm so envious. The two had a friendly discussion about their favorite EXO stars. However, Korean stars are easy to make people uncomfortable, especially young and energetic male classmates. They just don't like those stars. CUIU jumped out and pointed at the dancing video on the screen and deliberately asked, are they shemales? His voice was very loud. When Yuen heard her idol being insulted, she immediately exploded and blurted out, you are the shemale. Your whole family are shemales. CUIU was affected by the disaster and instantly got upset. He didn't even care about Jiang Ning, whom he liked. He said, I really can't tell whether they are male or female. They look like women and they wear earrings. I'm so happy. Yuen's face looked ugly. They are much more manly than you. CUIU and Yuen fought a bayonet duel. Hey, I just think they are women. Yuen sneered. Do you know how good they are? They are 100 times better than you. CUIU looked exaggerated and clapped his hands. I heard that they work very hard. They have a high fever of 90 degrees, fractures all over their body, and they insist on practicing dance for 48 hours every day. I really can't do it. I admire you. Yuen could hear his sarcasm, but Yuen is a star-chasing girl and a loyal fan. Such people are generally powerful. They are better than you. They can make millions of dollars just by releasing an MV. What about you? Why do you compare with them? The most annoying thing is that they are better than you and more talented than you. Yuen said, have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning in Seoul? Woo Zhaoki, who was sleeping in the back, immediately raised his head and said solemnly, I have seen the sun at 4 in the morning in Yuzhou. Yuen pointed to the dance MV being played and said, they are just a dance that you will never be able to dance like in your lifetime. CUIU, what the hell, a crappy dance, I won't watch it, even if you pay me. Yuen smiled even more proudly, you don't like it, but there are many people who do. Without waiting for CUIU to answer, she said another sentence, you can continue to dislike things you don't like, but please allow it to exist. After this sentence came out, CUIU was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. After the EXO MV was played, Yuen looked at CUIU with contempt and proudly went up to play the new EXO dance. She wanted more people to like her idol. At this time, Ma Shicheng looked forward. Yuen is very aggressive and her quarrel was quite loud, echoing throughout the classroom, so he naturally heard it. Ma Shicheng doesn't like EXO and doesn't want this thing to appear. What kind of bullshit is it that he doesn't like it? He still allows the other party to exist. He doesn't even like murderers, so how can he allow the other party to exist? Yuen stood on the podium, shaking the mouse, intending to click to play a new Korean dance video. Ma Shicheng silently took out his mobile phone, and his portable Wi-Fi was plugged into the back of the computer host. He clicked on the Wi-Fi killer software that he hadn't used for a long time. This software sounded like it could only kill Wi-Fi. In fact, as long as you have used it, you will know that it can also kill computers connected to the network cable. Ma Shicheng started the software and blocked the network. The next moment, Yuen clicked on the video with great interest, but the network was suddenly disconnected. No matter how she clicked, it couldn't be played. Yuen was confused. Where's the network? Why is the network gone? Everyone go to bed after reading it. There is still one chapter to get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 294 Great Fantasy. The multimedia network was disconnected. Yuen had no MV to play, so she had to come down from the podium. When CUIU saw this, he quickly laughed at her. Why don't you play it? You've done too many bad things, and now you're getting your comeuppance. Yuen said coldly, is it related to you? Mind your own business. CUIU said proudly. Oh, there's no video of the Shemel dancing anymore. I feel so good. He returned to his seat comfortably. Yuwen was annoyed. She was originally in high spirits, but now it's half and half, which is really uncomfortable. She stayed at her desk depressed, and suddenly, a slender figure appeared at the door of the classroom. The monitor walked in, and Yuwen saw Huang Zhangfei's handsome face, and she was no longer angry. Some men are so handsome that women can get better immediately after just one look. Yuwen squeezed out what she thought was the most beautiful smile, greeted Huang Zhangfei, and shouted in a voice that would give people goosebumps, "Monitor, I'll treat you to milk tea." CUIU naturally noticed this scene, and his eyes couldn't help twitching. He looked at Yuwen again, and found that Yuwen was as arrogant in front of him as she was in front of Huang Zhangfei. This extreme contrast made CUIU wonder. He admitted that Huang Zhangfei was handsome, but was handsomeness so important? Could it make an unreasonable girl flatter him to her heart's content? CUIU couldn't understand. To solve his confusion, CUIU wanted to find Meng Jiui, but then he remembered that Meng Jiui had gone home to change clothes. He thought about it and ran to the back row. "Brother Ma, I want to ask you a question." CUIU expressed his confusion. "If you are handsome, are you popular with girls?" Ma Shicheng said as a matter of course. "Isn't that nonsense? Of course, handsome girls are popular with girls." Jiuo Kunan, who was next to him, was also interested. He thought of the time when he used Huang Zhangfei's identity to have an online relationship with Manman. Manman was very obedient and cared about him. He didn't say a word, but Manman waited for him 10 words. That was a feeling Jiuo Kunan had never experienced before. How important is being handsome? Is it more important than money? Jiuo Kunan said, "Do girls prefer rich boys or handsome boys?" Ma Shicheng said, "If you want to fall in love, being handsome is undoubtedly more important than money. Innocent girls will like you because you are handsome, not because of money. The same is true for rich women." Jiuo Kunan heard Ma Shicheng's firm answer, and he felt melancholy. Will I never be able to compare with those handsome guys in my life? CUIU looked at Huang Zhangfei's face and felt a sense of despair. Even if I work hard to make money and become a big boss, I'm still not as popular as a squad leader. Ma Shicheng asked back, "Is there only girls left in your life? Being handsome only gives you an advantage in falling in love, but if you have money, you can get everything in 99% of the fields, right?" Jiuo Kunan, "But I just want love." Ma Shicheng was convinced, and his tone was sincere. "If you really want to find a partner, you can lower your goal appropriately. Besides, why do you compare yourself with others? The vast majority of people in the world are just ordinary people, neither handsome nor rich. At this time, noble character is more important." After hearing this, CUIU looked surprised and couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. "Brother Ma, I've learned a lesson." After Ma Shicheng's words, CUIU's mood was much more balanced. CUIU left. Jiuo Kunan said, "Brother Ma, my old classmate told me that I should either lend her money or she would post my words on WeChat moments and questions space. She has a lot of junior high school classmates' contact information. If she really posts it, I'm done. Brother Ma, I'm giving you my face. You should think of a way quickly. She only gives me 10 minutes. Ma Shicheng had a headache. Who made him cause this? There's a time limit. How about this? You say your account was stolen, and then you copy that sentence and send it to all your female classmates. Fight poison with poison." Jiuo Kunan listened and thought about it carefully. It seemed that it could be done. Moreover, he had a bold idea. He wanted to take this opportunity to send it to Zuyan. What if Zuyan was interested in him by accident? Anyway, if he failed, he could just say that his account was stolen. He had a chance to start over. The more Jiuo Kunan thought about it, the more excited he became. He copied a confession and sent it to all the female classmates on the list. Yuwen tied a straw for Huang Zhangfei and handed him the oat milk tea. "No need." Huang Zhangfei refused. "Class monitor, thanks to you for telling us that the school anniversary will not be cancelled. This is what we all bought for you to thank you." Yuwen took advantage of the class honor. Sure enough, Huang Zhangfei took the milk tea after hearing this. In fact, He didn't like milk tea. If he drank milk tea, he would only put 3 parts of sugar in it. Unfortunately, the ones Yuan bought for him were always full of sugar, too sweet, and Huang Zhangfei was always sick of the sweetness. He took a sip, and it was very sweet. After only 1 sip, Huang Zhangfei put the milk tea aside. He probably couldn't drink this cup of milk tea. Yuan was happy while sipping the milk tea. Such a delicious milk tea must be loved by the class monitor, right? After he drank the milk tea, his favorability towards me would definitely increase, right? If his favorability increased, he would like me, right? If I could be the class monitor's girlfriend. Oh, how happy it would be. While Yuan was drinking milk tea, she sat sideways, facing Huang Zhangfei. She drank the milk tea in small sips, using her most gentle and ladylike manner, just to show her best side to the monitor. Yuan even started to act cute. She pretended to be very cute on purpose. She held the milk tea cup with both hands, opened her mouth slightly, put her front teeth on the straw, and supported her head. The teeth were a little bit on top. Wow, Yuan thought she was super cute. She must be the heroine in an idol drama. She was so cute that the president was intoxicated by her. The president would rather go against everyone's wishes and be with her. Even though she had disabled legs and could only sit in a wheelchair, the president still did not change his original intention and always loved her. Unconsciously, Yuan's eyes were intoxicated and her vision gradually blurred. She saw Huang Zhangfei's profile. What kind of profile was that? It was no worse than the president in the idol drama, and even more handsome. Moreover, this was a real person in reality, within reach. The way the monitor worked, oh no, the way the monitor studied seriously, was so handsome. Yuan thought that many years later, she would marry the squad leader, and they would own their own house. She would quietly watch the squad leader work, just like today. Huang Zhangfei felt a burning gaze on him. He was already accustomed to this situation. When Yuan fantasized, her head nodded again and again, and her front teeth also tapped the straw again and again. How Yuan made a sound. Huang Zhangfei turned his head to look at her. Yuan was so excited when she saw Huang Zhangfei's face. Her teeth moved, and the straw that supported her head suddenly slipped. In front of Huang Zhangfei, the straw poked into her nostril. More on the protagonist's plot later. Chapter 295. He doesn't care. Huang Zhangfei was silent, and so was Yuan. Ciyu happened to see this scene, and he almost laughed himself crazy, and ran to promote it. Huang Zhangfei laughed awkwardly and reminded, "It's not good to keep the straw in your nose for a long time. Remember to take it out." Yuan showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and she pulled out the straw. Thinking of the stupid thing she had just done, she wanted to slap herself. She slapped the milk tea on the table angrily, but she used too much force, and the fragile milk tea cup was broken. The milk tea inside suddenly burst out and splashed on Huang Zhangfei. Yuan asked for leave to go home for evening self-study. The reason was said to be stomach cramps, but those who knew her knew that she didn't have a stomach ache at all, but she lost face. Ciyu rushed to tell others and promote Yuan's glorious deeds. Yuan had become a joke in the class some time ago. Now it was just a poke in the nostril again. What's the big deal? So, it only caused a small commotion, and people started to discuss other things. Before class started, Ciyu ran to the back row to play again. He twisted his face and looked confused. "Brother Ma, I'm convinced that Bayuxia can perform at the school anniversary, but I still don't understand why Pang Jiao and the others can do it. Are the teachers who review the programs in the school stupid? If those famous alumni see it, they will be scared away." Ma Shichen put down his phone. What program did Pang Jiao and the others perform? Ciyu looked around, paying special attention to Pang Jiao and others who were eating fried skewers in front of him. Then he revealed the news like a spy. "I went to see them that day. They were practicing dancing in the dance studio in building 5. Jiu Kanan was surprised. "Does our school have a dance studio?" Ciyu, you didn't know? Jiu Kanan really didn't know. "I haven't been to that kind of high-end place." Ciyu sighed. "I used to think that place was very high-end until I went there that day, and the entire dance studio was occupied by Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei and the others. From then on, that place is no longer the Pure Land in my heart." If Bayuxia's dance was charming, then CUIU could say that Pang Jiao and the others were shocking. He still felt terrified when he recalled the incomparable shock. Jiuo Kunan, is it really as bad as you said? CUIU, it came from the mental shock. Jiuo Kunan, is it as bad as artificial respiration? CUIU recalled Shinzin from the next class and the photos that circulated in the cafeteria the day before yesterday. That's not the case. Don't talk about her dance. I'm still curious now. Why did she pass the review? It shouldn't be. CUIU was puzzled. Wang Lang listened for a while, and then he said, I saw a rumor on the forum the day before yesterday. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that one of the teachers who reviewed the school anniversary program was Geo Hishuari. Jiuo Kunan looks strange. If you say so, I understand a little bit. Geo Hishuari may have done this. Ma Shicheng said, I feel that there is something strange in it. It should not be a decision made by a young teacher for Pang Jiao to pass the review. Wang Lang, I don't know the details. Ma Shicheng, let's wait and see. Class 1 of the first grade experimental class. Compared with the hustle and bustle of class 8, class 1 is particularly quiet. The students are quietly studying in their seats, and there are few students who even discuss the questions. In the corridor at the entrance, Linzada brought out a stool. He sat on the stool and played the newly bought 3D SLL game. The thirds were stolen before, and he asked someone to investigate the fingerprint in the table hole, but he didn't find the murderer. Linzada, who was always smiling, felt real anger. He had never been so frustrated in Anqing before. If his old friends knew about this, they would probably die of laughter. Linzada thought of the sad things and looked up at the rain outside. When will this damn weather get better? He rubbed his eyes and continued playing games. Suddenly, a simple voice came from behind him. Is this a 3D SLL game? Oh, someone actually knows 3D SLL. Linzada became interested. He turned around and saw an honest boy classmate. The boy was wearing a school uniform, a pair of waterproof leather shoes on his feet, and a simple smile on his face, giving people the feeling that he was a kid who grew up in the countryside. Linzada showed his game console. This is 3D SLL. Shanzhao said, it's good, but it doesn't feel as good as thirds. It lacks the exquisite feeling, because the surface of thirds uses baking varnish. Linzada was quite surprised. You know a lot. It is indeed baking varnish, because I had a thirds before. At this point, Linzada said angrily, but I don't know who stole my thirds. All the save files in it are gone. Shanzhao heard this, and felt the same hatred and said indignantly, how can you steal from others? No matter how poor you are, you can't steal people's things. Linzada waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about these sad things. Do you play thirds? There are very few people who play thirds in number 4 middle school. There is no one in their class, but there are a few in class 8. Jiang Ning, Wan Yang, and the simple boy in front of him seemed to play it too. Shanzhao scratched his head. I'm very interested. I plan to buy one. Linzada is a little more mature than his peers, but when he sees someone talking about something he is interested in, he can't hold back. I tell you, if you buy a thirds, you must buy a 3D SLL, because the screen is big, and it is comfortable to watch. He shared his experience. Shanzhao heard it and said, I will ask someone to give me one, when the time comes. Linzada was surprised. Your friends are pretty good. They gave me a thirds game console as a gift. Shanzhao said honestly, I have a lot of friends. Are you playing genuine games now? He asked. Linzada said, of course I play genuine games. I'm not bragging to you. I bought all the game cards of first party masterpieces. Shanzhao said, awesome. Genuine cartridges are very expensive, 200 or 300 yuan each, and they are easy to sell. Linzada, next time I will bring it to you to open your eyes. Shanzhao said solemnly, don't worry, I will definitely come to see it. Ding Xuan was reading quietly in the classroom. She was just sitting there, but her behavior was indescribably dignified and elegant. There was a white paper towel with peeled oranges on it beside her. When Ding Xuan was reading, she occasionally took a small piece of orange and put it in her mouth and sucked it gently. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration from her thigh under the table. Ding Xuan took out her mobile phone and found that it was her Aunt Lin Han who called. So she went out. When she reached the corridor, Ding Xuan glanced at Lin Zida and answered the phone. Aunt, what's wrong? Take a class in the evening self-study class and ask for leave later. I will take you to see someone. Lin Han's mature voice came through the phone. Ding Xuan, is it important? Lin Han, yes, it's very important. I'll send someone to pick you up from school later. I will ask for leave. Ding Xuan said. There are probably only a handful of people in the whole Yuzhou city who can be said to be very important by her aunt. Ding Xuan looked at the rain falling from the sky, and she probably guessed who she was going to meet tonight. Jiang Ning, aren't you training? His sister Chen Siking asked him. Training for what? Chen Siking, sports meet. If you don't train, it will be hard to win a prize. Last night, they talked about the school's sports students in the dormitory. I heard that there is a sports student named Tao Nan in the second year of high school. He is very good at sprinting and has already booked the championship of the school sports meet. Jiang Ning said, let it go. I don't care about winning a prize. Zhu Yuantang adjusted his posture. Yes, just like my exams. Let it go. Chen Siking was speechless. Are you really not pretending? Bei Yuxia listened to several people talking, and she said, sports students are very good. Many of them have reached the level of level 2 athletes, and some are even as good as level 1 athletes. Get familiar with it first, which will help you perform on the field. Zhu Yuantang said for Jiang Ning, it doesn't matter. Jiang Ning is super good. She has personally experienced Jiang Ning's physical fitness. He can ride a bicycle to fly. What is a sports meet? Bei Yuxia saw that Jiang Ning did not express his opinion and felt helpless. Does he not know how terrible sports students are? Or is he really signing up for a sports meet casually? I'll write one chapter today, just like I took half a day off. Let's go to sleep. Chapter 296 Turning Your Back on Everyone. In the first evening self-study class, Gao Hishuai entered class 8 with his textbook in hand. He stood on the podium, looking like a mountain. Open yesterday's test paper. Let's talk about it. Gao Hishuai usually doesn't teach new content in evening self-study. In most cases, he distributes test papers to everyone. His strategy is simple. He piles up questions with a sea of questions, and then uses his unique understanding to clearly explain the solution ideas to the students. Gao Hishuai looks domineering, and his lecture voice is loud and clear. Even the students in the last row can hear clearly without any effort. Tonight, the students seem particularly impetuous, unable to listen to the class, and many of them are distracted. Gao Hishuai doesn't see this. His face is gloomy, and he asks students to answer the question. If they can't answer, they just stand there. This trick is very useful. The students who were distracted before were forced to listen to the class honestly. Cuiu, you answer this question. Cuiu chose B then. Gao Hishuai called his deskmate Meng Jiui. Meng Jiui's face was pale and trembled from time to time. Cuiu stood level with Meng Jiui, wondering if his good brother was sick. After all, Meng Jiui's clothes were soaked in the afternoon, and he ran home to change clothes. It was very cold. Meng Jiui shivered and chose C. Jiang Yanan, you come. Jiang Yanan chose D. Gao Hishuo's face became even uglier, and he called Jiuo Kunan again. Jiuo Kunan didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He was full of the tentative confession to Zuyan. In his eyes was the beautiful and charming Zuyan. He sat downstairs and Zuyan sat upstairs. He and she seemed to have crossed the barrier of the wall. He looked at Zuyan, and Zuyan looked at him, and smiled at him. Her eyes flowed on her delicate face, and she looked at him affectionately. Everything was self-evident. Jiuo Kunan's old face almost blushed. It was so beautiful, but the fantasy was pulled back to reality. Now Jiuo Kunan stood up. He looked at Gao Hishuai. Gao Hishuai had a gloomy face, and looked at him with cow-like eyes. Black face against black face, and there was half a class between them. Jiuo Kunan was melancholy. The future was bright, but if he wanted to have a bright future, he must first overcome the difficulties he faced now. He knew the rules of Gao Hishuo's questions. If a student answered incorrectly, he would keep looking for other students to stand up and answer. Now, among the options A, B, C, D, only A was not chosen. So is there any need to ask the answer? Jiuo Kanan once doubted Geo Hishuo's IQ. Isn't this a chance for me to show off? Jiuo Kanan aimed at the blackboard and uttered a few words with great confidence, as if he was making a decision on something important. I choose A. After saying this, Jiuo Kanan thanked his brothers in his heart. Thank you for finding a clear way forward for him, so that he could have a smooth journey and hit the bottom with one shot. Jiuo Kanan exclaimed in his heart, it's great. Unexpectedly, Geo Hishuo's eyes twitched, and he held the chalk and angrily scolded. This is a multiple choice question. Didn't you see it? You're still asking me to choose one by one. Especially when he saw Jiuo Kanan's confident look, Geo Hishuo scolded. The students in your class are really stupider than each other. The whole class was silent. At this time, Wu Zhaoqi, who was holding the basketball, rolled his eyes, and he had an idea and shouted, Teacher Geo, you are wrong. You count from the stupidest one, from the back to the front, and our class will be smarter than each other. After saying this, Wu Zhaoqi was stunned by his own IQ, thinking that he was simply the embodiment of wisdom. The classmates in the class almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard it. Geo Hishuo's handsome black face was stiff, and he shouted, get out and stand at the back. Wu Zhaoqi's smug expression froze. Damn it, Geo Hishuo has his own problems, and he punishes me. Wu Zhaoqi picked up the basketball and said to Pang Jiao, let me go. Pang Jiao didn't want to give in, but her program was approved by Geo Hishuo. If she didn't give in now, Geo Hishuo might have a problem with her. Pang Jiao twisted her body and squeezed the table forward, leaving a narrow gap for Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi has been playing basketball for many years, and opportunities on the basketball court are fleeting, so he is very good at seizing opportunities. He took advantage of every opportunity and got out in a flash. Wu Zhaoqi hugged his precious basketball and walked to the back row of the classroom as if he was walking on a championship road. On both sides of the road were not ordinary classmates, but fans holding flowers and cheering. Wu Zhaoqi held the ball with one hand, and suddenly, he stretched out one arm, raised it high, and shook it twice in a chic manner. With the back gradually approaching the back row, he waved a farewell gesture. Wang Langlong was amused and covered his mouth to hold back his laughter. Damn, Wu Zhaoqi is really a talent. Geo Hishuo was already angered by Wu Zhaoqi's arrogant behavior. At this time, he noticed Wang Langlong and became even more angry. How dare you laugh? Wang Langlong, stand up. Wang Langlong got up quickly with a start. He stood straight, like a javelin. Wang Langlong also straightened his collar, highlighting his elegance. Geo Hishuo, what are you laughing at? Laugh again. Wang Langlong remained silent. The classmates turned around to watch the fun. Geo Hishuo said aggressively, what are you laughing at? Wang Langlong finally spoke, and he narrated in a serious manner, I think learning is a very happy thing, especially in such an environment. I feel very lucky to be able to listen to Teacher Geo's lectures. It reminds me of the good things. When I was in elementary school, my family was very poor. Wang Langlong talked about his childhood experiences for 3 minutes in front of the whole class. Geo Hishuo couldn't help interrupting at the end. Enough, sit down. Fuck, this is poisonous. There were no teachers in the last 2 classes of the evening self-study class. These were real self-study classes. The class monitor Huang Zhangfei sat on the podium, supervising everyone not to talk. However, Huang Zhangfei's deterrent power was not that strong, and there were still subtle discussions in the class. Huang Zhangfei just turned a blind eye and let it go, not taking it too seriously. It's been raining for 3 days. Chen Siking held her chin and looked out the window. Bai Yuxia was in a daze holding the pen. Yeah, 3 days. That's normal, right? It's normal for it to rain for several days, and sometimes there's even more than 10 or 20 days without the sun. Should it be postponed? Chen Siking talked to herself. The sports meet in her mind was to be held in the sunshine, not in gloomy weather. Jiang Ning looked out the window, his vision piercing through the darkness and reaching the clouds. The rain was about to stop, but the classmates didn't know. The school anniversary was getting closer and closer, and some people were still worried about rain. It was okay in the past, as rainy days would at most make people feel depressed, but now it makes people irritable. Huang Zhangfei noticed this scene. Everyone has been in a bad mood during this period of time. Geo Hishui lost his temper today because the students didn't listen to the class. Huang Zhangfei thought for 2 minutes, wavering in his heart. Finally, he made up his mind. Huang Zhangfei took out the USB flash drive, plugged it into the USB port in front of the multimedia, and turned on the computer. The movement of the projector on the ceiling startled everyone. Someone shouted, "Class monitor, what are you doing with the computer? Are you looking for questions for us to do?" Huang Zhangfei faced everyone and smiled gently. "I want to watch a movie." "Play a movie?" The originally irritable classmates suddenly looked surprised. "Fuck, playing a movie? Does the head teacher know about it?" Huang Zhangfei, "I don't know. I want to watch it. Do you guys want to watch it?" CUIU shouted, "As long as you dare to play it, I dare to watch it." As he said that, he patted his desk mate Meng Jiui, who was sleeping on the table. He was very cold and urgently needed sleep to relieve the symptoms. The class was in an uproar. For a while, responses came from all sides, especially from the back row, where bursts of congratulatory messages rang out. Jiang Ning hesitated and said, "Class monitor, if the head teacher finds out, he will definitely blame you, right?" Huang Zhangfei said, "It's okay. The head teacher has no class today, so he went home." Jiang Ning, "But if the grade director comes and finds out, something will definitely happen. Not only the grade group leader, but also people from the security department. This is indeed a problem, and Huang Zhangfei neglected it." At this time, someone in the back row raised his hand and shouted, "Class monitor." The classmates looked over and saw a thin boy. He was Mao Zhe. Recently, Mao Zhe had little presence in the class. After everyone got familiar with his personality, they stopped joking with him. Mao Zhe was a loner and would go out of his way if others didn't look for him. Unexpectedly, he actually took the initiative to speak. The classmates looked at him together, trying to see what he was going to say. Mao Zhe had a normal expression. Facing the puzzled expressions of his classmates, he said, "Class monitor, if you want to show a movie, I can go to the corridor and help you supervise the security department and the grade group leader." Mao Zhe's words made the classmates look at him with admiration. They never thought that Mao Zhe, who had always had a bad reputation in the class, could actually do such a thing. Huang Zhangfei said, "Actually, you don't have to go. If you find out, you find out." Jiang Ning, "No, that won't work. We want to watch a movie, but this can't be based on you being scolded by the teacher." She added, "Mao Zhe, if you are sure, we thank you." CUIU was upset. His beloved woman was so distressed about another man. It was just like being with him in person. No man could stand it. But if the monitor was willing to show a movie, CUIU said he could forgive Jiang Ning once and pretend that it had never happened. After hearing this, Mao Zhe took a book and went out to stand guard without saying a word. The sentinel was in place, and Huang Zhangfei no longer hesitated. He manipulated the mouse to select the movie in the USB flash drive. "Which one do you want to watch?" There were more than 10 movies in the list, including Transformers 3, Iron Man, etc. "These are too long, and I may not be able to finish watching them. I want to watch the fourth one," a classmate said. Huang Zhangfei, "Okay, the fourth one. The name of the fourth movie is My Neighbor Totoro. The movie is about to start." CUIU suggested, "Should we turn off the lights? It will feel good if we turn off the lights, otherwise the atmosphere won't be right." Meng Jiui and Wu Zhaoqi, who were lying on the table, both raised their hands. He didn't even raise his head and said, "Turn off the lights, turn off the lights. It's more comfortable to sleep with the lights off." Although some people questioned that once the lights were turned off, only class 8 would be dark in the entire teaching building, which would be too suspicious. But in the end, the call to turn off the lights dominated the mainstream. Huang Zhangfei turned off the lights in front, and Wang Lang ran to turn off the lights in the back, and the classroom fell into darkness. This feeling of doing bad things secretly was very exciting. Everyone whispered in the dark. Some people thought the location was not good, so they moved the bench to the aisle. After a few seconds, the curtain next to the blackboard suddenly lit up, and the movie started. Almost all the students looked forward and watched the movie. Chen can't stop the black pen in his hand. Without light, he could no longer do the questions. But, can this stop him? No. Chen Kan closed his eyes and felt the darkness. In his mind were various formulas connected in a chain. From now on, he plans to deepen all the formulas he has learned since the beginning of the first year of high school in his mind, and then describe what happened tonight in English. In the back row, Jiuo Kanan's desk was piled high with textbooks, not only in front, but also on the left. There was a hole between the layers of the textbooks to hide the phone in case of emergency. In the dark, he played with his phone quietly, feeling extremely safe. Outside the classroom, Myo-Zhe held a book in one hand, with his phone on the book. It was raining outside the corridor, and the wind was quite strong, cold and gloomy, so cold that he tightened his clothes and stamped his feet. However, when he turned around and looked at the dark classroom with only a light curtain, a sense of responsibility rose again. It was because of him, Myo-Zhe, that the class could watch movies freely. The reason why the years are quiet is because someone is carrying the burden forward. The person who carries the burden forward is him, Myo-Zhe. The location of class 8 is quite good. Myo-Zhe stood at the door and could see the movement of building 1 in front. He quietly observed the security department. Whenever someone from the security department came, he would immediately alert the monitor. The grade director's office was on the west side of the first floor of building 3. When he patrolled, he came from the west in almost 90% of the cases. The classroom of class 8 was on the east side, and Myo-Zhe could also find it in the first time. He was alone and no one could get through. Myo-Zhe picked up his phone and found his netizen Jiang as an exception. He typed on the keyboard and sent a message. You told me not to be stuck in the same place and try more things I have never done before. I did it today. I feel very good now. Thank you Jiang. I will get better with you. Myo-Zhe waited for 5 minutes, but did not wait for Jiang's reply. He was slightly disappointed and then put away his phone. It doesn't matter. Jiang will definitely reply to him at night. Myo-Zhe stood in the corridor, with darkness behind him, looking at the lights of building 1. A sense of pride rose in his heart. From now on, I'm the night watchman. In the classroom, Jiang Ning looked at the movie playing on the screen. He sighed in his heart. It's exactly the same as before. On this day in the previous life, Huang Zhangfei also played a movie, and it was the same movie. In the past 6 months, too many things have been different from the previous life. Unexpectedly, there would be an overlap here again. Jiang Ning actually felt as if time and space were intertwined. However, at that time, the result tonight was not very good. Because the lights were turned off, the security department discovered something unusual. The class was only halfway through when the movie was secretly played. Faced with the questioning of the security department, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei took the responsibility alone and was criticized by the entire school broadcast. Will it happen again this time? Jiang Ning moved his fingers and constructed a magic circle that enveloped the entire class. This was an ordinary illusion circle. At this moment, if someone looked at class 8 from a distance, they would find that class 8 was still dimly lit and there was nothing unusual. Jiang Ning retracted his hand and moved the curve of the overlap between the past and present lives. Zhu Yuantang nudged him with her elbow. Jiang Ning, do you remember? During the evening self-study session at the beginning of our first year of high school, we also played cartoons. In the dark, Zhu Yuantang's delicate eyelashes shaded her bright eyes. Jiang Ning was startled. Yes, we were not deskmates at that time. For some reason, Zhu Yuantang always felt that Jiang Ning was hiding something in his words. She leaned close and whispered, from now on, we will always be. Chapter 297 The Rain Stops. Zhu Yuantang's words made Jiang Ning quite happy. He thought about it and decided to reward her. In the classroom, the screen changed, and the fluorescent light was dyed on the faces of the students, reflecting the tender faces of the boys and girls. With Jiang Ning's eyesight, he could even see the movie screen on the surface of their eyeballs. Jiang Ning opened his spiritual sense and fully scanned the entire school to make sure that no one would come to class 8 in a short time. He used his spiritual power to arrange a formation in the area in front of him. This formation can cover vision, smell, etc. Jiang Ning shook his hand and took out a transparent bag from the storage ring. The bag contained yellow corn kernels, which looked extremely delicate and beautiful. This is the corn he cultivated in Huki Mountain. After strict selection, it was moisturized by spiritual soil and produced by the unique cultivation method of the immortal world. In addition to corn kernels, Jiang Ning also prepared oil, sugar, and a pot of water. This lake water comes from the purified mountain spring of Huki Mountain. It is moisturized by spiritual energy, which can improve the body's immunity and supplement various ingredients. If it were sold, it would be no problem to sell it for 5 figures. After preparing a few things, Jiang Ning attracted spiritual power and suspended the materials in the air. If Jiang Ning had not arranged the formation in advance, Zhu Yuantang would definitely exclaim that it was magic, and the classmates would be extremely shocked. But because of the formation cover, this open scene did not attract anyone's attention. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the time when he met a girl named Ding Xuan in experimental class 1 at the beginning of the first year of high school. The other party had a particularly magical sixth sense that could actually detect his existence. He thought, if Bai Yuxia was replaced by Ding Xuan at this moment, would the other party be able to detect his abnormality? Probably. But that's all. In the face of absolute power, the so-called sixth sense is just a small path. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense probed class 1, and Ding Xuan was not there today, which surprised him slightly. Jiang Ning no longer cared about these things. He shot out a spiritual fire, and the bright green flame was extremely conspicuous in the classroom. The green flame was only 10 centimeters away from Bai Yuxia's hair. If it weren't for the formation blocking it, Bai Yuxia's hair would have been burned. Jiang Ning directly poured the oil into the air. As soon as the flame touched the oil and water, it immediately made a sizzling sound, and there was a fragrance in the air. All of this was blocked by the formation, and could not escape. After the oil was heated, Jiang Ning scattered corn. The corn was all over the sky, like rain falling outside the window, and then it seemed to be caught by an invisible hand. The water flow composed of mountain spring water from Huki Mountain moistened the corn, removed the impurities on the surface, and made it more moist. Jiang Ning sprinkled sugar into the boiling oil, and then spread the distinct corn on it, making a burst of crackling sounds. Under careful control, the corn and sugar were evenly mixed together, more evenly controlled than any chef in the world, because he was 360 degrees floating popcorn. 3 minutes later, a rich milky aroma came out. If Jiang Ning hadn't used the formation to block it, the fragrance would have spread throughout the class. Jiang Ning took out a paper bucket and poured the hot popcorn into it. The popcorn was full and round, with an attractive golden color, which made people excited. Jiang Ning tasted one, which was crispy and fresh, with a strong milky flavor, and it was unforgettable. The taste was almost exactly the same as what he had eaten in the Xiuxin world in his previous life, crispy and sweet. At that time, Jiang Ning also made popcorn in his spare time. Jiang Ning opened the door to the formation, and let a fragrance to drift towards Zhu Yuantang's position. With only a trace of fragrance, Zhu Yuantang in the dark seemed to have an instinctive reaction. His expression immediately became suspicious, and his eyes locked on Jiang Ning. I smell the fragrance of popcorn. Did you eat it behind my back? Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning said confidently, yes, I'm eating it. As he said that, he grabbed a handful and put it in his mouth. Damn it. Jiang Ning actually ate alone behind her back, which was really infuriating. Zhu Yuantang was furious. According to her stubborn temper, she would never talk to Jiang Ning again. But after taking a whiff of the aroma, she decided to give Jiang Ning a chance. She whispered, Jiang Ning, am I good to you? Yes. Then how can you repay me? Jiang Ning pushed the popcorn bucket over. Please eat. Huh. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. She thought Jiang Ning would linger for a while, but she didn't expect him to give in so quickly. It seems that her power is growing day by day. Zhu Yuantang didn't refuse. She grabbed 2 popcorns. It's hot. Before she could be surprised, the popcorn filled her little mouth. After taking a bite, her tongue was immediately amazed. She had never eaten such delicious popcorn before. She subconsciously took a second bite. In this way, Zhu Yuantang enjoyed the movie and ate Jiang Ning's popcorn with her little hands, enjoying it with relish. Eating popcorn always makes some noises. Chen Saiking, who was sitting in the front row, was leaning against the table behind her to watch a movie. She noticed this and looked towards Zhu Yuantang. The lights in the classroom were off, but there was light on the screen where the movie was played. With the help of the faint light, Chen Saiking discovered that Zhu Yuantang was actually eating popcorn. She didn't smell it, but just hearing the sound made her yearn for it. If she could secretly eat some popcorn while a movie was playing in class, it would be the greatest enjoyment in life. It's much better than going to the cinema. Zhu Yuantang glanced at Chen Saiking and took the initiative to show off. Jiang Ning's popcorn is super delicious. Ah, really? Chen Saiking asked. Bei Yuxia and Chen Saiking were at the same table. When she was watching a movie, her eyes passed by Chen Saiking, and she naturally noticed their conversation. Bei Yuxia has always been a reserved person. Even when she heard about popcorn, she just smiled quietly. In most cases, Bei Yuxia is a passive girl. Of course it's true. Let me give you a taste. It's super delicious. I've never eaten such delicious popcorn. Zhu Yuantang was not stingy with her friends. She moved the popcorn bucket over. Chen Saiking was moved and said, I'll just eat 2 to taste it. As she said that, she took 2 popcorns. As soon as the popcorn entered her mouth, Chen Saiking's expression changed. She was full of disbelief. Oh my god, popcorn can be so delicious. She couldn't help but took 2 more. Zhu Yuantang saw this scene and her face was particularly proud. Huh, delicious, right? Chen Saiking, it's so delicious. It was so delicious that she almost moaned. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning and saw Jiang Ning nodded, so Zhu Yuantang understood and waved her hand generously. Eat as much as you want, the bucket is big anyway. Chen Saiking was so happy that she would even be willing to fall in love with her if Zhu Yuantang was a man. Zhu Yuantang thought of how Bei Yuxia often shared snacks, so she said, Bei Yuxia, you eat too. Bei Yuxia hesitated for a moment. Chen Saiking's words just now actually made her very curious. Thank you. After thanking her, Bei Yuxia tasted too. As reserved as she was, she also couldn't control her evil hand that reached for the popcorn bucket. In this way, Zhu Yuantang's small group enjoyed super delicious popcorn while watching the movie played in the class. Outside the classroom, Miao Zhe was almost overwhelmed by the cold wind. It was okay when he just came out, but now that he has been here for a long time, Miao Zhe's body temperature is getting lower and lower. He gritted his teeth and recalled the words he had just sent to his beloved Yunenai. He wanted to change himself and make himself worthy of Yunenai. So, what does this little bit of coldness now count for? Miao Zhe shivered his teeth and recited the poem. 4,000 blows and 10,000 blows are still strong, no matter the east, west, south, or north wind. With strong perseverance, he stood in the corridor. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the west end of the corridor. That person was none other than Mr. Yan, the head teacher of the first grade. Miao Zhe was startled. He immediately entered the classroom and shouted a warning. Something's happening. Something's happening. Quickly hide. Quick. They didn't have much time left. In a flash, Miao Zhe quickly turned on the lights at the back of the classroom, while Shan Zhao in front was even faster. Almost as soon as Miao Zhe gave the warning signal, he flashed to the switch in front and quickly turned on the lights. Quick, quick, quick. The students who were originally watching a movie in the aisle quickly moved their benches back to their seats, and there was a burst of bang sounds. Class monitor Huang Zhengfei was in charge of the multimedia in front. He skillfully manipulated the mouse, closed the playback window, and quickly switched to the Corsair PPT. In just less than 10 seconds, Class 8 was restored. Everyone was proud. They reacted too quickly. The students whispered to each other, waiting for the grade director to arrive. Teacher Yan stood at the front door of Class 8 with a gloomy and majestic face. His eagle-like eyes swept across the entire class, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Zenkai, who dared to scold Geo Hishuoi before, was as cowardly as an ostrich. His mobile phone was taken away by Teacher Yan, and he knew how cruel he was. Teacher Yan is much shorter than Geo Hishui, but in terms of majesty, he is far superior to Geo Hishui, and they are not in the same league at all. Teacher Yan scolded with a stern face. Your class, I heard the noise from far away. What are you doing with the bang bang? Noisy, noisy, you only know how to make noise. The teacher downstairs told me before that your class is the most restless. Teacher Yan stretched out his tone and scolded. How many points can you get in the exam? Are there any experimental classes that do better? Your grades are not as good as others, but you don't work hard to catch up. I have seen many students like you. You are fooling me now, and when the college entrance examination comes, others will be admitted to key schools. But what about you? You don't even have a bachelor's degree, and then you will come to me crying and say, Teacher Yan, I want to repeat the year. His words were very unpleasant and full of sarcasm. Everyone was silent. Teacher Yan satirized for 5 minutes before he stopped. He coughed and left. Everyone was scolded, and the impetuous mood just now was quickly cooled down, as if a basin of cold water was poured on them. No one in the class spoke, everyone lowered their heads to read, and the only quiet sound was the ticking of the clock in front of the classroom. Just as everyone was silent, Teacher Yan appeared at the back door again. He stood at the back, and looked at the class, where you could hear a pin drop. He praised with satisfaction, your class is really good, much better than the class just now. I talked about them for 5 minutes. Next time I will let their class learn from your class. The students in the class were all confused after hearing this. What's going on? Is Teacher Yan schizophrenic? Or does he have senile amnesia? Wang Lang shouted boldly, Teacher Yan, we are the class you just criticized. Are you lost? As soon as he said this, the students soon enjoyed the Sichuan opera face changing. Teacher Yan left with a gloomy face. 2 minutes after he left, class 8 burst into cheers. Myo Zhe recovered his energy in the classroom and continued to run out to stand guard. The movie continued to play until the last evening self-study class. The big bucket of popcorn fried by Jiang Ning gradually ran out and was divided among Zhu Yuantong, Chen Saiking and Bai Yuxia. He didn't eat many himself. When Zhu Yuantong picked up the last popcorn and put it in his mouth to chew, the movie ended. It's so good. Chen Saiking exclaimed. It's so delicious. Zhu Yuantong wanted to lick his fingers. Myo Zhe outside the window noticed that the movie was over. He walked into the room and turned on the lights. The classroom was filled with light. The students were not familiar with the lights and even squinted their eyes. Huang Zhangfei quit the movie and ejected the USB drive. He stood on the podium and faced everyone. School is almost over. Let's clean up. A classmate suddenly realized, yes, school is almost over. One movie lasted 2 classes, thanks to the fact that the movie was not too long. Jiang Yanan's heart moved, and she suddenly shouted, thank you, class monitor. As soon as she said this, other students followed and shouted, thank you, class monitor. Huang Zhangfei waved his hand. You're welcome. The most important thing is that everyone is happy. At present, after watching a movie, everyone's mood has improved a lot. The gloom caused by the continuous rain seems to have dissipated. Thinking of this, Huang Zhangfei looked outside. With just one glance, his expression was stunned. After the classmates noticed it, they all looked over. Someone said, the rain has stopped. More shouts rang out. The rain has stopped. Great, the rain has finally stopped. The students were excited. The rain that had been raging for 3 days finally stopped. The rain stopped, which meant that the school anniversary and the sports meeting would no longer be postponed and would be held on time. Joy spread throughout the class, and celebrations continued. Cuiu rubbed Meng Jiui's head frantically. It stopped. It stopped. Meng Jiui was sleeping soundly, and Cuiu's rubbing almost made her lose her soul. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei hugged each other across the table, and the rumbling friction and bouncing seemed like 2 mountains collapsed. Wu Zhaoqi, who was sleeping on the desk, was directly awakened by the shock. He felt the terrifying vibration and said in fear, is it a mudslide? Deng Qingfeng was so excited that he didn't know who to look for. By chance, his eyes met Shan Kaiquan, and he said kindly, the rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. Shan Kaiquan was also excited. He insisted on exercising every day, and it really didn't go in vain. The rain stopped. Yeah, stop, I can run again. The two looked at each other in celebration, and then they both remembered at the same time that there was a grudge between them. How could enemies do this? The next moment, the two cursed in their hearts and looked away. Not only class 8, but also class 9 next door cheered. Although there was a classroom between them, they could still hear the loud voice of Yan Xianpeng from class 9. Jiang Ning held the window with his hand and quietly admired the air outside the window. The air after the rain did not contain dust and impurities. His consciousness roamed in it, becoming more and more light. Zhu Yuantang savored the milky aroma of popcorn. When she saw that the rain had stopped outside, she said, Jiang Ning, you don't need an umbrella tonight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, How to Use a Mountain Bike. The night sky was clear and quiet after the rain. After the evening self-study, Yang Sheng found Jiang Ning and planned to go to the carport with him. It rained the day before yesterday, and Yang Sheng took a taxi home, so the mountain bike had been placed in the school carport and had not been moved for several days. Now that the rain has stopped, she doesn't want to take a taxi anymore. The starting price of a taxi in Yuzhou City is 6 yuan for 2.5 kilometers. If you take a taxi to your doorstep, you will have to pay an additional 1.5 yuan for the extra kilometer at night. While walking to the back door of the classroom, Ma Shicheng had just put away his mobile phone. He looked up at the two of them and suddenly remembered something. Jiang Ning, Yang Sheng, you will pass by Nanhan Road on your way home at night, right? Seeing that he was not looking for trouble, Yang Sheng said in a normal tone, what's wrong? Ma Shicheng, do you visit the forum in our city? Wang Lang visited the forum a few days ago and heard that something happened on Nanhan Road. The police closed the road on rainy days before. Be careful at night. If he hadn't just remembered it, he wouldn't have said anything. Do you know what it is? Yang Sheng asked. She had heard about the forum in this city. To browse the forum, she needed to register an account, so she didn't register. Ma Shicheng shook his head. It's very vague in the forum. Anyway, just pay attention. Thanks. Yang Sheng has a straightforward personality. She had some unpleasantness with Ma Shicheng in the past. Now he took the initiative to help her, and she was not like other girls who were shy. It was just after school, and there were a lot of people. Zhu Yuantang was waiting outside the carport until Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng pushed their bicycles, and then she followed them. Yang Sheng, did you change the fender? Zhu Yuantang asked. Yes, the previous fender didn't work, so I took it off. Yang Sheng was annoyed when she mentioned the last fender. She had bought one before, and that one was a bit short. She rode her bike to school, and her coat was stained with a lot of mud and water, so she didn't wear her coat for the whole morning. Yang Sheng said, this time I bought new fenders according to your bikes. Jiang Ning glanced at the new fenders on Yang Sheng's bike and reminded him, you can actually get a longer one. After hearing this, Yang Sheng asked curiously, is your fender not long enough? I've seen you ride your bike in the rain many times. Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning's fenders are amazing. Jiang Ning, yes, Zhu Yuantang is my fender. Zhu Yuantang was so disdainful that he immediately glared at him. I'm going to bite you to death. Jiang Ning looked at Yang Sheng's mountain bike and said, you should ride slower tonight. His mountain bike fenders were not that long, and the reason why they never splashed mud was because he used his spiritual power to cover the mountain bike when he rode. If someone else rode his mountain bike at a faster speed, their backs would still be splashed with mud. Get in the car. Jiang Ning patted the back seat. Zhu Yuantang was underestimated just now. She was reluctant to ride Jiang Ning's mountain bike again, but thinking about how far the way home was and how dark it was, she got on obediently. She shut her mouth and planned not to say a word to Jiang Ning tonight and to have a cold war with him. On the way back, Jiang Ning did not ride side by side with Yang Sheng at first. This side was very close to the school. If they rode side by side, it would hinder others. It was not until he turned into a wide road that he pedaled twice and rode parallel to her. This is the Nanhan Road mentioned by Ma Shicheng. Jiang Ning, you didn't participate in the school anniversary show. Yang Sheng, your magic is the most exciting show I have ever seen live. Yang Sheng felt that when she mentioned the evening party in the future, she would always think of Jiang Ning's show. I won't go. Let's give the opportunity to others. It was okay to play in the class before, but if he performed at the school anniversary, let alone whether it would be discovered by the leaders or famous alumni. With the popularity of smartphones now, his magic will definitely be recorded and spread out. At this stage, Jiang Ning likes the plain life now very much and doesn't want to stand out and ruin his life. What a pity. Yang Sheng regretted, I don't have any talent, so I can only participate in the sports meeting. Jiang Ning said, come on, the athletes in this sports meeting are not weak. Yang Sheng, well, there are girls in the second and third years of high school who practice sports. They talked and chatted along the way. Although they slowed down, they were still approaching the intersection where they parted at the river dam. The street lights lined up beside the road, emitting a dim halo, illuminating the asphalt road washed by rain, and the branches and leaves of green plants in the distance were still wet. The night was very quiet, and there were only the conversations of Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng nearby. Yang Sheng had a slender figure, but a kind of flexible spirit, and her face was clean and heroic. The wind generated by the mountain bike blew away the scattered hair on her forehead, and a few strands of hair fell messily on the tip of her nose, adding a rare bit of charm to her face. I don't know if it was because of the wind or the ups and downs of her breathing, but her hair trembled slightly, which made her face itch and she wanted to wipe it away with her hands. In such a beautiful environment, a huge sound came from the front, as if a steel beast was roaring desperately. The huge noise swept the entire road and drowned out Yang Sheng's voice. Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, and under the night sky, 3 motorcycles were speeding in the opposite direction, like arrows from a bow. Yang Sheng frowned. She could often hear motorcycles bombing the streets at night. Even in the early morning, noisy noises would suddenly sound in the quiet streets. With Jiang Ning's eyesight, she could even see that the motorcycle drivers were a few young men in their early 20s. At a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, their faces without helmets were distorted by the oncoming strong wind. After several motorcycles passed by and the noise was reduced to a certain extent, Yang Sheng said, there are a lot of these street blasting in the city. Jiang Ning, indeed, there are quite a lot. This situation will not be improved until a few years later when Yazhou City restricts the passage of motorcycles after 9 p.m. Yang Sheng, they ride so fast and go against the flow. If they get into trouble, it's okay, but it's not good if they hit others. She was obviously indignant about this behavior and took this opportunity to complain to Jiang Ning. At this time, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved and he noticed something. Just when they arrived at the intersection where they parted, the violent sound of the accelerator sounded again from behind. At this time, Jiang Ning, who was supposed to turn, actually followed Yang Sheng and rode forward. Zhu Yuantang said, you took the wrong road. She spoke softly, and the noise behind her caused her words to sink into the night wind. Yang Sheng found something wrong. She wanted to speak, but considering the noise, she pressed the handbrake, stopped the car, and planned to tell Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also stopped his mountain bike. The noise of the engine behind him gradually approached, and then gradually decreased. Finally, 3 motorcycles brushed past each other, blocking the way of Jiang Ning and his group. It was 9:30 in the evening, and it was dark. This road is close to the edge of the city, close to the dam, and is relatively remote. There are not many people on the road. In this situation, no one would think positively if they were stopped. Yang Sheng reacted quickly, and her hand quietly reached into her pocket. She was different from ordinary girls. Yang Sheng was quite chivalrous. She knew that it was not safe to go home at night, so she always carried a knife with her to prevent accidents. There were 5 young men on 3 motorcycles, and none of them wore helmets. The leading young man had a round face, a body of nearly 1.9 meters, a little fat, and looked strong and powerful, but he was still a little worse than Yan Xianpeng. The other 4 young men were between 1.75 and 1.8 meters tall, and their momentum alone was much worse than the leader. Several people parked their motorcycles and walked over here. Zhu Yuantang saw this scene, and her heart was lifted up. She grasped Jiang Ning's clothes tightly, ready to pull him away at any time. Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning was powerful and could beat several people. But for some reason, the 1.9 meter tall man made Zhu Yuantang feel creepy, and her skin was numb. It seemed that the man had committed a terrible thing before. She instinctively didn't want Jiang Ning to take risks. She observed the surroundings with her eyes. If they ran along the main road, the other party had a motorcycle and they would definitely be caught up. The only way to escape was to abandon the car and go down the dam. Brother Liu, what do you say? The young man in a baseball cap behind asked. The man called Brother Liu was a fat young man with a round face and a height of 1.9 meters. Brother Liu had a smile on his round face. Not only Brother Liu, but the other 4 young men also had smiles on their faces, as if they were in control of everything. One of the young men even looked around the environment. Yang Sheng was silent for a few seconds. When she rode home before, she met young men on motorcycles who asked her if she wanted to go play, and she always refused. Some people also asked her for her contact information. In the past, Yang Sheng felt that they didn't have much malice and were just chatting up, but today, it seemed wrong. Yang Sheng held the knife in her pocket. Her father said that if you encounter danger, run away as soon as possible. For girls, any method is not as effective as running away. If you really encounter an extreme situation, don't show the knife easily, because showing the knife will only make the criminals more crazy. Yang Sheng didn't run away. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were still there. If she ran away, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang might not be able to catch up, and she would regret it for the rest of her life. On the contrary, if she stayed with her and Jiang Ning's level, maybe nothing would happen. Yang Sheng took a deep breath. She hadn't been so nervous for a long time. The last time was a few years ago, when she traveled with her parents and went swimming at the beach and was carried farther and farther by the waves and almost couldn't get back to the shore. Brother Liu took out a cigarette and said to Jiang Ning with a smile, "Little brother, not bad. Your girlfriend is not bad. Wow." He nodded and signaled Yang Sheng. He noticed this girl from a distance, and her temperament was amazing. It made him make an exception and take action again. As for the little girl in the back seat, he simply ignored it. Jiang Ning didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Not to mention that there were only 5 people in front of him. Even if there were 5,000 people, he could easily kill them all with his key training stage. Not bad, he said. Jiang Ning probably understood what the few people were thinking. At first, when the other party rode away on his bike, Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to observe him. Several people discussed for a while and prepared to take action when it was dark. This kind of thing has been reported in the news, but it was not good when it happened to him. Jiang Ning got off the mountain bike. He propped up his legs and let Zhu Yuantang sit still. "Don't get off." He took out a piece of fruit candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it into Zhu Yuantang's mouth. Jiang Ning's behavior seemed ordinary, but in the eyes of several people, it was no less than contempt for them. Brother Liu stopped smiling and tried to smoke a cigarette. "You kid, you have a temper." Jiang Ning was too lazy to watch them pretending to be cool. He said, "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get on your broken bike and get out of here." After hearing this, Brother Liu and his friends froze at first and then laughed. They had done so many bad things, but this was the first time they encountered such a fool. Brother Liu's round face showed a perverted expression. He first said to the others, "Keep an eye on those 2 women. Don't let them run away. If they dare to run, I'll beat them to death." Just this one sentence revealed his purpose. Brother Liu's eyes were fierce. "Last time, someone as crazy as you was pressed on the head by me, and you slammed it on the ground, crying and begging me to let go. You today." He was only halfway through his words when Jiang Ning appeared in front of him, as if he had teleported. Brother Liu didn't even have time to express his shock before he was hit head on by a truck. His strong chest was hit so hard that it sank horribly. With a terrifying crack sound of bone cracking, his body flew backwards 7 or 8 meters. Like a shabby doll, it drew an arc in the air, flew from the edge of the road to the middle of the road, and landed with a bang, rubbing 1 or 2 meters smoothly on the ground. Brother Liu lay on his back on the asphalt road, coughing dully. Deep red blood clumps coughed out from his mouth. and flowed to the ground along his acne-scarred face. Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantan covered her mouth with an anxious look. Yang Sheng's eyes were completely stunned. She had thought that Jiang Ning was strong, but she had never thought that he was so terrifying. She looked at the man lying on the ground, only to see a large sunken area on his chest, and blood kept oozing from his mouth. He was dying. Yang Sheng had a good psychological quality, but after witnessing this scene, her body was still weak, and her hands could hardly hold tight. She took several deep breaths in succession, before she gathered some strength. Brother Liu was seriously injured by a kick. If it was someone else, they might run away, but the young men in front of them were obviously not ordinary people. They usually relied on Brother Liu's connections to have fun. If Brother Liu was gone, the tales left by their previous deeds would be all gone. How can the eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? In a frenzy, the young man in the peaked cap pulled out a dagger, and bloodshot eyes appeared. Kill him. The 4 people rushed forward with weapons in hand. Jiang Ning watched this scene calmly. People are like this. Once they get excited, they do things without considering the consequences. They can do anything cruel and perverted. As for these people, Jiang Ning did not hold back. Referring to the news that Ma Shicheng said before, and the malicious intentions that the other party showed at the beginning, if it were an ordinary person, he would know how miserable he is now. Jiang Ning was faster than them. He did not retreat but advanced. He took a few steps forward and picked up the back seat of Yang Sheng's mountain bike. A solidification spell covered the mountain bike. He swung the bike, and the mountain bike carried a huge force and fanned through a semicircle. The air was torn with a sharp sound of breaking wind. He hit the side of the young man with a knife, twisting his body in the opposite direction, and his feet were unbalanced in the air. The mountain bike continued to fan, and its range just covered the 4 people. Wherever it went, people could not stand at all. It was like a fly swatter swatting at flies. Bang! All of them flew up and fell to the road. Yang Sheng's beloved mountain bike had been destroyed before, and it was hard to repair it. When she saw the mountain bike being used like this, she subconsciously shouted, "My bike." Chapter 299 No Need for Help. As soon as Yang Sheng finished speaking, Jiang Ning swung his arms and took back the mountain bike. He gently put down the mountain bike and said with certainty, "Don't worry, the bike is fine." He used the solidification technique, so the bike would not be damaged, even if it hit a brick wall, let alone a person. Yang Sheng was just acting in a hurry. The power of Jiang Ning swinging the bike just now was too terrifying. She was worried that Jiang Ning would hit several people to death, but she didn't expect that when she spoke, she was concerned about the bike. The man called Brother Liu was still lying on the ground vomiting blood. His lower face and neck were covered with blood. It added a bit of horror to the already quiet night. The young man who rushed up from behind was also lying on the ground. Yang Sheng could even see that 2 of them had strangely twisted arms, which were definitely broken. When she looked at Jiang Ning again, her eyes were filled with some unspeakable surprise. Jiang Ning usually gave Yang Sheng the impression of a relatively clean and gentle boy. When he explained the questions to her, he always spoke softly and occasionally with a little humor. Yang Sheng felt that Jiang Ning was very talented. He understood a lot of things, and he could explain what he understood in a more interesting way. Listening to Jiang Ning talk about the topic was a very enjoyable thing. If she was not too far away from Jiang Ning, she would definitely ask for advice more frequently than now. Before, when Jiang Ning beat someone in the classroom, Yang Sheng just thought it was a minor fight. But today, the scene of Jiang Ning's brazen attack completely overturned the image in Yang Sheng's mind. For the first time, Yang Sheng discovered that Jiang Ning actually had such a cruel side. She looked at the people who were screaming on the ground. They were lying in the middle of the road. If a large truck passed by at this time, they would definitely be crushed to death. The injuries of those people were very serious, especially the one at the beginning, Brother Liu. If they died, Yang Sheng's face changed. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She was a high school student and knew something about the law. She forced herself to be calm. "Jiang Ning, let's call the police." Zhu Yuantan got down from the back seat and she ran to Jiang Ning's side, not daring to look at the people on the road. She didn't say anything, but just grabbed Jiang Ning's clothes tightly and faced it with him. Jiang Ning said, "No need to call the police. I'll take care of it." He had thought of a plan before he made his move. Huki Mountain, in the spiritual formation. It should have been a dark place, but now it was as bright as day. The gurgling clear stream flowed through several neat rice fields, and flowers of various colors bloomed, birds sang, and flowers were fragrant, full of vitality. At the end of the rice field, there were 2 benches. 2 figures, one black and one green, sat opposite each other, and a chessboard made of jade was placed between them. This was Xiao Shuangshan, the current boss of Changqing Guy Company, who spent a lot of money to acquire it, and specially provided it for Jiang Ning to play with. The 2 figures were motionless, like dead objects. Suddenly, the black figure moved. He got up from the bench, and walked out slowly. "Jiang Ning, they won't die like this, right?" Yang Sheng asked again. The man who vomited blood vomited too much. Yang Sheng felt sick. "They won't die," Jiang Ning said firmly. He was very gentle, and would not kill the other person with one blow, but it would definitely make him feel extremely painful. Jiang Ning looked into the distance and suddenly said, "We can go now." Yang Sheng was confused. That's not good. If no one is watching behind, they might be hit by a car and killed. The police will definitely come to us then. Although they said they were acting in self-defense, the blow was too heavy. Yang Sheng had already made plans to call her parents. If Jiang Ning had not been calm, she would have made the decision herself. Jiang Ning looked at the night sky in front of him, and Yang Sheng did the same. It seemed that he was dazzled for a moment, and suddenly a black figure appeared under the street light. The figure was extremely fast, as if he could cross several meters in one step, and soon walked to the vicinity. The man was covered in clothes, and made no sound when he walked. Yang Sheng could not see his appearance clearly, but he thought he was very strange. "Finally found you." The black figure made a hoarse voice, and the person who heard it felt numb. He leaned over, and picked up Brother Liu on the ground. Jiang Ning said, "Okay, their enemies are here." Yang Sheng was confused about the situation. Why did Jiang Ning seem to understand everything? "It's none of our business now. I'll take you home." Jiang Ning walked towards the mountain bike. Yang Sheng was full of doubts. "Are we leaving now? It's not good for them to beat the other party seriously and just leave, right?" "Jiang Ning, if you want to stay, it's fine. If that happens, you may not be able to sleep tonight. Besides, I was the one who beat the person. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" "Yang Sheng, they are coming for me." She spoke, but Jiang Ning ignored her. Zhu Yuantang got on the car obediently. Zhu Yuantang was very quiet today. When Jiang Ning was doing things, she never said a word, but supported him silently. Yang Sheng had no choice but to ride the mountain bike. She pedaled twice to get familiar with the feel of the car, such as whether the handlebars were crooked or the wheels were abnormal. However, the bicycle that Jiang Ning had used as a weapon just now was intact and exactly the same as before. Yang Sheng's head was confused when she rode the bike. She saw the scene of Jiang Ning beating people clearly. He used a bicycle to beat people away, but the bike was fine. And that weirdo in black who walked without making any sound. What is his relationship with Jiang Ning? Why did he appear so coincidentally? Tonight was full of weirdness everywhere. Yang Sheng thought about it for several minutes, but couldn't figure it out. Until the gate of the community. Yang Sheng stopped the mountain bike. In front of her was the community with stars lit up. She turned around, her eyes complicated. "I'm here." "Okay, then we go," Jiang Ning said. "Be careful on your way back." "Got it." Jiang Ning didn't let Zhu Yuantang get off. He gently moved the mountain bike. City center. The Yacheng Changqing Liquid Company building is a simple and elegant reception room. Xiao Shuangshan, dressed in a suit, leaned against the sofa and crossed her legs. A smile appeared on her lips, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes became more attractive. There were 2 women sitting opposite her, one of whom looked to be 26 or 27 years old, neatly dressed, capable, like a business elite. The other was an extremely beautiful girl. "Lin Han, long time no see." Xiao Shuangshan picked up the hot tea on the coffee table and took a sip. Facing her once unattainable classmate, she was not nervous at all, but unusually relaxed. The woman called Lin Han was looking at this old classmate. Her most intuitive feeling was that Xiao Xuangshan was young, especially young, and did not look like a 26 or 27-year-old woman at all. With such a close observation, with Lin Han's experience in skincare and makeup, she accurately judged that Xiao Xuangshan was not wearing makeup, and there was no trace of makeup. However, the whiteness of the other party's skin was as good as Xu Yan's. It was hard not to make Lin Han feel a little frustrated. Yeah, long time no see. Lin Han took a sip of tea and felt the fragrance of the tea was unusually fresh. After a light taste, it was as if she was blown by the breeze in the spring fields. She was amazed. Did you receive the invitation to the 4th middle school's anniversary? Lin Han asked casually. You don't have to guess. As a student of Yazhou 4th middle school, Xiao Xuangshan's current status would make her feel fake if she didn't receive it. I received it. I plan to go and have a look. I haven't been back for a few years. Xiao Xuangshan said. She didn't make it in the past and lived a life of running a small pawn shop. She was too ashamed to go back. Now, with the help of a noble person, she has made a comeback. Xiao Xuangshan has wanted to go back to her alma mater for a long time. Lin Han talked about the past. Do you still remember teacher Chen Haiyang? A bald middle-aged teacher immediately appeared in Xiao Xuangshan's memory. She smiled. Of course I remember. Lin Han immediately said, old Chen's head seems to be suitable for your products. He was very nice to us before. Xiao Xuangshan, send him a few bottles later. Let him experience the feeling of having hair. Lin Han thought, if I just give him a few bottles, wouldn't that hurt old Chen? Lin Han and Xiao Xuangshan chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was no longer as strange as before, and became lively. She finally started to talk about business matters and carefully inquired, Xuangshan, do you have any plans to recruit agents for your Changqing liquid? As long as Xiao Xuangshan had such plans, Lin Han would persuade her to choose to cooperate with their Lin Han Sheng group. Xiao Xuangshan glanced at her. She knew what Lin Han was thinking, but it was a pity that she said, not yet. Lin Han was disappointed and didn't mention it again. Even though she and Xiao Xuangshan were old classmates, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Xiao Xuangshan thought that with Lin Han's ability, even if she was given the agency rights, she might be snatched away by her brothers and sisters in the family. When collecting materials before, Lin Han Sheng group repeatedly interfered, so how could she cooperate? Moreover, with the current size of Changqing liquid, there was no need for cooperation. Afterwards, Lin Han and Xiao Xuangshan talked about their school days, and it was quite smooth for a while. During the conversation, Ding Xuan listened to the conversation quietly and only occasionally interrupted when she was mentioned. Until the end of the conversation. Before leaving, Lin Han asked, Xuangshan, what skincare products do you use? Can you introduce them to me? Xiao Xuangshan smiled and said, my company's products. At the same time, at Changqing Liquid Company, a team of security guards found the scene of the incident. The leader saw the 5 injured people on the ground and then looked at a man in black standing next to him. They nodded and moved the 5 people into the car. The car started and drove towards the hospital. Jiang Ning sent Zhu Yuantang home. He left a sentence, I have something to do outside, you go to bed early. Then he left the dam under Zhu Yuantang's worried gaze. Do things thoroughly. Combined with what Ma Shicheng said before, he knew that the man called Brother Liu was definitely not simple behind the scenes. He called Xiao Xuangshan. Did the news of their hospitalization leak out? It's been done. Now I'll send someone to the hospital. Faced with what Jiang Ning did, Xiao Xuangshan didn't complain at all, but honestly solved it for him. The Yazhou government cooperated with us and sent some people to be stationed. If you need them, tell me. Xiao Xuangshan said. Jiang Ning stood on the dam and said, no. Then he hung up the phone and rushed to the hospital. The first chapter, Too Sleepy, Wake Up to Make Up. Chapter 300 Calm and Peace. Night, 3:20 in the morning. Yazhou Third People's Hospital. Unlike other 3-person or 6-person rooms, this ward has only 2 beds. The lights in the hospital are very bright and white, and the rough texture of the white sheets and quilts is clearly illuminated. The room is filled with the smell of disinfectant and blood, and the sound of beep machines keeps ringing. Who beat my Liu like this? He is still a child. The middle-aged woman wearing high-end clothes and carrying a brand name bag is wiping tears on the mean face covered with makeup. A pair of eyes reveal a vicious light. My Liu is such a good child. Who did he offend? Anyone? The woman with the bag leaned on the bed and looked at the young man on the bed with concern. At this moment, the young man's eyes were closed and he was receiving enforced oxygen. The chief doctor came over to explain the injury. The young man had multiple bone fractures in his chest, broken ribs, and punctured his organs, and he had symptoms such as hemothorax. The woman with the bag was still cursing. Another middle-aged man, wearing dark clothes and square-framed glasses, looked very stable. He had a dignified look on his face, as if he had been in a high position for a long time, and he frowned. The kid on the bed had caused trouble more than once or twice, and he had to settle it every time. 3 years ago, he used his connections to change the kid's age and sent him to another place for education. Unexpectedly, less than half a month after he was released, he caused trouble again. He was still worried, but who would have thought that he would be sent to the hospital now? He held an lit cigarette and advised, "Say less." The woman with the bag became even more angry when she heard this. The veins on her forehead bulged, and the powder on her face almost fell off. Under the light of the hospital, she looked scary pale. "He's not your son, you don't care, right? Don't think I don't know about the bad things you did behind your back. Ah, don't you want to live anymore?" The woman with the bag cursed like a roaring beast. The sound reached the empty corridor outside the ward. Half a minute later, a young nurse knocked on the door and reminded, "It's night. Keep your voice down. The other patients are resting." The young nurse was just giving a routine reminder, but the woman with the bag suddenly let go, rushed to the door of the ward, waved her hand, and slapped the young nurse. "Pa, stinky bitch, is it your turn to take care of it? My son hurt a hair, I'll tear you apart." The young nurse was a secondary school student, just out for internship, at the age of 17. She had never seen such a scene, and was directly stunned. Another nurse on duty ran out to check the situation. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The woman with the bag pointed at her and scolded, "Take care of you. Next time it won't be a matter of slapping." The young nurse who was slapped covered her face with tears. During this period, the middle-aged man in the ward did not care. Another nurse was more experienced and tried to appease the woman with the bag. The woman with the bag vented her anger and finally returned to the ward. The nurse's lounge. The head nurse touched the young nurse's face and said with concern, "I will be on duty later. You should have a good sleep." "Yeah." The young nurse was in a low mood. That family has a powerful background. The director came from home to perform the operation. "Don't take it to heart. I will talk to the head nurse later. I will be in charge of that ward in the future." The head nurse said, "Sister, thank you." "Don't thank me. Go to sleep." The head nurse said. She saw her former shadow in the young nurse. "What are you thinking about here? Why don't you let someone check it out?" The woman with the bag urged. Her son was beaten like this, and she wanted to tear the other party to pieces, to relieve the hatred in her heart. The middle-aged man finally spoke. His majestic face showed a cautious look, and said, "The people who sent your son to the hospital are the security team of Jiang Ning Group." The woman with the bag said arrogantly, "Who cares about the bullshit Jiang Ning? You have connections in your hands. There is nothing I can't do in Yuzhou City." The middle-aged man said, "Jiang Ning Group, the highest person in our unit, must be treated with caution. Anyone with a little common sense and a little judgment should know the potential of Jiang Ning Group. In another year or two, let alone the city, even the provincial level will have to show the best attitude." The woman with the bag is not a fool. It's just that it's the security team of Jiang Ning, not the people of Jiang Ning. Besides, even if the boss of Jiang Ning messes with my son, I will make them pay for it. Don't forget who promoted you to your current position. The woman with the bag warned. A trace of haze flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he hid it very well. The woman with the bag looked at her son on the bed. The more she looked at him, the more pitiful she felt for him. However, she never thought that the people who were hurt by her son might be even more pitiful. She squeezed out a vicious oath. "Not only the people who beat my son, but also the murderer's family. None of them can escape." I will destroy their families. As soon as the words fell, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Then, a hearty voice came out. "Oh, I heard that you want to destroy my family?" Jiang Ning smiled faintly and walked into the ward, closing the door with his backhand. He stood in the ward, his eyes narrowed. The woman with the bag was lawless. Before, when the nurse stood at the door and reminded her to speak softly, she dared to slap people. Not to mention now, Jiang Ning suddenly broke in without permission. She shouted, "Who are you? Get out." The middle-aged man's eyes also moved to Jiang Ning. His eyes were very imposing. If he were a student who had just entered society, he would definitely think that he was a big shot in a high position. Jiang Ning glanced at Brother Liu on the bed, and then he said leisurely, "Who am I? I'm the one who beat your son into paralysis." After that, Jiang Ning flicked his finger and a blue light flashed out. The light flew straight to the ceiling and turned into dozens of silk threads, covering the entire room. The soundproof formation has been set up. This sci-fi scene shocked the middle-aged man and asked, "Playing tricks? Oh, then look at this again." Jiang Ning flashed another light, like a virtual projection screen, appearing in the ward. In the picture, Jiang Ning flashed to Brother Liu's side and kicked him in the chest, making it dented. Even the sound of the bone cracking was clear. The woman with the bag saw this scene. Her eyes were bloodshot. That was her own son. She had always been lawless, and she had never seen such a scene. It was always her son bullying others. She roared, and regardless of anything, stretched out her claws to scratch Jiang Ning. If the long nails were to scratch her face, they would definitely tear off a piece of flesh. However, Jiang Ning just stood there and lightly tapped her fingers. It was as if an invisible force grabbed her arm. The arm that was originally stretched forward suddenly twisted backward strangely. Crack, crack. The sound of bone joints breaking was heard. The woman's arms were twisted into a knot. Jiang Ning released the spiritual power, and the woman could no longer run. The extremely shrill screams echoed from the ward. Now she felt how painful it was to have her arms twisted inch by inch. Even special talents who have undergone rigorous training may not be able to bear this kind of pain, let alone a woman who has been pampered for many years. Her whole face was completely deformed in pain. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man could no longer sit still. He pointed at Jiang Ning and shouted. Jiang Ning said happily, "Who am I? I'm a righteous friend." He closed his right hand and grabbed the middle-aged man in the air. The middle-aged man was directly held, and he could not make any resistance. At this moment, the so-called power, network of relationships, and money could not bring him any sense of security. He rarely felt a fear from the bottom of his heart. It was a trembling of absolute power. A strange black light ball the size of a walnut condensed in front of him, and the light ball was full of some kind of evil. This is the secret technique of interrogation. When the black light ball condensed, it slowly penetrated into the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Jiang Ning waved his hand, took out the middle-aged man's mobile phone, and turned on the video. He was neither sad nor happy. "Next, let me hear what you have done." Half an hour later, Jiang Ning stood on the roof of the third hospital building. He looked down at the entire Yazhou city. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. For some reason, he remembered what his classmates said. "Have you seen Yazhou at 4 o'clock in the morning?" Jiang Ning smiled. Under his method, the people in the ward have confessed everything they have done before. The mobile phone with the video was placed on the stool. The crimes they have committed are enough to make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Moreover, they will never be able to tell what they saw today because they have lost the ability to express themselves. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky. It was rainy yesterday, but it was sunny today. It will be sunny for some time to come. He summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and the boat's hidden formation was activated. Jiang Ning piloted the flying boat and flew along the street. The morning breeze blew up his messy hair and his clothes rustled. The air was slightly damp and the ground was also damp. The barbecue restaurants and hot pot restaurants along the way were ready to close. However, the breakfast shop started to get busy early. The male owner was in the back kitchen making soup and the female owner was diligently making dumplings. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning came too early. The breakfast shop officially opened at more than 5 o'clock. Don't let Zhu Yuantang cook this morning. The river dam is located in a remote area. In the morning, only an old man rides a tricycle to the river dam to sell breakfast. The rice sold by the old man is salted. Perhaps many older people like to eat salty food. For these reasons, Zhu Yuantang is helpless to make breakfast by himself. Thinking like this, Jiang Ning walked around the city of Yuzhou. He really didn't walk around Yuzhou at 4 in the morning. When he was a student, he didn't get enough sleep. Later, he worked part-time and didn't have that much leisure time. When the flying boat was flying, Jiang Ning found that at 4 o'clock in the morning, there were people jogging. At almost 6 o'clock, Jiang Ning spread his spiritual sense and began to choose breakfast. He picked a relatively clean store. The name of this store is Huang's Xiaobing. Jiang Ning got off the flying boat and showed his figure. The open space at the door was swept clean. Next to the door of the store, there was a cylindrical stove. The owner of the store was a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and was very thin. She was standing in front of the stove. At the first table in the store, there was a girl of 18 or 19 years old. The girl was also very thin, about 1.7 meters tall, and weighed less than 90 kilograms. When she saw a customer coming, she hurriedly came up to him, as if her face had just recovered from a serious illness, showing a little embarrassment, and said unsmoothly, "Hello, what would you like to eat? We have spicy soup, egg soup, and black rice porridge, and the prices are on it." She pointed to the conspicuous price sign in the store. The prices were marked on it: spicy soup 1 yuan/bowl, egg soup 2 yuan/bowl, black rice porridge 1 yuan/bowl, sesame seed cake 1 yuan/piece. These were all the food items in the breakfast shop. Very few. 7 sesame seed cakes, 2 bowls of egg soup. Use this. Jiang Ning handed over the rice bowl and wooden basket in his hand. The girl said, "Okay, wait. But the sesame seed cakes will be slow. We make them fresh." She added, "Jiang Ning, take your time, don't rush." A total of 11 yuan. Jiang Ning gave it directly. While waiting, Jiang Ning asked, "Are you from Guiyang County?" The woman who was making sesame seed cakes heard this and opened her mouth. "Yes, we used to work in Guiyang County and we just came to the city at the beginning of the month. I'm from Guiyang County. I have eaten this kind of sesame seed cake before, but it is rare in the city." Jiang Ning said. The shop owner was surprised and said, "Yes, we came here because there is no such shop in the city. How is the business now?" Jiang Ning asked. The shop owner didn't hide it. "I can sell 300 or 400 a day." Jiang Ning thought about the profit of the breakfast shop and the rent here. If it sells 300 or 400, the profit is probably only more than 100. And there are 2 people working in this shop, so the business is not good. The shop owner said again, "My daughter is inside. She is still in college." The girl was beating eggs. She said shyly, "It's not a college, but a junior college. I was sick recently, so I took a leave of absence to come home and help my mother look after the shop." While talking, she didn't delay her work, and her movements were quite swift. The shop owner asked, "Are you still in school?" Jiang Ning said strangely, "Yes, I'm a high school student." After chatting, the pancakes came out of the oven. When the girl saw it, she picked up a large soup spoon, stirred the soup pot, and then scooped up a large spoonful of boiling soup and poured it into the rice bowl. The boiling soup cooked the eggs in an instant, and the egg flour surged in the soup. The fragrance was diffused, and it seemed particularly appetizing. "I'll give you more." The girl picked up a big soup spoon and said, "Our soup is freshly stewed with chicken racks. The chicken racks are bought at the market." She sprinkled some spices, picked up the sesame oil bottle, and ripped a lot of oil. The sesame oil fell into the soup, making it more fragrant. "Do you want coriander?" "A little bit," Jiang Ning said. The girl said, "There are side dishes next to the disinfection cabinet, shredded potatoes, and stir-fried green peppers and soybeans. They taste great when sandwiched in sesame cakes." As she said that, she led Jiang Ning to that side. She just raised her foot and took a few steps. Suddenly, she covered her heart, stopped walking, took 2 difficult breaths, and after a few seconds, she continued to walk. She took a bag and filled some shredded potatoes and green peppers and soybeans for Jiang Ning. The side dishes were free, and the girl was generous and gave a lot of them. Jiang Ning held the rice bowl in his right hand and the wooden basket in his left hand. The shop owner looked at it for a while and said, "This basket is good. It won't be stuffy when you put the pancakes in it. Their pancakes are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. If they are put in plastic bags, the taste will change after being stuffy." The girl said, "If it tastes good, come again next time." "Okay," Jiang Ning said. Before leaving, he scanned the girl's body with his spiritual sense and found that she was not suffering from a minor illness, but was related to the heart. He thought about it and let out a spiritual power, which quietly penetrated into the girl's chest. This spiritual power is not ordinary spiritual power. It contains the effect of healing. Although it cannot cure the disease, it can relieve the girl's illness a lot. Helping others is a virtue, and Jiang Ning's mood has improved. His spiritual sense was very excited. Jiang Ning smiled and walked into the alley. When there was no one, he summoned a flying boat and rushed to the river dam. 20 seconds later, Jiang Ning arrived at the bungalow. Because time was too fast, the insulation formation he set up for breakfast was not even used. He knocked on Zhu Yuantang's door. "Get up." Zhu Yuantang rolled half a circle on the bed and continued to sleep. Jiang Ning thought about it and attracted the smell of rice and swam to Zhu Yuantang's bed through the crack of the door. "It's time to eat." Zhu Yuantang got up immediately. She opened the door in slippers, and her confused little face glanced at the breakfast in Jiang Ning's hand and said in surprise, "Did you buy breakfast?" "Yes, you don't have to cook today." Zhu Yuantang immediately said, "Wait for me to wash my face and brush my teeth and eat." Jiang Ning put the breakfast on the kitchen table and took out a bowl and divided a small half of the soup. Zhu Yuantang came back after washing and ate with Jiang Ning at the dining table. She drank a mouthful of soup first, which was unexpectedly fresh. She took a bite of the pancake again, which was super delicious. Jiang Ning reminded, "There are shredded potatoes and green peppers and soybeans. You can take some, it will taste better." Zhu Yuantang did as she was told and took a bite. The crispy and soft pancake, mixed with side dishes, tasted even better. "I usually cook a lot, and it's a pleasant surprise to have breakfast outside occasionally." Zhu Yuantang said, "Jiang Ning, you did a great job today. I want to reward you." How to reward? He was not sure of Zhu Yuantang's idea. Zhu Yuantang said, "You will know in the evening." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.